I'm going to give everybody a chance to sit down. But good morning, everybody. I am so excited to be here. Not simply because the library is opening in 2 days, although that's a big thing, but because the next 2 days of discussions and panels that we're holding up here are really give you a glimpse of the living, breathing purpose of the library. They reflect the kind of conversations this institution is built to host. Here in Medora and across the country, conversations that we hope will bring people together. It is a particular privilege to welcome Doris Kearns Goodwin to kick things off. Doris has spent her life helping Americans understand not only what our presidents did, but who they were when the pressure mounted, how they handled defeat, grief, division, ambition, friendship, family, and the burdens of leadership. She has written about Lyndon Johnson, Franklin and Eleanor Roosevelt, Abraham Lincoln, John Kennedy, and of course, Theodore Roosevelt. Her books have become part of the way Americans understand the presidency itself. No Ordinary Time, which won the Pulitzer Prize, Team of Rivals, Leadership in Turbulent Times, and for most of us gathered here today, the Bully Pulpit. In that extraordinary book, Doris brought Theodore Roosevelt to life, not as a marble figure on a pedestal, but as a force of nature, restless, complicated, idealistic, imperfect, and intensely alive. So familiar is Doris with TR that she often refers to him as her boyfriend. She also showed us something essential about Theodore Roosevelt's understanding of leadership, that the presidency is not merely a position of power. It is a platform for moral persuasion, a place from which a leader can rally the country to confront injustice, corruption, inequality, and the great challenges of the ages. This library is built on the belief that history is not a retreat from the present. It is a guide to meeting it. And Doris has done as much as anyone alive to remind us that the past is filled with leaders who faced moments of uncertainty and division, and who found ways to summon courage, build coalitions, and move the country forward. What makes Doris so remarkable is that she does not treat history as distant or abstract. She makes it human. She reminds us that great leaders are not born fully formed. They struggle, they fail, they learn, and at their best, they grow into the demands of their time. Doris has often said that leadership is about bringing people together around a shared purpose, about helping citizens believe that they can be part of something larger than themselves. That is exactly what this library hopes to do. We want every visitor who comes here to encounter Theodore Roosevelt's life and legacy, but also to ask what that legacy demands of them. How can I serve? How can I lead? How can I strengthen the country that I love? There are few people better suited to help us explore these questions. Please join me in welcoming a brilliant historian, a gifted storyteller, a trustee of the library, a friend of mine, and perhaps Theodore Roosevelt's most insightful modern interpreter, Doris Kearns Goodwin.
How glad am I to be here with all of you, and what a splendid opening this is going to be. It's a joy for me to be here when finally Theodore Roosevelt gets his presidential library after a wait of 150 years, 107 years, and how lucky that we waited this long, the more you think about it, because with the help of technology unavailable in those earlier years, the TR library provides an interactive experience unlike any you've ever seen. I can't wait till you go through it all. Indeed, with the AI representation of TR, which is trained on 150,000 historical documents that have been scattered in 18 different institutions, TR can answer our questions in real time. How I wish I'd had him by my side when I was writing my books. I spent 10 years with him. one of the four presidents that I studied over 60 years, including Abraham Lincoln, FDR, and Lyndon Johnson. Each book took so long, longer than World War II to write Franklin and Eleanor, twice as long as the Civil War to finish Abraham Lincoln, that I did begin to think, as Ted said, of them as my guys, even my boyfriends. And during the decade I spent with TR, what fun it was to live with him. I often found myself talking aloud to him, asking him questions, but somehow he never answered then. I never got mad at him. I simply imagined what he might say in a dialogue in which I played both sides. But now, in this splendid library, I finally will have my chance. And now this morning, I have the chance to share with you what it was about TR that drew me to want to live with him for all those years, to wake up with him in the morning thinking about him, go to sleep at night thinking about him. And now here at the Presidential Library, you will have the rare opportunity to step inside that story yourselves, experience his leadership, his character, his curiosity, and his conversations. But first, let me tell you why I love history so much and why the study of history is more important today than ever. I'm often stopped on the street or even in the airport sometime by people asking me, what gives you confidence that we can emerge from this really difficult time? And I often tell them, it's history that gives me confidence. For as tough as this time is, history shows that we've been through really, really tough times before, and in each situation, we emerged with greater strength. Just imagine what it was like for Abraham Lincoln on the eve of his inaugural. 7 states had already seceded from the Union. A civil war that would kill more than 600,000 was about to begin. He later said if he'd ever imagined what it would have been like in the first 3 months of his presidency, he could not have thought he could have lived through it. And then imagine FDR at his inaugural. The country at rock bottom with the Depression, 1 out of 4 people out of work, starving people wandering the streets, no safety net in those days. The banking system had collapsed. Somebody said to him as he was about to go to speak, you know, if your program works, you'll be one of the great presidents. If it fails, you'll be one of the worst. No, he said, ominously, I'll be the last American president. That's how fragile democracy was at that time. And then imagine the early days of World War II, when Hitler, in the spring of 1940, sped all across Europe. Tens of thousands of people killed by his bombs and his tanks. Holland, Belgium, Luxembourg surrendering, and eventually France. If he had continued, not only would democracy have been at issue, but Western civilization would have been lost. And the thing is that we know how each one of those crises ended. We know that the Civil War ended with the Union restored and emancipation secured. We know the New Deal provided a safety net and public jobs before the mobilization for the war brought the Depression to an end. We know the Allies won World War II. But our ancestors, they did not know how their stories would end. They lived with the same anxiety we're living with today. So in this beleaguered time, history is critical. It provides us with perspective, it provides us with lessons, and it provides us, most importantly, with hope. I truly, truly believe that. So now, come with me to another time when democracy was in peril, to 1901, when a 42-year-old Theodore Roosevelt took office after the assassination of William McKinley. It's a time reminiscent of our own. The Industrial Revolution had shaken up the economy, much like the tech revolution and AI today. Gigantic companies were swallowing up smaller companies. There was a massive gulf between the rich and the poor. People in the rural areas were suspicious of people in the cities. Western farmers were suspicious of Eastern manufacturers. New inventions were speeding up the pace of life. It was a period of vast immigration, nationwide strikes, anarchist bombings, and TR warned that democracy was in peril because people in different classes and sections were beginning to see each other as the other rather than as common American citizens. So what leadership traits did he possess that enabled him to knit this country together under a doctrine of fair play and a square deal for all, the rich and the poor, the capitalist and the laborer? How did he restore the fellow feeling that made our countrymen feel, once again, that they were fellow citizens in America? It was not clear that he was fitted for this leadership role when he first emerged in public life at 23, running for the legislature. Who's the dude, people asked. They had first sight of him. His hair was parted in the center. He had short whiskers on his cheek. He had a monocle over one eye held in place by a gold chain over his ear, and his waistcoat and trousers were so tight as the tailor could make them. He looked like the privileged dude he was, the grandson of one of the 5 wealthiest men in New York City. But unbeknownst to those who characterized him at that time, he had already experienced hardship and revealed a number of leadership qualities. His childhood was shaped by terrifying attacks of bronchial asthma. He remembered hearing his parents worry that he might die. Unable to engage in sports, however, he became a ferocious reader, transporting himself into the lives of adventurous heroes that he admired, explorers, soldiers, frontiersmen. One summer, he actually devoured 50 novels. Later, a lifelong reader, he said that leaders in every field need to know more than anything human nature, and to know the needs of the human soul, and those needs as set forth are nowhere else in the great books of poetry and prose. Books are the greatest companions. All his life, he set aside time for reading, while waiting for meals, between visitors, lying in bed at night. But then when he was 10, his father feared that his son was becoming an invalid, spending too many days in bed. He told his boy he had the mind, but not the body, and without the body, the mind could not go as far as it should. "I will make my body," young TR promised, and in the months and years that followed, working out in the home gym that his father built for him, he showed the perseverance, the pursuit of goals despite discouragement that would mark his leadership in later years. Every day he lifted weights, hoisted himself up on horizontal bonds, slowly, ever so slowly, remaking his body until he became known as the exemplar of the strenuous life. It took hard, sustained work day after day, a quality he brought with him for the rest of his life. He argued that there were 2 kinds of success in the world. The first, to a man who has such natural powers that he can do things that no one else, no matter how hard they try, can ever do, such as a Shakespeare or later an Einstein. But the more common success, his success, he said, depended on a man's ability to develop ordinary qualities to an extraordinary degree through hard, sustained work. He was not a good swimmer, but he became a strong one, not a good shot, but became a big game hunter. His eyesight was poor, but he became a world-class birder. He wasn't a brilliant writer, but he slaved over everything he wrote and ended up publishing 40 distinguished books. And when given any assignment, when he was homeschooled at home with a young tutor, he would never procrastinate. Never wait till the last moment, he would say. He regarded procrastination as a sin. Preparing ahead freed him from anxiety, a habit of mind that would mark his leadership style and set an example for all of his teams in the years ahead. I often think of him when I'm about to put something off, and I think, no, I'll just get anxious if I put it off. I'll do it now because of TR. And the most difficult to replicate leadership trait from childhood that dude in whiskers didn't seem to show at the moment was his great curiosity. When he walked in the woods that surrounded their summer home to clear his lungs, he began to observe birds, to listen to their songs, to discern their shapes and their colors. He collected bugs and insects, curious to learn their anatomy, mounting hundreds of specimens in his bedroom, driving his brother Elliot to beg for a separate room. And as you walk through this new library, you'll follow that curiosity right alongside him, from the bugs and the birds that filled his childhood bedroom to the ideas that shaped a presidency. It's a reminder that great leaders aren't born all at once. They start by asking questions. These were some of the qualities that caused the local Republican boss, Joe Murray, to take a paternal interest in young TR when he first arrived at Republican headquarters with the idea that he might run for the state legislature. Murray saw that young TR listened when he talked with working-class Irish and German immigrants. He was interested in their stories, and he told them stories of his own. He watched him interact with strangers. He witnessed his manic energy, soaking up what he needed to know about the district. And with Murray's backing, TR easily won the seat, becoming the youngest member of the legislature. And once there, he rose like a rocket. He made such fiery speeches against his Democratic opponents, whom he called rotten and corrupt, that he garnered headlines across the country. And no rookie had ever secured such headlines. But he became a jack-in-the-box. He would constantly jump up and down, interrupting his colleagues. He loved being the center of attention, so much so that his daughter, as we all know, famously said he wanted to be the baby at the baptism, the bride at the wedding, and the corpse at the funeral. But the rocket soon crashed to the ground. He found he couldn't get anything done. He was so irritating, even to his Republican colleagues. It was then that he revealed what would become his signature leadership trait: the ability to acknowledge errors and learn from his mistakes, to grow, in other words. He recognized, he said, that he had developed a swelled head, and that cooperation and compromise were essential to get anything done. He moderated his rhetoric, he reached across the aisle, and he became a productive legislator. The man who has never made a mistake, he later said, has never made anything. By acknowledging error and learning from his mistakes, he continued to grow. Young Roosevelt further revealed his capacity for growth when a union-sponsored bill to prohibit the manufacture of cigars in tenement houses owned by absentee landlords was referred to one of his committees. He had been brought up believing in laissez-faire, a bias against governmental schemes to regulate the economy. He believed the tenement owners were also, the cigar manufacturers, had a right to do whatever they wanted with their private property. But when the union leader, Samuel Gompers, asked him, just come with me to one of these tenements. I just want you to see the conditions under which they are living and working. And there he did. He went. He saw 5 adults and several children enclosed in a single room, making cigars with tobacco crammed in every corner, next to the bedding, mixed in with the food. His developing sense of empathy was aroused. He not only agreed to vote for the bill, but he became its champion. Empathy, the ability to understand and share in other people's feelings by seeing or imagining their points of view, surely one of the most critical traits in a leader. So then, by his 3rd term in the state legislature, working with Democrats that he'd previously labeled as rotten, he brought the 2 parties together to pass a host of important bills that benefited New York. He had overcome the self-centered aspect of his leadership and become a true leader. At 25, happily married to Alice Lee, a case of love, he said, at first sight, and awaiting the birth of their first child, he felt he had the reins in his own hands. But then adversity struck. Everyone is broken by life, Ernest Hemingway once wrote, but afterwards some are strong in the broken places. While some people lose their bearings, their life forever stunted from adversity, others simply resume their normal behavior, still others, through reflection and resilience, are able to transcend their ordeal, armed with a greater resolve and purpose. So it was with Theodore Roosevelt, whose resilience carried him through an almost unimaginable tragedy. When Alice was about to give birth, TR's 49-year-old mother came to New York City to be with her while Teddy was in Albany. A joyous telegram announced the birth of the baby girl, cigars and celebrations all around. And then a second telegram came, telling him to come home at once. There was a crisis in his house. He reached the house in time to be with his dying mother, who had contracted a fast-moving case of typhoid fever. And then 12 hours later, his 22-year-old wife, Alice, died from a kidney disease undiagnosed during her pregnancy. The light has gone out of my life, he wrote in his diary, underneath a big X marking the tragic day. For joy or sorrow, he continued, my life has now been lived out. Feeling the need to escape from this catastrophe, he headed for the Badlands, where he had purchased a ranch the previous year. It was here, in the landscape that surrounds us today, that his grief slowly gave way to renewal. Rather than escaping tragedy, he found a healing that would fundamentally alter his life. In the beginning, constant activity, riding his horse 15 hours a day and performing the daily work of life on the ranch, prevented overthought, and he was finally able to sleep at night. Meanwhile, the haunting beauty of the landscape seeped into his very soul, producing a lifelong love of open spaces that would eventually lead to the great conservation measures and the national parks that would be permanently associated with his name. And as you'll discover here, the Badlands didn't simply shelter TR in his darkest hours, they shaped the leader he would become. For it was here in the Badlands that his depression gradually subsided, and in time, he fell deeply in love again, sustaining a lifelong joyous marriage with his childhood friend, Edith Carew. But this resilient ability to bounce back after tremendous sorrow gave him perspective in later life when he faced triumph and defeat in various elections. I have known sorrow too bitter and joy too keen, he said, to allow me to be either cast down or elated for more than a very brief time over success or defeat. While other men might have been destroyed by the experiences Roosevelt endured, he emerged stronger, more focused, more complex, more interesting, with greater powers of self-knowledge. His 2-year sojourn on the Western frontier became what he called the most important educational asset of his entire life. When asked 2 decades later which chapter of his life he would choose to remember, including the presidency, he said, I would take the memory of my life on the ranch with his experiences close to nature and among the men who lived nearest to her. Standing here, it's easy to understand why. This is the place where Theodore Roosevelt believed he had become the man he was meant to be. He had gained 30 pounds of muscle and grit, and his falsetto voice was now strong enough to drive oxen. But most importantly, when he returned east, he was able to cast himself as a new kind of American man, a hybrid of the cultivated Easterner and the hard-bitten Westerner. For the rest of his life, countless countrymen regarded him as a man of the West, a romantic figure far removed from his upper-class background, no longer a dude or a dandy. Simply put, as Roosevelt later said, I would not have become president had it not been for my experience in North Dakota. His Badland experience also shaped his ambition and his philosophy of leadership. Before going west, he saw his ambition as climbing a ladder from one title position to the next, from the state legislature to the Congress to the Senate, and then perhaps governor and even president. But now he realized that by moving up a ladder and focusing too much on the future, a person becomes too cautious, too careful in word and deed. But now, knowing that fate could interrupt long-term planning at any moment, he determined, I'm just going to choose a job that I think I can make a difference in, even if it means I'm moving sideways rather than upwards. It is one of the reasons his story speaks to us so today, and one of the questions this library constantly asks, quietly asks of each of us, not how high will you climb, but how can you make the greatest difference? And he would leave everything on the field, keeping nothing in reserve for some future that might be cut short. So he served as civil service commissioner for 6 years, believing deeply in the merit system, where, as he said, the farmer's lad and the mechanic's son would have the same chance to compete as the son of wealth or privilege, an early illustration of his insistence on fairness that would prove his signature leadership style in his years ahead. He became police commissioner of New York, most corrupt department. Why do you want to do it? That's why I want to do it. And he resolved while he was there to get out of the office as often as he could and learn firsthand the nature of the policeman's work by taking what he called these midnight rambles through the city. He would disguise his identity with an oversized coat and a floppy hat, finding where the police were on their beat or where, supposedly on duty, they were enjoying a beer in a saloon. Cartoonists had a field day. Caricatures of startled policemen cowering at the sight of an enormous set of teeth, a metal-rimmed glasses, and a mustache entertained the country and ushered Roosevelt into national prominence. And from then on, Roosevelt made a point of getting out of the office and as often as he could to see in his own eyes what was happening on the ground, a style of leadership famously dubbed management by wandering around. Well then, after stomping for McKinley in 1896, he secured a vaunted position as Assistant Secretary of the Navy. But no sooner had Congress declared war on Spain in 1898 than he proclaimed that he would resign his Navy post and volunteer for the Army. Not a single one of his close friends agreed with what seemed to them an impulsive decision. I really think he's going mad, one friend said. The president asked him twice as a personal favor to stay. He had much more power there than he would have as a soldier, but he wanted to be on the ground where the action was. Again, a leadership trait we will see again and again. He created a most colorful volunteer regiment composed of frontiersmen from the West, cowboys, hunters, and miners, alongside Ivy League football stars from the East, polo players, members of the Somerset Club, and policemen from their beats in New York City. To stimulate the fellow feeling that he believed was essential to the success of the mission, he deliberately arranged the tents at the training ground in San Antonio in such a manner that the cowboys and the wranglers slept side by side with the scions of financiers. He assigned the Knickerbocker Club members to wash dishes for a New Mexico company, and he brought Easterners and Westerners together in the daily chores of washing, laundry, digging, and filling in latrines. Eventually, a common denominator emerged throughout the entire regiment, a leveling of money, social status, and education under the aegis of teamwork. Roosevelt had discovered that great leadership doesn't erase differences, it just gives people a purpose larger than themselves. And then, on the day that ended with his regiment's triumphant charge up Kettle Hill and San Juan Hill, TR exhibited the leadership trait he valued the most, courage. And as you'll see in the Battle of San Juan Hill gallery here, this moment of uncertainty is going to be replicated for you. You'll see as his men were advancing hesitantly up the hill under a hail of bullets from the Spanish situated at the top, Colonel Roosevelt, the only mounted man, was in his leadership's customary position at the rear of the columns, but he suddenly decided to charge up the hill. To rally the men, they had to go faster to follow. Follow me, he yelled, pushing them forward at a faster pace. No one who saw Roosevelt take that ride expected that he would finish it alive, one witness said. No one who saw him with his blue polka dot bandana, why he's wearing a blue polka dot bandana floating straight out behind his head, the most conspicuous object in the range of rifle pits. But inspired by their leader, up went the troops in the face of death, acting like veterans until they reached the summit and the Spanish surrendered. And it's one thing to read and learn about that charge, another to experience the sights and sounds of the battle right here in the library, where you can begin to appreciate just how exposed and improbable that ride up Kettle Hill really was. So Roosevelt's courageous ride then captured the imagination of the country, leading him to write a memoir of his experiences called The Rough Riders. When a copy came across the desk of a celebrated humorist who wrote weekly columns for the Chicago Times-Herald, he wrote a mocking review calling Roosevelt's propensity for placing himself in the center of every action. He said, it's a biography of a hero by the hero. He should have called the book Alone in Cuba. So it was here that Roosevelt displayed a leadership trait that would sustain him throughout all his days, a sense of humor and an ability to laugh at himself. He wrote to the journalist, I regret to tell you that my family and my intimate friends are delighted with your review of my book. Now I think you owe me one, and I shall exact that when you next come east, you pay me a visit. I have long wanted the chance of making your acquaintance. And then later, Roosevelt loved to tell the story of meeting a charming young woman at a reception. Oh, she said, I've read everything you ever wrote. Really, he said, smiling. What book did you like best? Why, that one, you know, Alone in Cuba. But of course, it was his courage in battle that led to his victory in the race for governor, where he displayed a different aspect of courage in defying the powerful Republican bosses by calling for reform in a bitter struggle over a franchise tax system that would require companies who had been given exclusive state franchises to operate electric street railways, telephone and telegraph lines, making tens of millions of dollars a year to pay, as what he said, decency to pay their fair share. But so angry did Roosevelt's action make the political bosses, who were in league with the corporations and the franchise operators, that they threatened to withhold all contributions from the Republican Party if Theodore Roosevelt was put up for a second term. So they essentially exiled him from the governorship to the vice presidency, a position he found so useless that he told a friend he was not doing any work that mattered, and he would now decide to attend law school. More and more, it seems to him, he said, that the best thing in life is to have a piece of work worth doing and then to do it well, and I have none. But then on September 6, 1901, an assassin's bullet brought McKinley's life to an end, and Roosevelt was shot into the presidency, the youngest man to occupy the White House in the country. But young though he may have been, his winding path to the presidency had provided him with an unusually wide set of experiences. He'd worked in state government as both a legislator and governor. He'd worked in city government as police commissioner, in the federal government as civil service commissioner, assistant secretary of the Navy, and vice president. He'd lived a life of privilege in the East and a life with cowboys and ranchers in the West. He had trained as Rough Riders in the South. And most importantly, he had developed the number of qualities that serve as the foundation for leadership. They were already there: humility, the willingness to acknowledge errors and learn from mistakes, empathy, resilience, courage, humor, the ability to laugh at oneself, and finally, an ambition that had become larger than for self, the desire to make a difference in other people's lives. So as Roosevelt settled himself and his family into the White House, a single question buzzed in the citadels of finance, in the newspapers and conversations around the country. Would Roosevelt continue unbroken McKinley's laissez-faire, anti-regulatory philosophy toward business that had been in place since the Industrial Revolution following the Civil War, allowing mammoth corporations to swallow up hundreds of small railroads, tanneries, shoe manufacturers, oil refineries, arousing fears in small businessmen and consumers alike? The chair of the Republican Party, Mark Hanna, feared that Roosevelt might be impetuous, a knight in shining armor, spoiling for battle. When McKinley had chosen him as vice president, Hanna had threatened to resign his post as national chair. Don't any of you realize there's only one life between that madman and the presidency? But Hanna would soon learn that Roosevelt was much more sophisticated than the cartoon image of him as a dragon slayer suggested. During his weeks of preparation for his first big address before Congress, when everyone was imagining we're going to find out what kind of president he's going to be. Will he be with the corporations? Will he be against them? With careful diplomacy, he gave the corporate representatives and all the conservative members of Congress a hand in sharing and shaping his speech. He needed to learn from them, he told them. He slowly figured out how to handle the big corporations. He needed them. It made a very pretty scene, reporters observed, that this young president earnestly was placing his thoughts before his older counselors and asking them to criticize him when they thought he was wrong. And in the end, he came to a very balanced view about the big corporations. He recognized that the captains of industry who had driven the railway systems across the country, built up our commerce, developed our manufacturers to the point where we were leaders of the world, had on the whole done great good to our people. He had no patience with the Democrats who wanted to break up the big corporations simply because they were big, who resorted to hatred and fear in denouncing the big corporations. He was concerned only if they used unfair means to quash competition, or if they used their powerful position to raise prices and diminish wages. He distinguished between good trusts and bad trusts, and he fought for regulations that would require corporations to make reports to the government that would allow the president, as steward of the people, as he called himself, to determine whether there were abuses and to find remedies. But when the conservatives in Congress prevented even his moderate reforms from going through, he took his case to the American people. He spent more time on the road than any previous president. He would travel weeks, even months at a time, by a train from one city to the next, talking with people, meeting with local newspaper editors, listening to complaints. Year after year, he would stop his train at village stations all along the way. This was his way of bringing the presidency to the people, meeting Americans where they lived, listening as much as speaking, and building trust one town at a time. He would be jostled by frantic crowds at every station. He never betrayed impatience or irritation. He recognized that these extended tours represented his first real chance to gain the people's trust. So he radiated nothing but delight as he accepted an array of bizarre gifts that would always come to the stations, including an infant badger, a lizard, a horned toad, a copper vase, an Indian basket, 2 bears, a horse, and a gold inlaid saddle. And then as the train pulled away, he would remain by the window for hours so he could wave to groups of people standing at the small road crossings along the way. At one point, he found himself frantically raving at a group and surprisingly that wasn't getting much but an indifferent, cold reception until he was told, little wonder, he was waving at a herd of cows. But it was here that his communication skills proved critical. He developed a bond with the people. They came to trust in his leadership, an essential bond if a leader is to be successful. When he talked to them, he talked informally to farmers and laborers. He was always sure of reaching them, he said, with a simple language that his Harvard friends might judge homely or commonplace. Newspaper men began to compile the aphorisms that they termed Roosevelt gems, pithy statements about citizenship, character, ordinary virtues that he repeated time and again to the pleasure of his audiences. Farmers in Aberdeen, South Dakota, whistled approval when he declared no law can ever be framed to make a fool wise or a weakling strong or a coward brave. They cheered when he compared the qualities desired in the best kind of public servant to the qualities displayed by a good neighbor, somebody who makes a promise that he constantly will keep if he gives his word. And they cheered again and again the familiar Roosevelt adage, speak softly and carry a big stick. It was even said that he gave Maxwell House the slogan, good to the very last drop. And when he took after someone, he minced no words. One politician, he said, had no more backbone than his chocolate eclair. So it was during one of these Western tours that Roosevelt began to test the phrase, a square deal for every man, capitalist or laborer, rich or poor, great or small, the slogan that would characterize his entire program. He refused to attack the wealthy simply because they were wealthy, only if they used unfair means to accumulate their wealth. He refused to attack the poor simply because they were poor. The rock of class hatred, he believed, was the greatest and most dangerous rock in the course of any republic. The square deal was never about taking sides. He understood, he told people, that they might prefer the old conditions of life, under which the average community was more self-dependent, when there was less glaring inequality that we see now in our great cities. But we cannot go backward. The Industrial Revolution has brought great progress. Our task, he said, is to grant regulatory power to deal with these abuses. On one of these tours, he visited 24 states and delivered more than 250 speeches, ranging from a brief platform address to major addresses. His energy was legendary, fostered in part, I believe, by the joy he found in life. That irrepressible zest became one of his greatest leadership strengths, inspiring confidence in others even during difficult times. Indeed, a British visitor to the United States said he had encountered two forces of nature in the United States, Niagara Falls and President Roosevelt. His charisma was such that while he was in the neighborhood, one critic reluctantly acknowledged, the public can no more look the other way than the small boy can turn his head away from a circus parade with a steam calliope. But he understood, as all good leaders did, that he had to find time to relax and replenish himself. Even boundless vitality needed to be renewed. So throughout his presidency, late afternoon was a time for exercise, a horseback ride, a boxing match, a raucous game of tennis, or his favorite, a strenuous hike along the cliffs in Rock Creek Park. He would drag visitors and friends along through the wooded sections of the park with one simple rule. You had to move forward point to point. You could not go around any obstacle. If a creek got in the way, you had to ford it. If there was a river, you had to swim it. If there was a rock, you had to scale it. And if you came to a precipice, you had to left yourself down over it. Journalists delighted in descriptions of these crazy afternoon rambles as his fellow walkers desperately waited for them to end. Stories multiplied of this general or this ambassador or cabinet officer dropping out and falling, by the way. But the best story was told by the French ambassador, Jules Jusserand. He left a celebrated account of his first walk with the president. He arrived at the White House, he recalled, in his top hat and his afternoon dress, as if they would be walking in the Champs-Élysées. He soon found himself in the woods, following Roosevelt at breakneck speed through the fields and over rocks. At last, they came to a wide stream. He assumed, we'll rest a moment and we'll go back. Judge of my horror when I saw the president unbutton his clothes and heard him say, well, we'd better strip so as not to wet our things in the creek. Then I, too, for the honor of France, removed my apparel, except I left on my lavender kid gloves. Why? Because to be without gloves would be most embarrassing if we should meet ladies on the other side. So I just had this picture of the naked two of them through the entire time I was writing the book. And there's actually a plaque in Rock Creek Park to Jules Jusserand. For Roosevelt, obstacles were never detours, they were invitations. He also found replenishment in books. He was always, always learning. During the biggest domestic crisis he faced, an extended strike of a union of coal miners against a powerful cartel of railroad presidents and mine owners, he read all 10 volumes of Nicolay and Hay's Life of Lincoln. Lincoln was his hero. And then when he finished, he wrote to the Librarian of Congress, can I have some books on the early Mediterranean race and the history of Poland? When the library delivered the books he requested, Roosevelt wrote a letter of thanks. I owe you so much. It's been such a delight to drop everything useful, everything, for instance, relating to the coal strike, and to read about the relations between Assyria and Egypt, which could not possibly do me any good, but in which I reveled accordingly. So when Roosevelt left the presidency after 7.5 years, he could take great pride in knowing, as one writer said, that he had given himself to the duties that he had without stint or limit. Through his square deal legislation, he had softened some of the worst aspects of industrialism, protecting women and children from exploitation, enforcing rules for workmen's compensation, ending discriminatory railroad rates, opening corporate books to public inspection. He had secured federal legislation requiring proper labels on food and drugs, preventing adulterated food products, and bogus medicines that were flooding the market. His antitrust activities had broken up monopolies that were not playing by the rules of the game. He had forced meatpacking plants to clean up their act and had passed a law preventing corporations from contributing to political campaigns. He was the guiding spirit behind the conservation movement, saving millions of forest lands, national parks, bird reservations, and wildlife preserves as part of our common heritage. His insistence on military preparedness had played a role in keeping America out of war, while his successful negotiations to bring an end to the Japanese-Russo War had brought a Nobel Peace Prize. But in the end, he became a great president, as was said in the introduction, not simply because of what he did, but who he was. A president's most important job, Roosevelt said again and again, is to set an example. And the example he set was to fight for what he believed to be right with every ounce of energy he had. When he died in his sleep at the age of 60, his son famously said, death had to take him sleeping, or there would have been a fight. So this extraordinary man we honor today with his spectacular new library, it's not simply meant to be a monument to him, but as an invitation, an inspiration to learn from his example. He is alive in every room. Let us learn from him how to become better leaders, better citizens, and better stewards of one another and of this remarkable land. And above all, let us learn from his character. Let our children see what it means to lead a life of service, the challenges it prevents, the joy it provides by knowing you have made a difference in the lives of many. May Theodore Roosevelt live on, not only in our memory, but in our example for generations to come. Yay for Theodore Roosevelt. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, I can't imagine a better way to start off our programming here at the Theodore Roosevelt Presidential Library than with Doris Kearns Goodwin. Thank you so much, Doris. We will be back at 10:30 for the Naval Leadership Panel. We'll hope to see you then. Thank you. Long before he was president, Theodore Roosevelt was a young assistant secretary of the Navy with a conviction that America's strength and security were bound to the sea. He studied naval power, argued for a modern fleet, and later sent that fleet around the globe as a signal that the United States had arrived on the world stage. This conversation takes up that legacy: sea power, readiness, command, and the responsibilities of American leadership in a changing world. Please join me in welcoming our distinguished speakers to the stage for our panel: Theodore Roosevelt's Impact on U.S. Naval Leadership, moderated by one of our trustees, Beth Myers.
Thank you, everybody, for coming to this beautiful, beautiful building on the first day that it is working as a facility for conversations like this. And thank you again for making the trip up here this morning. I'd like to introduce you to my three panel guests. The first is Admiral Christopher Grady. He served as the 12th Vice Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the nation's second highest ranking military officer. Over a distinguished 40-year Navy career, he commanded at every level and advised senior U.S. leaders on global military operations, strategy, and national security. Welcome. And our next panelist is Admiral Stuart Munch, a native North Dakotan and retired four-star admiral. That was sure to get an applause. And you didn't get a lot of ocean experience here in North Dakota.
Well, North Dakota is the geographic center of the continent of North America.
Fair enough.
So.
Okay, you have a retort for that. Thank you. Admiral Munch most recently commanded U.S. naval forces in Europe and Africa and NATO's Joint Force Command in Naples. Earlier in his career, he commanded the USS Albuquerque, where he and his crew embraced Theodore Roosevelt's man in the arena ethos. And now we've got one of our guests is still in service, Rear Admiral Jonathan Townsend. Thank you for making the trip here. He is the commander of Navy Region Northwest, a New York native, Naval Academy graduate, and career naval aviator. He has held senior operational and installation commands, including at Naval Support Activity South Potomac. His career reflects the Navy's enduring work of readiness, stewardship, and leadership close to home and around the world. I apologize for having to read that, but their careers are so distinguished, I didn't want to make a mistake in any of the details. So we will get right onto it. And I'm going to start with a question that's pretty broad. Theodore Roosevelt famously said, "A good Navy is not a provocation for war. It is the surest guarantee of peace." We just heard from Doris, who told us all about Theodore Roosevelt's many character traits. And when you think about him today, when you think about Roosevelt's impact on the Navy, in a broad sense, what is the single most important part of his legacy that still influences naval leaders today?
Well, for Navy Region Northwest, I'm reminded on a daily basis of something that Theodore Roosevelt, was the founding father of, and that is our modern Navy, our seagoing blue water Navy. And in Bremerton, Washington, where the Navy Region Northwest is sort of headquartered, we're undertaking an incredible investment in shipyard modernization. So we've got the multi-mission dry dock that will be capable of handling not only the newest Ford-class carrier, but any class of ships. And it's just a reminder of the legacy, the transition. Theodore Roosevelt was the founding father of our modern Navy as we know it today, and the global force that it is. And I'm in a seat where we're making transition to looking forward and looking at the future, the next 50 years, and our ability to sustain what he started. So that's what I think about.
Yeah, I think the most important thing to remember about Theodore Roosevelt in the Navy is that he is the father of the modern Navy. And it's a very broad brush of things that he did. I'll just talk about the people issues. So he was the one that introduced promotions based on merit instead of time and grade. And that introduced a competitiveness that really propelled the officer corps forward that still exists today. He was the one who renovated the Naval Academy. He doubled the size of the student body. He changed the curriculum to be practical oriented, and he physically rebuilt the place. And the third thing is about the character. And he knew that a Navy needed a foundational historical person to call upon who provided the character that he wanted in the Navy, and that was John Paul Jones. So he sent an expedition to Paris to find the unmarked grave of John Paul Jones, brought back the remains, had a huge recognition ceremony for that. And to this day, midshipmen memorize many quotes from John Paul Jones. Probably the most famous one is, "I have not yet begun to fight," which is still the battle cry at the Naval Academy and sporting events.
Yeah, first of all, I want to thank you for hosting us today, and thank all of you for being here. What a momentous occasion! Congratulations on the opening of the library. Quite an accomplishment, and it's an honor for me to be here with you and with my two shipmates here, and with all of you. So thanks for having us. You can run down the list of accomplishments on the part of the president, and it's quite a legacy. You've heard several of them here today and how we think about things. I'll go up one notch even further, and I'll say, and this is a quote, the president always looked for an officer corps that was of push and intelligence. Push was the idea that you had to have a bias for action, that you were aggressive, that you didn't rest on your laurels, that you were hardy, and that you didn't just trust what you see, but you had to go down and touch everything. So this is the push side. I think this reflects his strenuous life mantra. And then the intelligence side, I think absolutely critical. You know, Stuart, you talked about character. I think that fits well with the Navy now, but it's also competence. And when I think about competence, I can see the strains of the president in the way I characterize competence, and that's character. That's three things. You need to have technical competence. You need to have tactical competence, and you need to have leadership competence. They're all very different, but the president would say you need to be all of those. And so push and intelligence, I think is, if you were to talk to a young midshipman now, whether it's at OCS or at NROTC or at the Naval Academy, you could go to them and say, will you live up to TR's legacy and be an officer of push and intelligence? I'm here to tell you that if you get a chance to meet some of these young men and women, the answer is yes.
Thank you. That's great. And you said Theodore Roosevelt was the father of the modern Navy, and he didn't just expand the Navy. He changed it fundamentally, and he therefore changed history and set the stage for America to become a superpower. And I want to drill down a little bit on what you started. All three of you touched on culture. How did he change the culture in the Navy? The idea of constant readiness, as well as the infrastructure of the fleet, and how did those blend together to really transform the modern Navy from 1905 till now?
Yeah, he led a transformation in the building of the Navy, the employment of the Navy, and the maintenance of the Navy. So the building of the Navy was shifting from older ships, and there were still some wooden ships, into steel ships, steam-powered, stockpiling coal around the world and the like, and bringing in modern naval guns, which was critical at that point. And that dovetails with what I said about the Naval Academy curriculum. And then employing the Navy with the Great White Fleet, going around the world over a year voyage, sending the signal, America's here.
Will you just explain a little bit to the audience the nature of the Great White Fleet? I think some of us know, but some may not.
Yeah, so these were the new steel ships that he had built for the Navy.
16 of them.
And they sailed around the world, providing a physical presence of United States sovereignty. They were painted white to make them stand out from the normal gray hulls that existed in the world then. And it was a really remarkable example of naval diplomacy around the world.
Yeah, I'll pitch in on that. 16 ships, 14 months, 43,000 miles transited, painted white because those were the peacetime colors, but the message was very clear. The message was, I think, had several audiences. The first message was maybe the German high seas fleet, but perhaps a rising challenge in Asia, notably the Japanese Imperial Navy. It was internal. He was in the midst of trying to build battleship navy. And he was, you could transfer this to 2026. He wanted battleships. He wanted Congress to pay for it. And so TR, ever a master of the media, sent this fleet around to speak to the nation so that the nation would speak to its members on the Hill. And then the last thing is he knew he was going to learn some lessons on it. And Stuart touched on a couple of them. One was modern ship design. So when it went around the Cape, around South America, they learned that steel ships, as important as they were, had to be built differently to handle in heavy seas. They learned that coaling, which was the method of fueling at the time, led to a great vulnerability. And that was they had to rely on British coal, which then led to the translation of, well, we can't have that. And then we can't offshore that requirement. And that led to the innovation of oil-fired ships.
Interesting.
And it also led to the understanding about logistics and how important logistics were. In this respect, it was living up to one of his mentors, then Captain, soon to be Admiral Mahan, who was the great acolyte of that. We always say tactics are fun, but it's in logistics that the war is won, and the President Roosevelt really espoused that. So I do have more things to say about later, but we'll let Stuart go.
Yeah, it led to the recognition also that having two coastlines and one navy and having to go all the way around South America was not going to work out real well.
Well, that leads exactly into my next question. And that is talking about the Panama Canal. You really can't talk about TR in the Navy without talking about the Panama Canal. And he saw it not simply as a engineering miracle, but also as a strategic asset that fundamentally changed the way the Navy could protect our nation. And he was one of the early people to recognize that geography could shape the future of a nation. So more than a century later, the Panama Canal has been in the news recently, but how important is the Panama Canal now, and how important has it been to American naval strategy?
Well, I would say it's every bit as critical today as it was when it was conceived, and it came at a great cost. A lot of lives were expended in the construction of the canal, and we in the Navy give a lot of importance to strategic choke points, in areas where where we have to navigate, in those critical locations, and it certainly is one of those. The importance of it today with global shipping, 90% of trade is moving on the seas, and a piece of navigable water to get in between North and South America like that is every bit as important, maybe more important than it ever has been.
Yeah, I would, that's spot on. And I would add to that, the president, I think along with Carl Vinson, it could be known as the father of the two-ocean Navy. In fact, he famously left a note to his successor in office that said, "Do not split the battleship fleet in the Atlantic." Fascinating, right? Because he knew the concentration and mass was going to be important to win the fight. And so he said to President Taft, "Don't split the fleet." Now, you can't have that thinking unless you can take advantage of the inherent mobility of naval forces. And that's what the canal brings you, the ability to swing force back and forth. So I talked to you about the Imperial Navy, the German high seas fleet and the potential threat of the Japanese Imperial Navy at the time. He could see that coming. A visionary, as always, the president. Now, if you're going to concentrate the fleet in one area, then you have to be able to move quickly to the other. Again, taking advantage of the inherent mobility of naval forces. You need the canal to do that, and we still need the canal to do that. And so I think the efforts to make sure that we have appropriate control of that when we need it, that we're not subject to control that won't allow us to use it. That's folly. And the president recognized that, and I suspect the administration recognizes that now. Clearly, that is also a modern parallel in the Strait of Hormuz right now.
Yeah.
And then just to give you a sense of the depth of the importance of the canal to the Navy, the width of the canal when it was built was based on the width we thought we would need for our Navy ships to go through. And today, even, the design of our ships is based on how wide the canal is.
Oh, wow, that's interesting.
But
So
a
the
carrier
depth-
still cannot go through.
A carrier is far from being able to go through, I would
Yeah,
assume.
but
Yeah.
everything else is designed
Everything
to go
else
through.
except for a carrier can go through. That's interesting. Let's segue a little bit to leadership questions, because I think that Theodore Roosevelt's leadership characteristics were forged earlier in his life, but he brought all of those to bear when he spent his time building the modern Navy. He talked, in our prep conversations, we talked about the strenuous life. And I found it interesting that you guys had pretty strong opinions on the strenuous life in the current Navy. What does that concept mean now? The Navy's a little bit different than it was back then. There's a lot of different things. There's technology, there's drone capability, there's cyber capabilities that are necessary. So how is the strenuous life different than when it was when TR was president? And does it still require the same physical and mental toughness?
Sure, I'll jump on that. And then, so you have a ship driver, surface warfare officer, you have a submariner, and you have an aviator. And I think we all have a unique perspective when it comes to
that's
that.
a good way to look at it.
And
He's the white scarf guy with
yeah,
you know,
the steely-eyed killer
hotel
of the deep.
rooms after the
He's a
flight.
Top Gun. He's Tom Cruise.
Hey, wear
Yeah,
your
he's got all
sunglasses,
of
man.
the
You should
cool
have your
things.
sunglasses on.
Yeah,
So,
I spent enough time around John McCain. I know
Yeah.
how much fun aviators have.
there you go. So I would tell you that during your question, you keyed on a lot of things that I think are important when we consider the changing character of warfare, right? Technology and all the things that we want to bring to bear to the joint force so that we can fight and win, and hopefully deter so that we don't have to fight and win. But the nature of warfare is immutable. That does not change. It's violent, it's brutish, and it requires the strenuous life. And so that brings us to the Navy then. And these are things that don't change. And so, you know, short of space, the most challenging environment that your joint force fights in is at sea. President Roosevelt would say that himself. John Paul Jones would have said that himself, and that is certainly the case today. So a strenuous life is one that still animates your Navy today.
How is it different?
It's not,
Okay, it's not
in that
different at all.
regard. So you were still the first question a captain asks when he gets up. And I've commanded 3 ships, a squadron, a strike group, and 2 fleets. The first
Okay,
question
that's a
we
lot.
ask when we get up is what? What's the weather going to be today, tomorrow, and the next day, right? Because you're so challenged by operating within the weather, and it takes a certain hardiness to be able to fight in that environment and to take a hit and keep on fighting. So I'm going to talk to you about toughness now. Okay. Toughness is one of the 4 key attributes that the Navy looks for in its sailors. There's others, integrity, accountability, and the rest. But toughness is my favorite. And the reason for that is toughness is what we want in our sailors, and we have a couple over here, to be able to take a fight and take a hit and keep on fighting. That's the strenuous life. And to do that at sea, where blood is running in the scuppers, that's pretty hard, right? Toughness is an equation where it's fitness times belonging times identity squared, right? Fitness, all the incarnations of fitness, physical, spiritual, mental, keep going, name it. Times the sense of belonging to something bigger, times your identity, the identity of the individual and identity of the team, right? And so if we're going to have tough sailors who can take a fight, take a hit and keep on fighting, and that's the same for soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marine, Guardians, Coast Guardsmen across the board, then they must embrace the strenuous life, not just for the fitness piece, but for all of those aspects of it. And at sea, it's particularly challenging. That has not changed. One last quick sea story. My dad had command too. He came on board my ship as we were steaming up from Norfolk up to Newport, Rhode Island. And as I was making my landing on the pier up in Newport, besides criticizing my ship handling skills, thanks, Dad. Afterward, we were talking about it. I said, Dad, could you do this right now? And he goes, yeah. The technology has changed, but the feel of the ship, how it moves at sea, how it operates in weather, the smell, the relationships between the officer and the enlisted, the officer and the chief, the captain and his XO, that has not changed. That's immutable. I could do it right now.
Wow, that's really interesting. Do you guys, is that your experience too?
Well, I was going to make a distinction between the mental and the physical aspects of the
Please.
job. I would say the strenuous life between your ears is a lot more difficult now than it was back then. Everything is so much more complex, and the things that you have to deal with now. Today, I mean, you have to be a technologist, an engineer. In case of submariners, a nuclear engineer. You've got all the operational things, being a warfighter, and then you've got all the diplomatic activity that you have to do. It's a full spectrum, and it happens at such a rapid pace that it is far more strenuous than I think they ever experienced then. Physically, it is in a different way. I mean, nobody's shoveling coal anymore, but you have to go for hour after hour after hour in a way that requires a physical fitness that would have been very applicable back then as well. So I would say that it's every bit as physically strenuous, but in a different way, but mentally, clearly far more strenuous. And while I've got the mic, I have to say the first president who ever, and since I'm a submariner, the first president who ever got underway on a submarine was Theodore Roosevelt.
USS Plunger.
Wow.
He did it on the QT too, by the way. So he snuck away to
How is it fueled?
Yeah,
Fueled?
Yeah.
Diesel powered.
but he snuck away from his detail in Oyster Bay and went aboard, went down for an hour, drove the ship, came back up, didn't tell anybody until he was done. Now imagine that now.
Yeah, that would be.
The only thing I would add is that, as I sit here next to two of the greatest naval leaders in the modern naval era, I would certainly wholeheartedly agree with what they've said, and they know better than anyone. The only thing that I would add is, as I pondered my future profession, my grandfather was a World War II naval aviator. He was a tail gunner in the same community that I flew in Naval Aviation Maritime Patrol. He said nothing worth having is easy. Right. And the challenges that we face in the Navy and the challenges that President Roosevelt faced, as he approached it and considered the value of a global Navy, are relatively the same, seemingly insurmountable, but let's get after it. And the other thing I'd say is President Roosevelt was a leader by example. He was a rough rider. He was going to get after it himself. If somebody else couldn't do it, he was just going to do it himself. And so I think that's largely the same approach that we have today. We just have to meet those challenges and fight in all domains.
Yeah, I think just kind of riffing off of both of those things, it's important to recognize that if the president were here today, he would recognize this mental challenge that Stuart correctly points out. Because I think his life, his writings, his leadership style, leadership by example, would be one where he would look at that midshipman or that new officer, and he would say, look, I don't want you to be a risk-averse corporate entity. I want you to embody push and intelligence. I want you to be lethal and hungry and lean and disruptive. Kind of hard in the bureaucratic world we live in now. What's the bottom line, all that? And something that the president himself embodied in every way, physically as well, leading from the front. And that's
I'm-
courage.
I'm-
And that's
you-
courage.
you-
It
I'm
takes
glad
courage.
you kind of lead into my next question exactly. We're here in Medora, North Dakota, where TR came as sort of a New York dandy, and after a great tragedy in his life, and his life changed dramatically here. This is where he forged his own version of the strenuous life, both mentally and physically. So I'm going to get a little personal and ask each of you, taking this and looking back on your own careers, what challenge, either personal or professional, most shaped you as a leader? Because you all are leaders. I think that's a question that everybody asks today. You know, what makes a leader? What forges that? We know what it was for TR, but how about you? Do you mind sharing?
Okay, I'll start. I guess I think that always in my career, from the beginning until to the present day, our biggest asset, our biggest resource in the Navy, and in my mind, if you're a genuine leader, the thing that you're most concerned about is taking care of your sailors. And we've all had points in our career where we've lost sailors. It happens. It's a reality of life. The work that we do is dangerous, and whether it's a mishap underway or whether it's a suicide when you're in between deployments, either way, as a genuine concerned leader, the hardest thing is when your team takes a hit like that. And that is also the time, I will say on a positive note, though, when the team has to rally together and has to rise to the next set of challenges and move on. Right, so we pay respects to when we face adversity like that, but we resolve ourselves to continue on, and leaders, lead through that adversity and energize the team to continue on the mission.
Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, I'm going to comment also on the formative moments in my early career, and they also revolve around the enlisted sailor. For you who maybe aren't familiar with the United States Navy, you should know that our great strength are the Blue Jackets, the sailors, who do everything. It's the job as a surface warfare officer, as an example, it's the job of the officer to fight the ship and then enable the sailors to maintain it so that we can do that. And we try to stay out of their way when we do it. We give them the tools that they need. And you should know too, looking at my sailor who's taking a picture over here, they are incredibly independent. And they are willing to speak truth to power. I think probably more than the other services, because we come up from an environment in which it's, hey, go over the horizon, come back in 2 years, Commodore Prairie with Japan open for trade. That's our legacy. And so our sailors reflect that.
Well, that's interesting. So you feel that sailors maybe have a little bit more
Well, they're certainly going to speak
Yeah.
truth to power.
Okay.
I personally have lived that, right? And that doesn't mean that you don't have good order and discipline, but they feel, and if you're a good leader, you create that environment where they can come forward and say, hey, Ensign Grady, there's a better way to do this. You might want to think about that. And I learned that from my first Chief Petty Officer, right? So unique to the Navy is this idea, this incarnation of a Chief Petty Officer, someone who's very experienced, in their rating, whether it's as a bosun mate or a gunner's mate, and someone who has risen to the level that they are a subject matter expert, right, and a great leader. So much so that we give them a different uniform. They go from the Cracker Jacks, like you're seeing over there, which are the coolest freaking uniform in the world, and we actually put them in khaki, just like officers, a little bit different. And it's a huge transitional period. And so the young officer then, who does not learn from their senior enlisted, is the one who fails. And this is what my Chief Petty Officer, Senior Chief John Bureau, who's passed away, this is what he taught me. And this is the hardest lesson I think young leaders have to wrestle with. And that is, there's a difference between being a friend and being friendly. Young leaders who try to be a friend to the sailors fail. I'm looking at you, you know this. Young leaders who know the difference, being friendly, but have to make that tough call when the bullets are flying because they know their sailors and what they're capable of and listen to them. Those are the ones who succeed. And my chief taught me that.
That's great.
Yeah, I think it's two things that go together. And all these things are very true and applicable. There are different aspects to them. Just want to highlight a different thing. I think one of them is always going the extra mile in everything that you do. But twinned with that is venturing into things that you aren't really familiar with and learning new things. And I think those are both characteristics of Theodore Roosevelt. So like at the Naval Academy, when you're told to do 100 push-ups, you immediately do 110 to beat Army, 120 to beat Air Force, very academy oriented. But you get told to go climb this wall with a rope hanging from it. You don't know how to go about it. You go figure it out, and you fall several times till you learn how to do it. And it's those early things you learn to build that habit of always going the extra mile and venturing into things you haven't mastered yet, but you're willing to do it, are really key to a naval career.
You all three focused on seamen and your crews and the importance, and that's really something that is going to resonate with me for a while. But with this institution here, we look to bring families and young people together. I see some young people out there that I know very well, and I know that I'm wondering, what do you think the Navy needs from American families, American schools, American culture right now to prepare these seamen that you have such great esteem for? I mean, are we doing a good job at it now? What could we do better?
I think America's always done a pretty good job with this.
Yeah.
It has to do with the culture of the nation. But for parents specifically, what I would encourage is letting kids lead in things, no matter what the activity might be, to learn from doing and build those habits of leading and bearing responsibility. That's what makes the biggest difference.
One concern, I guess, with our modern culture, it seems in our history we've had times when within families everybody knew somebody who served, and so there was a connection within the family structure. I think at the moment that may be lacking a bit, but I think it's a problem we can easily overcome with modern technology and with the ability to connect virtually, and for small town America, if they don't have a connection to the U.S. Navy, I think our challenge is through recruiting efforts and education campaigns and information campaigns to offer the opportunity, to talk about the experiences and the realities and challenges with the Navy. Just a very quick example of that, when I had command of the Naval Air Station in Fort Worth, Texas, one of our employees on the base, working for $22 an hour in the recreation department, we were chatting, and an F-18 flew overhead, and he locked onto it. I said, "Have you ever thought about doing that?" And he looked at me like, I know nothing about that. I don't know how to answer that question or make that connection. Long story short, we put him in the F-18 simulator. He went to the recruiter. He just finished the deployment with the USS Ford as a backseater in a Growler in an F-18 aircraft. So those opportunities, that's just one example, but that's the challenge.
Yeah.
We need to make sure that soft tissue connection is made and we can answer questions.
Yeah, so much here. So much here. First, to the parents here, I'm supremely impressed by the product that we get into the service. So give yourselves a round of applause. The sailors, and I'll speak with this as the vice chairman, the soldiers and the airmen and the guardians and the Marines and the Coast Guardsmen that come into the force are absolutely incredible. They are eye-watering. I'll give you an aviation example since I was a strike group commander. If you go on board, if you watch Top Gun, right? Who's watched Top Gun? Please all raise your hand. Okay, and we could have the 5-year conversation. Is it Maverick or the original that's better? I don't know. But if you watch that movie, right, and you look at an airplane that's on the flight deck, under the canopy of the airplane, there'll be a pilot's name. I'm in your lane here, but you know where I'm going on this. Now, the pilot's name is on there. His name or her name is on one of the airplanes. They fly them all, though. They fly all the airplanes in the squadron, just whichever one's ready to go at the time. However, if you look at the front end of the airplane, right above the front wheel, you'll see a name, and it's a sailor's name. Probably 21-year-old sailor, and he or she owns that airplane. That $250 million jet is hers from cradle to grave on the flight deck, right? And there's a different name on every airplane. Interesting. Okay. This is the product that you are putting out when they come into the fleet, into the field, and into the flight line. So keep doing it. That's the good news. That's the glow. The grow is I'm somewhat concerned that it's literally just 1% who serve, right? And this gets to the what John pointed out, that we might be increasingly disconnected from the population that we serve. We see it in Congress, for sure. Right now, the number's coming back up because of the post-Desert Storm era. But there was a point there that Nader, when it was about 5% had served. We're asking them a lot to make decisions on things that they have never seen. And if you go back to the 1% who serve, what concerns me then is you start to build a warrior caste, right? A warrior class. If you have 100 second lieutenants and ensigns stand in front of you, and you say, raise your hand if you come from a military family. My own son, as an example, me, you. Yep. 80 hands go up. 80% of the hands come from a military family. Now, there's power in that. They understand the culture. They understand what they're getting into. They've committed to the ethos, all the things that are important. But yet we start looking different than the society we serve. So my quest to the parents and folks in the audience is continue to stress that military service or civil service in any way, public service, is important. Let's get past the 1%. And I will leave you with this. In our recruiting, there is one pernicious narrative there that we have to push back. So by a show of hands, who's employed a military veteran or a military person? Raise your hands, please. Okay, good portion of you. Thank you for that. The pernicious narrative out there is don't join the military because you'll waste 5 years of your life. Now, I'm sorry, I won't get too salty. That's total BS. The people who just raised their hand know what they're getting, and we have to fight against that. So please, spread the good news about what will happen when you join.
You're absolutely right, and opening the aperture a little bit beyond the Navy, you all three have chosen a life of public service. When you're younger, I'm sure each of you had other opportunities. You could have gone and made money in a venture, you could have started your own business, but you all, for some reason, chose a life of public service. Can you tell us, the audience, a little bit about what that's meant to your life, in how that decision that you made when you were young men changed your life?
Yeah, so I'm a son of two educators. My mother was a teacher. My father was a principal and superintendent. So public service was just kind of how I grew up in things. I would say here in North Dakota, it's just in the culture. People help out each other all the time in a way that I've not found in the same way as here. And that's in part why I've come back home. But also, for me, I was given some special opportunities along the way with the Naval Academy and Oxford and a White House Fellowship and other things that were investments in me for me to pay back. And so I've always felt an obligation to do this as long as I could in order to provide that return on investment for those who believed in me at an earlier age.
Yeah, I'll jump in. I am that warrior caste. My son, who served as a ship driver like me, was 5th generation. So there's Nick, there's me, my dad's granddad was a Marine for 23 years, and his dad served in the Spanish-American War. Very apropos to here. So Nick himself was 5th generation. I remember the day that I kind of got the bug, and my dad took me underway. They would do these things called Tiger Cruises, where you can get underway with your parents, and we spent overnight, and we shot guns, and we ate ice cream, and we watched movies, and we went down into engineering, and you kind of get hooked on that. But for me, I think when the decision came, it was the mission, right? It was trying to do something greater than myself. Look, folks, we don't do this to make a ton of money, right? Even 4-star admirals don't make that much money. But we do it because the mission is there. We do it because we think we are the ones that can help protect this nation. People ask me all the time, why do you want your son to do it? Because I know who he is as a man, and if I wanted anybody else to do it, I want him first, because the nation is that important. And so I think it's this sense of mission and giving back. Now, we talked about it briefly. It doesn't have to be in military service. You come from a family of public service. There's a special place in heaven for school teachers, frankly. It can be anything. And the president himself, TR, would say, it's the great democratizer, right? Public service, and I'm pretty sure he would. I'm gonna mangle his words, but in his case, he says that public service is what defragments, right? That the state is a shared responsibility, and that the more people who do it, the more we come together. That itself is a reason to push public service.
Great. Admiral Townsend.
Yeah, I think in my case, I mentioned my grandfather was in the Navy. My father was drafted into the Army in the Vietnam timeframe. And they raised me in a very small town in upstate New York. And I think they raised me with a sense of appreciation for not taking things for granted. My father, both my parents taught me a great many things, practical, real things in the world. And I can't say that they planted the idea of naval service in my head, but I can say without a doubt that they encouraged the value of it. And quite honestly, for me, it was a bit of a selfish choice. I wanted to pay for school and I wanted to fly. And the Navy offered me that opportunity. I got that bug when I was young, and I'm blessed to have gotten it because, I'm still doing it today. But it was an opportunity. And along the way, I learned the value of service, and I learned the value of paying back to those, both my parents, teachers, coaches, all of the mentors that encouraged me and continue to encourage me. And it's a team sport, right? So, that's kind of been my journey along the way.
Thank you.
Wait, by the way, just real quick, what's the largest air force in the world? United States Air Force. By some measures, what's the second largest air force in the world? Naval aviation.
I know that there's always a little tension there too. Yeah. Well, we have time for one last question, and thank you again for sharing those insights on public service, which is really such an important part of what makes America great, is that we are a nation of public servants. So we're sitting here the first day at a presidential library. It's pretty auspicious. And we open with a long view into the future. If we're sitting here in 2076, I'm going away from public service and putting your Navy hats back on. What do you want to be true about the United States Navy in 2076? And what decisions facing the country today and in the future will determine what happens? Why don't we start with you, Admiral?
Well, I hope that our past and everything that we've learned from President Roosevelt's time frame through the present day, and to your point, into the future, I hope that that what we embody today, the honor, courage, and commitment with which I've served, and my strong belief is the Navy will continue to hold those fundamentals true, and I think it will continue to serve us indefinitely into the future.
Yeah, I hope that the leaders running the Navy from here to 50 years from now continue to make all the right decisions so that the Navy's keeping the peace around the world. And it's that peace that then drives prosperity for all of us.
I hope that when my grandson, who at that point would be retired after a 42-year naval career, will look back on his time and say, or granddaughter, which she's a month old right now, would say, we built a Navy of honor, courage, and commitment that deterred the fight. And that the big fight never came because we were strong and we were where we needed to be and we were ready. I think that's what the president would say.
That goes exactly to the quote that I opened with.
It does. It brings us full circle, right?
Yes.
And that, if you're going to carry a big stick, then it better not be rusty, and it better be ready.
Exactly right.
And I hope my grandson can say we were ready and we didn't have to use it.
Well, thank you all three so much, and thank you mostly for your service to our country. It is a great honor to have you all here, and thank you for taking the time to join us on this very special day in Medora. Thank you.
Just a moment, thank you. Admirals Grady, Munch, Townsend, and Beth, thank you again for reminding us all how impactful President Roosevelt was on our naval history. We'll now pause for a short break. Please join us back here at 11:30 a.m. for our conservation panel. More than any president before or since, Theodore Roosevelt wove conservation into the American story. During his presidency, he protected roughly 230 million acres, national forests, parks, monuments, and the first federal bird reservations. The seeds of that commitment were planted right here in the Badlands, where he learned to love wild country and to grieve its losses. This panel looks from that cradle of conservation toward its next era, the future of public and private lands, the power of partnership, and the work of stewardship for generations not yet born. Please welcome our moderator, CEO of the Property and Environmental Research Center, and a board member of the Theodore Roosevelt Conservation Partnership, Brian Yablonsky, and his fellow panelists to the stage.
Good morning. Theodore Roosevelt is everything. And those are the words of the historian Douglas Brinkley. Doug, as we like to call him, was addressing a small gathering of us at a historic cabin in the Grand Teton National Park recently. His point, Theodore Roosevelt was the most consequential figure in the history of conservation. Without him, American conservation does not happen. Roosevelt helped make it an American birthright. And conservation was not some passing hobby for TR. At the age of 29, well before his presidency, Roosevelt co-founded the Boone and Crockett Club, the nation's first wildlife organization. Under that banner, he advocated for laws that created the first forest reserves and established protections for wildlife in Yellowstone. He later co-founded the American Bison Society to prevent the extinction of our national mammal. A naturalist at heart, he wrote many books about his life in the Dakotas, the cradle of conservation, formulating his ideas on land management, wildlife protection. It's why we're here in the Badlands and not Oyster Bay. Had he not become president, Roosevelt surely would have been one of the greatest conservationists in American history. That he became president and turned his personal passion into a national priority elevated him to a conservation god. The most vivid example was Pelican Island, a 5-acre teardrop of land off the coast of Florida. In 1903, its resident brown pelicans were under siege by feather hunters. Well, that pissed Roosevelt off. The protectors of pelicans gathered before him in the White House to plead for action before it was too late. TR asked, "Is there any law that will prevent me from declaring Pelican Island a federal bird reservation?" The answer was a resolute no. "Very well then," said Roosevelt, "I so declare it." Such a famous statement. That statement alone created our first national wildlife refuge. It was also the start of the Theodore Roosevelt era of conservation. And that era would endure for 50 years. Now, many mistakenly think TR created the national park system. He did not. But his time in office, Roosevelt created 50 more wildlife refuges. He created the first national monuments, 18 of them including the Grand Canyon. He created 5 national parks and 150 national forests. All told, he set aside for conservation 234 million acres, more than 1/3 of all the federal land that exists today. Yet Roosevelt's influence defined but one era of American conservation. A second era emerged in the 60s and 70s with Rachel Carson and the Silent Spring Revolution, a period that brought a flurry of new regulatory laws to combat the growing threat of pollution. The Clean Water Act, NEPA, the Clean Air Act, the Endangered Species Act. Today, most of the leaders in the environmental movement recognize we're moving into yet another era, a third era, still to be named, still to be defined, with new challenges like private land stewardship, better public land management, wildlife corridors, and the need for new tools and new approaches. Many of us up here are working on that transition. But the eras tell us conservation is often best when it is on the verge of becoming something new. So we just don't want to look back at the conservation legacy of Theodore Roosevelt. We want Theodore Roosevelt to pull us into the next era of conservation. Yes, Theodore Roosevelt is still everything. Simply put, he bent the arc of history in the direction of conservation, and the rest of us are just catching up. And he would have loved this group. Gathered on stage are some of the nation's leaders in the field. They're not only some of the best minds in conservation, but they are also the doers of conservation deeds, action-oriented, operating with a sense of urgency, just like Theodore Roosevelt. So let me take a moment to introduce you to who we have here. Next to me, I've got Carrie Hauser. Carrie is the President Emerita of Colorado Mountain College and currently serves as the CEO of the Trust for Public Land, a national nonprofit focused on connecting everyone to the outdoors and the shared public spaces. Carrie is a lifetime outdoorswoman, mountaineer, and a former river guide in the Grand Canyon National Park. Welcome, Carrie. Kate McGregor, whose birthday is today. Kate serves as Deputy Secretary of the U.S. Department of the Interior and previously held the role during the first Trump administration before being reappointed in 2025. She has led efforts to expand domestic energy production, improve permitting, implement the first Great American Outdoors Act, and strengthen partnerships with tribes and local communities. Kate is also an avid outdoorswoman, enjoys fishing, hunting, and rowing. Kate, I know you're used to sitting next to Kevin Costner at events like this, but you have to set up for Colin O'Mara tonight. And so Colin O'Mara is a former Ranger Rit kid. Colin O'Mara serves as president and CEO of the National Wildlife Federation, America's largest conservation organization, representing 52 state and territorial affiliates and more than 7 million members. He previously served as Secretary of Natural Resources for the state of Delaware and is the proud girl dad of 3 young daughters who love the outdoors. Adam Putnam is CEO of Ducks Unlimited. He's the world's leading wetlands and waterfowl conservation organization. For the past 3 years, DU has exceeded 1 million acres of habitat conservation per year. And for full disclosure, he's on my board of directors too, so we're lucky to have him. Next to Adam is Simon Roosevelt. Simon is the executive vice chairman for for conservation at the Boone and Crockett Club, founded by Theodore Roosevelt in 1887. He is the honorary board chairman of the Congressional Sportsmen's Foundation and a trustee of the Carey Institute for Ecosystem Science, and he is the great-great-grandson of Theodore Roosevelt. And then finally, we have Jeff Trandle. He is the CEO of the National Fish and Wildlife Organization, the nation's largest conservation grant-making organization. Drop the mic, like, great introduction. So welcome, panelists. Part of the inspiration for this particular panel was a gathering of conservation leaders at the historic Murie Cabin in Grand Teton last fall. And it's a place where the Wilderness Act was drafted. And we were using it to inspire our thinking about the future of conservation. And both Simon and Colin were there and when we visualized this very moment. So I want to start with you guys. 125 years after Theodore Roosevelt essentially birthed our conservation model, we're still tangling with many of the same questions he wrestled with, but it's also a very different world now. What is still working in American conservation and what might need to be, and Simon, since you're the only person with Theodore Roosevelt's blood running through his veins, I thought I'd start with you.
Thank you, Brian. Hello, everybody. It's a real pleasure and a privilege to be here today, especially among this group of American conservationists, today's American conservationists, both here on the stage, but also liberally sprinkled throughout the audience. What's working? If I may, for just a second, what's working is right there. All of that out there. Those are your lands out there. As Brian mentioned, 125 years ago, TR and a group of other people set about establishing a system of conservation across the United States to restore and maintain the public lands of America, the public lands and the public waters and the wildlife of America. What TR and others understood was the fundamental proposition that America's public lands and its waters and its wildlife fundamentally support the wealth and prosperity of this country. They fundamentally support our well-being. If you look out there, there and across the entire United States, in national parks, in national forests, in wildlife refuges, in grasslands, on waterways, out there is hunting and hiking, and just driving around and looking. Out there is oil and gas production. Out there is grazing. Out there is solar power and wind power and geothermal power. All of that has supported and does support economies, large and small, across this country. It supports the well-being of every American person in our ability to go out and visit those lands. And it fills us with a national sense of pride, I think. So if you ask me what's working, if you think about what TR started with, near extermination of most of our game species, large scale clear cutting of our forests, or clear cutting of our forests without regard to future planting. And you look at what we have today, I'd say it's pretty clearly still working. So that's what's working. What's not working, or what's in need of repair, I think that's the way you phrase it, and I think that's a better way to say it. Well, the good news is that what's not working or what's in need of repair is us. So that should be easy, right? What TR did was he understood that all of these uses that I talked about, all of them need to work together. They're all important. Public lands and waters and wildlife serve every American. They belong to every American. They belong to all of us. All those different uses need to be brought together. TR famously went camping. He spent time with John Muir in the Yosemite. Is one of his closest allies and inspirations was John Burroughs, America's natural poet. His right-hand man during his time in the White House was Gifford Pinchot, the champion and founder of wise use conservation. What TR understood was so essential was the importance of melding all of those things together. That's what we don't do well anymore. Some might say that the current administration is a pendulum swing away from the Biden administration. The answer is actually worse, but not in the way you think. The answer is that none of those parts are working together anymore, with few exceptions, actually notable exceptions up here on the stage. But those things need to work together, because when they don't work together, when those three parts don't recognize the importance of the other two, then conservation work doesn't move forward. And the result is that you have binary decision making. We have decisions about if, not whether, or where. The current administration deserves an enormous amount of credit for understanding that, not for understanding, lots of people understand it, but for acting on the idea that to deliver more and better conservation results on the ground, which are needed, we all know that, we need less bureaucracy and we need less red tape. We need to do better in order to deliver better results on the ground. That has to happen. Not every place, not every water ecosystem, needs development, right? I mean, we've decided that already with respect to Bristol Bay. With respect to the Everglades, in my opinion, it should be the same with respect to the boundary waters. But are you going to, do I get the hook?
Oh, no, no, I'm just.
Am I still okay? I think that thing said 30 seconds for a long time, so I'm not sure. But, likewise, there are forests, we have national forests because, and it's part of the Department of Agriculture because that's called silviculture, right? It's like agriculture. It's a renewable resource. Trees are perhaps one of our best permanent carbon stores. There are forests that need to be cut. And there are likewise forests that don't need to be cut. Ancient growth forests that should stay the way they are. The same is true for every ecosystem across the country. So, that's what we need to work on. And that's what's really in need of repair.
Thanks, Colin.
When Robbie was first kind of explaining the vision for this place, it was kind of hard to believe. And just being here and seeing what the secretary's built and the board has built and is amazing. And it truly is like a cathedral to conservation in a place that most Americans need to visit. And I think there's this re-inspiration. And so often Roosevelt's legacy is kind of annotated into 234 million acres and 15 national parks and 55 national wildlife refuges and 18 monuments. The gift that he gave us with his model for conservation was that conservation belongs to all of us, that these lands belong to all of us. And that wasn't the model. You look across Europe, across Asia, the idea of public access to lands, these being your lands, is a fundamental shift in the thinking. And then combining that and the work that he did with Grinnell and so many others about making sure that market hunting wasn't going to wipe all the species off the landscape. The Lacey Act that he helped accomplish as vice president, which then it really empowered the state agencies to kind of have the states to have that ability to enforce regulation, not have interstate kind of transport of species. You build upon that with fair chase and this idea that only take what you need. You have respect in imbibing some of the wisdom of indigenous communities on land management. I mean, that was the legacy, and the support for on-the-ground local conservation by providing a framework that we could all fit into is something that we feel today, and that's not common. We take it for granted. I've traveled the world. I mean, folks are so envious of what we kind of take for granted, and folks don't even realize, how lucky we are. And the fact that we still have large mammals, large species on the landscape is something that is not common in most other parts of the world, with the exception of parts of Africa. And so when you think about that legacy, it is absolutely phenomenal and kind of mind-blowing, knowing that it came from the wisdom of this great man and some of his great partners. Where I do think the repair, and this is the challenge for our generation, is going to be this combination of restoration and then reconnection. And right now, the average kid's going to spend about 9 hours a day in front of some kind of screen. When you walk into the library, if you haven't done it yet, I love that it starts with childhood Teddy, childhood Theodore Roosevelt. Reading the books of the great stories of the past, but also his own little museum, his own exploration. Those wonders of wildlife, as Johnny calls them, that wonder in a child. If we can create that, we can actually build that next generation of conservation ethic. And then we have to restore. We have to build the state agencies. We have to make sure that folks on the ground have resources. So not everything's a battle to try to save species, but the 12,000 species of greatest conservation need right now have partners that can do work on the ground. We've been trying for years, trying to fund the state agencies because that's part of Theodore Roosevelt's vision. His original vision was that those that closest to the land are the best to conserve and the best to restore species. We can do that today, but it's going to take kids and it's going to take active restoration and all of us being a part of it, getting away from those screens. And I'm convinced at the end of the day that the greatest antidote to the algorithm is going to be outdoors and just touching grass once in a while. No better place to do that than right here in North Dakota.
Well, speaking of touching grass, great start to the panel. We'll talking about touching grass. So Roosevelt's perhaps his greatest legacy was the creation of the public lands system. So I wanted to turn to our two public lands experts, Carrie and Kate. And my question for you all is, what do you see as the biggest challenge or opportunity or issue facing the network of public land systems he helped stitch together? And Kate, since you're serving as the largest land manager, let's start with you first.
Thanks for the question. I think I've thought about that, and I think one of the biggest issues, sort of following on some of our other speakers, is a threat is that people can think about conservation but take the human element out of it when the human element needs to be an absolute part of the solution. And an example would be, we have all these great ideas. We have a lot of associations and others who want to maybe politicize conservation, but at the end of the day, it's American families and businesses who are playing an important role in the conservation story. in the success story of many recoveries of species. There's always been some level of private sector involvement. And also to the earlier point that Simon had mentioned, like the multiple use of the land. So think about a small farmer in North Dakota who's probably, you know, a few miles that way, who is tending the land and caring about that land just as much as any other conservation group who wants to protect it, and making sure that we're watching and measuring for soil, you know, soil health and treatment of the land for fire danger, and all the work that goes into the conservation of all the resources. And I think, you know, when we head in a specific direction and it gets more politicized, then people sort of dig in, stick, you know, and sort of, you know, put up their firearms against each other, and they're shooting back and forth, but we're all trying to get to the same place. And one of the examples that the Secretary has been leading on is the reauthorization of the Great American Outdoors Act. It takes votes across the aisle to get that done. And for those of you in the audience who aren't aware of it, it is the greatest reinvestment of public dollars and technically onshore and offshore royalties from energy development in this country, going back into curing our deferred maintenance issues so that everyone can enjoy beautiful bathrooms, visitor centers, when they go see and use their public lands. And that's a great example of there is a human solution there. We're going to need to work across the aisle to get it done. And I think that is, you know, the remedy to what's the problem that we're looking at, but the solution is obviously working together.
Thank you, Carrie.
Yeah, it was great tee-ups. You know, Simon sort of said, you know, invite you to look outdoors. You know, I think what I would say in this context is it might surprise you also in 2026 that 100 million Americans in our country do not have access, easy, close access to either a place like what's sitting outside our doors or an urban park or a trail or a greenscape. And that includes 28 million kids, to Colin's point. So to me, the greatest issue is still, even though we might not think about it in the context of today and what Kate just described, there is really an inequitable access to the outdoors. And there are also really incredible ways to solve some of those challenges. And in my work at TPL and what my colleagues, you know, work on so much is to really try to close that gap. And if we close that gap, we have healthier kids, we have less screen time and more green time. We have stronger neighborhoods, and we have a more socially connected society. And these are all things that TR fought for in his lifetime, and certainly that Doris Kearns Goodwin talked about a little bit earlier this morning. And one of the ways that we can most quickly close that gap is through urban solutions. So it's in addition to these incredible landscapes that we are benefiting from visiting today, obviously in this weekend. And I've got just a couple TR quotes that are relevant. And again, he was ahead of his time on these urban strategies. He once wrote that every child should have access to playgrounds, quote, within walking distance of every boy and girl. Pretty amazing. As a young man walking through New York's tenements, and later as New York police commissioner, he saw children with nowhere to play and concluded, quote, that nature close to home is a public health necessity and not a luxury. In 1906, while he was president, he was also the honorary president of the Playground Association of America. Kind of love that. And he wrote that city parks were essential to, quote, national health and national contentment, and that these playgrounds were a birthright for crowded city dwellers. So pretty amazing that those urban strategies are there in addition to these incredible landscapes that obviously are stewarded by the Department of the Interior and others. And these urban solutions obviously don't come at the expense of these wide open landscapes that so many of us love. It really is a both and really grateful to be here with my colleagues. All of us are picking up that baton and that mantle of Teddy Roosevelt. And in TPL's case, we certainly protect large landscapes and in holdings. Colin and I were talking about one that we've got our eyes on that we're working on. And we've done work to add in holdings or landscapes to Yosemite, to Zion, to Saguaro National Park. And TPL also really in its early incarnations, and again, just in the spirit of Teddy Roosevelt, launched small local land trust in Oakland, California, to create urban gardens in the early 1970s alongside the Black Panthers. More recently, we've repurposed vacant lots in Dallas to become neighborhood parks and old rail lines. Many of you have probably ridden rail to trail projects, but the 606 in Chicago and the Gulf Coast Trail System in Florida are just a couple of examples of some of that blended approach. And I'll circle back to New York for a moment, and certainly the Roosevelt legacy, and we're pleased to have Ted Roosevelt V on the Trust for Public Land National Board. And it's fun that he got introduced the first time to TPL through a community schoolyard in Brooklyn. And so again, in Roosevelt's native state, transforming asphalt schoolyards all across New York. Those renovated urban oases, they bring down the heat, they drain stormwater, and they remain open to neighborhood neighbors after hours and on weekends when school isn't in session. So urban approaches like this bring that 10-minute walk much closer to millions and millions of Americans. And we all know, obviously, that these wild, distant places were really important to TR for his physical and his mental health and to satisfy that insatiable appetite for adventure. And as a sickly kid, he also benefited from nature right out his door in New York City, where he listened to birds and observed wildlife, and he formed that unique style of leadership that brought people together. And he's done that again this weekend with all of us in the room. So there really is that common ground. He called conservation a democratic duty. And I'll just give you a couple more little data points and then turn back to Brian. Just some recent polling. 58% of Americans who currently say they're proud, 58% of Americans currently say they're proud to be an American. 85% say they're proud of public lands. 88% say that it matters that our public spaces tell the full American story, including our harder chapters, which this center and this library will do as well, a belief shared across political spectrum. We also run ballot measures across the country, and I will just say that you all have probably voted on them in your local community. And in the last number of years, 30 ballot measures across the country, large and small, in red and blue places, to Kate's point, they have all won 100% of them by double digits across the country. And I would just ask, where else in America does that happen? Where, on what other topic do we the people stand in such unity? So the greatest challenge is that access to nature and open space. And the greatest opportunity is that we have an opportunity to close that gap by all the strategies that we have represented in the room.
Thank you. Thanks, Carrie. So from national parks to urban parks and city parks, but we have private land out there too. So I wanted to turn to Adam. We've got about 1.3 billion acres of private ranches, farms, working force in America, which is actually kind of double the amount of federal land we have. Theodore Roosevelt, he was a cattle rancher here. So the cradle of conservation was private land for Theodore Roosevelt. Adam, your organization's conservation model is based on working with landowners to conserve North America's wetlands. How do you see, how can the future of conservation recognize the essential role of private lands and the people who live and work on them?
Well, thank you, Brian. It's an honor to be with this great panel. You know, conservation without capitalism doesn't get very far. And, public lands are just essential. They're part of what we celebrate on this 250th anniversary of America, and something for us to be incredibly proud of. But public lands alone are inadequate to accomplish what we want to accomplish for recovery of wildlife populations. More than 70% of wetlands are on private and tribal lands. More than 70% of endangered and threatened species make their habitat, make their home on private and tribal lands. And only 10% of endangered and threatened species spend their entire life on public lands. So if you want to have a big picture success in conservation, farmers and ranchers and private landowners have to be part of that solution. And so that's why, from my perspective, if the Roosevelt era of conservation was defined by this designation of public lands that our children's children will be able to enjoy, the era of conservation that we're in now is the working lands era that requires this mosaic, this connectivity between public and private lands. Elk don't know which fence they're jumping, whether it's a private rancher's or a state wildlife area or a national park. The ducks coming down from Canada need places to stop over. They don't have, the Michelin guide of whether it's public or private lands. They want habitat. And farmers and ranchers across the United States are providing the bulk of that habitat, and we should continue to invest in voluntary incentive-based programs that bring everybody in as part of that habitat solution.
That's the right answer, by the way. Good. Thank you. Well done, board member. Well, TR's first love was wildlife, so I want to pull Jeff in here. Theodore Roosevelt was both a hunter, he was an avid bird watcher, he was concerned with game species and non-game species. Jeff, your organization supports all kinds of innovative wildlife conservation. What, in your opinion, does effective wildlife conservation look like in the next era? What innovations and partnerships give you the most hope for the future of wildlife?
Thank you, Brian. First, I just want to take 1 second and really thank a lot of friends that are in the audience here that have worked with me over the last couple of years around this center and this idea that Governor Burgum was and Secretary Burgum was challenging us to really come together around in order to develop a place that conservation was central to what we all talk about. And many of you trusted us and actually funded into the entity that we're sitting in. And I have to say, now you've also given your time, which is even more valuable than your money, to come here and to be part of a conversation and hopefully part of a movement. Wildlife in the United States and wildlife globally is highly challenged. Yes. We're at a time and a place where we've become much more aware of the environment around us, wildlife around us, and every single person in this room has a spirit inside of you, knowing that it's important to be connected to nature and it's important to be outside. We have a lot of great successes, and all the people on this stage, we have tens of thousands of people that stand behind us in order to try to do what we do. But we really are losing the battle at this point in time. We're still declining, and we're trying to understand that, and we're trying all sorts of solutions to get there. One thing that we know we're losing even faster, though, is a connection to people that don't feel as connected to nature. Colin touched on this, and it is absolutely going to be one of the most important challenges for us to figure out over the next decade. The second, in my opinion, is this next chapter about working lands. The vast majority of wildlife are on private lands, not on public lands. Most of us, probably in our childhood, our first experiences with nature were probably going outside on private lands. Some of us, it was the park system, but that has become more and more distant for people, especially in urban areas, that we really struggle with that. Technology is absolutely a positive answer to all of us. AI is going to bring a lot of understanding, a lot of learning into what we do. And I think it's going to have enormous change and hopefully makes us even more impactful, and we can turn back sort of the decline that we're still seeing within the wildlife populations. But it's building an army of people that are passionate that we need to do. And I don't know the answer in terms of how we go forward with that, but people have to feel connected. People have to feel involved.
Yeah, it's great. Colin, yeah, we've got a lot of wildlife experts up here too. So.
I just can't help myself. I mean, and I think part of it is looking back to the Roosevelt legacy for what's worked. Roosevelt understood intuitively that hunters and anglers are remarkable conservationists. And so building a system based on that ethos, and then which then came later with Pittman Robertson and Dingle Johnson, the way we fund a lot of conservation through excise tax, which came later, but he laid the foundation for it. That collaborative, innovative approach works because it's state-led, it's local, and it actually leads to, I'd argue, a lot more collaboration, a lot less like litigation and regulation, right? It's kind of a different philosophy. And the tools we have to save everything else are pretty much regulatory. I mean, outside of the innovations from folks in this room, and some's public, some's private, we don't have the same investment for our state agencies or our tribal wildlife agencies do that same kind of collaborative work at scale. If I could do one thing right now for the future of wildlife conservation, it would be to invest in the states and the tribes to lead the really renaissance of the full diversity of wildlife. Because if we do that, we're going to reduce conflict between different industries and different outlets. You could basically have an entire system, right, that is built around kind of voluntary collaboration that would really just lift up the work. So all of a sudden, it's there's an old saying, some of you probably know it in the room, right? When you have an endangered species on your property, you kind of want to shoot, shovel, and shut up. Like, I don't want that mentality anymore, right? I want folks to be inspired. So, get them Ranger Work magazine, get them out hunting and fishing, have them visit Medora, have them visit Wonders of Wildlife down in Springfield, Missouri. But having those tools so the states can be the lead would be transformative, and basically have the next era be an era of collaboration, not another era of conflict.
Yeah, as we like to say, you have a rare metal on your property, the value of your land goes up. You have a rare species on your property, the value of your land goes down. So we need to get the incentives right. That's right. That's right. Well, good. In the few minutes we have left, I want to ask you guys a big question. I want you to keep it to a minute each if you can, as we're thinking about this next year. But we're really at this unique moment. We're celebrating the 250th. We're celebrating the legacy of President Theodore Roosevelt. And in 1 minute,
Simon.
1 minute, can you give me, what is the one conservation outcome you would want to see achieved or secured by the library centennial in 2126? All right, who can handle 1 minute? Everyone gets an answer to this one.
I mean, I'll go just
ahead,
to set the standard of 1 minute, 60 seconds and go. I think everyone knows Teddy Roosevelt is a big sportsman. And I think we talk about Pittman Roberts, Stingle Johnson, those dollars are going down. We need to bring more people into that sport, especially women. So I'd like to see 100 years from now, more people, those numbers somehow trending up, and more opportunities for folks to hunt and fish and get out there and enjoy public lands in that way.
Right.
30 seconds. Try to beat me, I dare you.
Happy birthday, you rock.
I'll jump in, and it's essentially to echo what she said, and beautifully in less than a minute. The rugged, stalwart democracy that Teddy Roosevelt talked about requires you to be connected to the land. And if we raise a generation that's connected to the land, whether they want to get the perfect Instagram photo of the morning coming up of the sunrise over the marsh, that's okay. We should embrace that, meet people where they are, but connecting the next generation to the land and having them love the land, all of the other problems get easier. If they are passionate about it, if they're connected to it, if they care about it, then all of the other issues that come from that in terms of restoring habitat and recovering species, all of that gets easier. If they feel no connection to the land, all of that becomes incredibly difficult, and a tiny portion of the population is all that remains to advocate for those needs.
Thank you, Adam. Simon, do you want to take a shot at this?
In a minute?
In a minute.
All right. Then I'll try to keep it simple. I guess I'll sort of finish where that thought with where I started, which is one wish for 2126 would be no net loss. And by that, I don't mean that we have the same boundaries around the same public lands that we have today, but by that, I mean we have the same level of productivity and prosperity and wildlife and places to fish and places to hunt and the restorative elements, all of those things that conservation does and our lands and waters do for us today. If we have that in 2026, we'll have done exactly what TR demanded, which is we pass on to the next generation and the succeeding ones what we've inherited. I'm generation 4 from TR. If 4 generations from me, we can say the same thing, then that's what I want to shoot for.
Jeff?
Yeah.
Right.
It would be amazing if we could sit here 100 years from now and say, wow, we responded and we recovered the losses in wildlife and the losses in habitat. And the planet is healthy and people feel connected and it has purpose. The other thing I wish, or I hope, and hopefully this happens sooner than in 100 years, is we value private landowners because they truly are the stewards of those working lands. And they are the answer for us in terms of moving forward to help them, recognize them, and honor them for all the efforts that they and previous generations have committed to make those lands as healthy as possible.
Great.
I mean, my goal for a century from now is simply to return to the Roosevelt ethic of having conservation be the great central task. And it's different now. I mean, but I often say that when we save wildlife, we save ourselves. And what I mean by that is not just the kind of moral and kind of ethical and kind of spiritual benefits of having abundant wildlife. You know, when we have healthier forests, we have less fire. When we have healthier grasslands and wetlands, we have less floods. I mean, it's in our own interest to get reconnected with nature. And now how we do that at a time of massive technological evolution and, you know, kind of just omnipresent kind of social media pressures is important to sort out. But, you know, I believe in the big tent conservation, right? Bring everybody together. It's in all of our interests of healthy natural resources. And so I never like to disagree with my great friend Simon Roosevelt, but I don't think no net loss is enough. I think if we make sure we leave our resources not impaired, but actually enhanced, as the great Roosevelt said, and making sure that's the great and central task of the next century. If we do that, we will save billions of dollars, we will create millions of jobs, we will have a greater gross domestic product, and we can have development and conservation working in partnership to make sure that we're leading the next century and not just looking back at the glory days.
I don't know if is there anything left? I think what I would say is the combination of everything my colleagues have said. 100 years from now, no child, no person in America is farther than a 10-minute walk to a really quality open space, trail, park, pocket park, doesn't matter where they live. If that happens, they will be the future TRs, and they will catch that spirit, and they will become the future conservationists that will be required to deliver all the things that we just set up here. So that's what I would say.
That's great. And I think, I mean, I'm looking at Jeff, like going to the private working lands and the tools that it's just a different set of tools we're going to need. For 100+ years, we've really been focused on public lands, and you know, but for some of the forest restoration backlogs and deferred maintenance backlogs at the park that we're trying to address, that has really been the focus of American conservation, and it's private working lands is going to be different. The role that this group is going to play is, I can't understate it. There's a reason why there are so many conservation organization executives on the podium here, because in the history of conservation, behind the scenes, conservation organizations have always been the drivers of this. If you look at the Theodore Roosevelt era, the Boone and Crockett Club and Audubon were big drivers. If you go to the Rachel Carson Silent Spring era, you had the Environmental Defense Funds and the NRDCs that were really driving the eras into there. So you're looking, when we say, you know, Theodore Roosevelt and Rachel Carson, this next era, you're looking at the leaders who are going to take us into the next 50 years and some of the successes there. I also want to close with this observation that I think when all of these folks stand in front of a mirror, there is a reflection of Theodore Roosevelt in various forms and functions. Theodore Roosevelt was a beautiful juxtaposition. You know, he was a man who understood you needed to use the land and there was wise use, and we needed to sustain our resources for future generations, but that included use. But he was also the president stood at the rim of the Grand Canyon and said, leave it as it is. You can't improve on it. You can only make it worse. So, you know, he was complicated in the sense that he could do conservation and preservation at the same time. And I think this panel reflects that really well. So unless anybody has any final remarks, thank you for being here and doing this. What a great honor.
Thank you, Carrie, Kate, Colin, Adam, Simon, Jeff, and Brian for joining us for that important discussion. and for the work you do each and every day on conservation. We will continue our program at 12:30 p.m. with our Square Deal at 2:50 panel. Thank you. When Theodore Roosevelt promised Americans a square deal, he meant something both simple and demanding, that everyone, the worker, the business owner, and the public alike deserved a fair shake, and that prosperity carried a responsibility to the common good. It was a bet that fairness and enterprise could strengthen each other rather than stand in opposition. This panel tests that idea in America's 250th year, asking how large institutions can build trust, invest for the long term, support their communities, and share and serve the public good across questions of capital, technology, energy, and stewardship. Please welcome our panelists for the Square Deal at 250 discussion, moderated by one of our library trustees, Matthew Swift.
Thank you very much, Cortland, and what an honor it is to be here in Medora, North Dakota, at this remarkable place and this remarkable institution, not just honoring the life and legacy of President Roosevelt, but more than that, what a tremendous gift to the country. So my congratulations to Secretary Burgum, to Ed O'Keefe, the entire library team, especially on behalf of us trustees, how proud we are of the team here at the library and what this remarkable place is. So it's great to be with everyone today. I'm so excited for this conversation because when we think about history and what the turn of the century meant, and also where we are today, I couldn't imagine a better panel than this. And so I'm so excited to be with all of you today. Doris Kearns Goodwin, of course, famed historian. Thank you for opening everything this morning. Brian Moynihan, CEO of Bank of America. Brad Smith, President of Microsoft, and Charity Wallace of the State Department. Thank you all so very, very much for being here. We are talking about the Square Deal and what it meant at the time, and at this intersection of capitalism and opportunity and merit and morality, what this meant. And so I'd like to start by going back in history and asking you, Doris, to put things in perspective for us of what the Square Deal meant at the time and how it transformed not just the private sector, but its role within the United States.
Well, there's nothing I like more than talking about history, so I'm delighted to be able to do that. I wake up with history in the morning, think about history when I go to bed at night. So it is true, I think, that the turn of the 20th century is the time most reminiscent of our own. It's when Theodore Roosevelt was thrust into office by the assassination of McKinley, a really turbulent time because the Industrial Revolution had shaken up the economy, much like globalization and AI and tech have today. There was a massive gap between the rich and the poor. There were these colossal corporations that were swallowing up small companies. People in the West felt separated from people in the East. People in the countryside felt suspicious of those people, sinful people in the cities. New inventions were changing the pace of life. Workers were forming big unions, and there were nationwide strikes. And Roosevelt made a warning that democracy would be in peril if people in different sections and classes began, as they were doing, to regard each other as the other rather than as common American citizens. So that's where we were then, and here we are in the political landscape filled with divisive rhetoric then. The Democrats wanted to break up the big corporations simply because they were big. They resorted to talking about them with hatred and fear and denouncing them. Socialists were gaining power each year, wanting government to take over the big corporations, the railroads, the mines, and the oil fields. Then you had right-wing conservatives who regarded the corporations as the golden goose that was producing the prosperity. Don't do anything with them. Leave them alone. So Roosevelt comes into this situation with a much more mature and sophisticated view that grew over time because he opened himself to the people around him. He did not go after corporations simply because they were big, only if they crushed competition. And if consolidation and efficiency brought corporations to lower prices and good wages for the labor, then he was fine with them. He commended them. But if they used their power to raise prices and decrease wages, then he went after them. He distinguished, he said, between good trusts and bad trusts. That's the moralistic part of TR. He loved talking in those terms. So what happens is in his first term, he goes after two big corporations, railroad corporations formed by JP Morgan and meatpacking combination that was fixing prices. And it made him a very colorful figure to do so. He said he was the subject of cartoons all of a sudden as the dragon slayer of the corporations. It's very curious, he said. Ever since I've been in the presidency, I've been pictured consistently as a huge creature with enormous clenched teeth, a big spiked club, and a belt full of pistols, a roaring, swashbuckling type of ruffian. And yet all the time I'm growing in popularity. How could this be? And the newspaper guy said, because at heart, all the cartoonists really liked him. He had a good nature. But those lawsuits were not really his preferred choice. He felt they were too blunt, they were too slow, they might hurt the good trusts as well as the bad trusts. So what he really wanted was regulation from Congress to be able to understand what we were doing and move in a more rational fashion. But the problem was that the conservatives in Congress did not want regulation. So he decided, I have to do something about that. And what he did was decide to go to the people. That's where he was calling for. He's the steward of the people. He'll go out among them. He was out of the office more than any other president. He was on 6 long whistle-stop train tours across the country, 3 weeks here, 4 weeks there, 2 months there. And it was during one of those tours that he came up with the phrase, a square deal for every man, capitalist and laborer, great or small, rich or poor, a slogan that would characterize his entire domestic program. He refused to attack the wealthy simply because they were wealthy, only if they used unfair means to accumulate their wealth. The rock of class hatred, he said, was the greatest and most dangerous rock in the course of any republic. Now, when he talked to people, he understood that many people might prefer the old conditions of life. They were nostalgic, when the average community was more self-dependent, when there was not these big cities, when there was less glaring inequality. But you can't go backward, he said. The Industrial Revolution has brought great progress. Our task now is to get the regulatory power to deal with the abuses. So he developed a bond with the people, a trust in his leadership. When he talked informally to these people in the West especially, he was always sure of reaching them with a simple language, he said, that his Harvard buddies would consider homely and rather commonplace. He spoke of decency, of fairness, of balancing different concerns. His sentences were always so balanced that a humorist made fun of him. He would say, here's what he says. On the one hand, the trusts are hideous monsters. On the other hand, the men who created them are enlightened engineers. If he said something good about Harvard, he would speak well of Yale in the next sentence. If he commended the color blue, he would speak positively of red. But most importantly, he had a temperament that knit the country together. A man from the East, he was also a man from the West, a Rough Rider who had trained in the South. He fit with people wherever he went. There was a story of an old man crying when he was listening to him. And they said, what's going on? He said, I fit with him. I fit with my president. So he developed a wellspring of support for his rational regulatory legislation. And with the people behind him, he had leverage over a reluctant Congress. They finally worked with him to create his Square Deal program, a rational program that softened the worst aspects of industrialism, protecting women and children from exploitation, enforcing rules for workers' compensation, ending discriminatory railroad rebates, opening corporate books to public inspection. He broke up monopolies that were not playing by the rules of the game, and of course, became the guiding spirit behind conservation. So here we were with TR at the turn of the century, a square deal for the rich and the poor, the capitalist and the laborer. Hard to imagine a better banner for our politics today. Hard to imagine a better leader to guide us in this divisive time than Theodore Roosevelt. So let us bring him back to life in this great museum. With the AI, Teddy, I can't wait to talk to him. I've been waiting for this my whole life. I have so many questions to ask him.
And Doris, we're going to hear from the man responsible for AI, Teddy, in just a minute, and talk about the technology behind all of this. But Brian, I know, because I've seen you talk about this, and you, under your leadership at Bank of America, you have really supported so much investment into better understanding our history and our stories. Can you put into perspective, though, when the Square Deal and Teddy Roosevelt's legacy, talk about what that meant for the economy that we have today in America?
Well, in the end of the day, it's hard for people to fathom, but the United States was not a dominant place, in the 1850s, 60s, 70s. And so what happened out of that is you saw the formation of the combination of capitalism done the American style, which was to regulate but not stop and let people make money, let people be successful, let them recognize the opportunity, and democracy, which allowed one person, one vote, and there was on a meritocracy on that side, which goes back to the founding fathers' principles, frankly. It's not just democracy, it's democracy plus American capitalism. So after that, you saw the taking off of America's competency. We had great natural resources. Obviously, you can look out here and see the land, but for all types of activities, minerals and things like that. But what you really had was a spirit that said anybody could come from anywhere and be all they could be and be successful. So now you bring that forward and you think about our role in the world today, it's the same. America dominates the world's economies because it's the combination of people who you can be all you want to be in America, no matter who your father was, no matter who your mother was, no matter what country you come from, whether you're a male or a female, what ethnicity you are, you can be all you want to be. And that meritocracy is terrific. Now, the piece that we always have to be careful is to think about what falls out. If you're born with a physical, mental, and able to compete, if you have other things which make you not competent, we have to think about how we take care and make sure there's a balance in that. And that admonition from Teddy Roosevelt about the fairness of making sure labor, our teammates, as we call them, Bank of America, receive great rewards for their work, great prospects, a chance to have a career with us, a chance to take care of their families. That principle, that balance is critical, and that's something we can't forget about. We don't need it, jobs for life and things like that, which other economies have. But it's American-style capitalism done right, which started emerging then in a success, and then carries our country to be where it is today. And we have to continue that. We cannot let that. None of the other systems work like this one, and people have to remember that. Europe was as big as we were right before the financial crisis. They're now about 50% our size. Why? We licked our wounds, got up, and went forward, and life went on. And it wasn't pleasant. Being a banker in 2010 was not a pleasant place to be, believe me. But on the other hand, it worked, and that's what we got to be saying. So capitalism done right, capitalism done with a fairness and balance, thinking about the rewards that we have, and then frankly, remembering that if people don't do it right, we got to take care of that. And that was his views about good trust and bad trust, or good corporations and bad corporations in today's parlance.
Well, and Brad, you think about the 3 C's, the corporate regulation, consumer protection, conservation of natural resources, and you think about the thing that I was so struck with when reading more about the Square Deal, and I look forward to learning so much more with your book. But you think about this was an era and a time when even basic health elements were not even a protection. The idea of consumer protection was a completely new concept. So please talk a little bit about, especially with your role today leading one of the largest technology companies in the world, what is the responsibility of the private sector to society and to government as a result, especially of the last century?
Yeah, I would offer 2 thoughts, and really to build on what Doris and Brian said. The first is, I think Theodore Roosevelt appreciated the virtues of the private sector. What enlightened, civically responsible leaders could do, not just to create jobs and build products, but genuinely help spread prosperity and be a force for good, as many of these leaders were, say, in the New York community, where a large majority of them lived. But then he had a second point of view, and Doris captured it as well. I think he fundamentally believed that businesses should not be left to their own devices, and he wanted to see people and companies and government itself governed by rules. And when he came in, he had limited tools with which to work. It was really railroads that had knitted the country together. The modern regulatory state was sort of born in the 1880s with the Interstate Commerce Commission. In the 1890s, the Sherman Antitrust Act was passed, named after the senator from Ohio, who was the brother of really probably the second most important Union general in the Civil War. Those were his tools. And when he looked around and he saw something like Standard Oil, these trusts that John D. Rockefeller had used to monopolize the oil market, not by gobbling up the oil wells, but by gobbling up all the contracts to move oil by train from the Midwest to the East, he felt that new rules were needed. And he was tough. He said, I'll use the Sherman Antitrust Act. It was and is only 2 paragraphs long. And he went to the courts and began to build it out. And ever since, we have had the perennial debate, is regulation too heavy? Is regulation too light? And there is always a pendulum moving back and forth, but in a sense it swings on a clock that he put in place.
But the key to that is where you started, was the private sector belief was going to done right was going to fix it. And I think that gets lost in the debate 100 years hence.
And I do think, Doris, I really like the way that you referred to, it's hard to remember now. There was a school of thought that said, we don't want a private sector. There were some people who said there was no room for labor unions. There was another school that said there was no room for private companies. And if you want to put this in the context of the current day and the broader discussion and AI, and another voice now, Pope Leo XIV published an encyclical in 1891 that has now been widely emulated. And what he fundamentally did was the same thing that Teddy Roosevelt did. He said, look, I don't want to see Marxism spread. The private sector is an engine for prosperity, but workers need a voice. And it was Teddy Roosevelt who coined the phrase, the square deal, but it had been gaining momentum, not just in the United States, but in Europe as a concept to be advanced.
But I keep thinking about the fragility of the time. You talked about the fragility of our democracy this morning, and Brad's talking about the fragility even of the concept of our private sector.
And especially there was a fragility of the government. I mean, when Teddy Roosevelt got in, there was a huge coal strike between the unions that were being formed for the mine workers and the capitalist railroad carrying oil people, mine people. And he didn't have any power, he thought. You're not supposed to intervene. And the president, what's he supposed to do? It's not your business. He had to create a power that I'm the steward of the people. You are unions, you are the employers, but I'm representing the people. And that's what, if I could just follow up with something that Brad said, because we were talking about it in the green room when he mentioned Rockefeller. So finally, Roosevelt did go after Rockefeller for several reasons, but one of them had to do with these rebates that he got from the railroads, which gave him complete advantage over all the other refineries so that they couldn't get their things shipped. They were paying a much higher price. That's how his monopoly formed. So they finally went after him because these rebates were illegal. And this Judge Landis, who later became the commissioner of baseball, issued this huge, huge fine against him. Every single car that was carrying the oil was issued multi-millions of dollars at that time. So Mark Twain said of it, he said, well, we all knew it was going to be big, but like the woman who got married with her husband the first night, she didn't know it was going to be that big.
It's your turn.
Just trying to get back on point. Okay. Charity, I'm so happy that you're on this panel. You and I have known you.
Why do I have to follow that?
Pivoting slightly. So Charity, you and I have known each other for such a long time, but throughout your entire career, you have been a public servant, and you are here. First, I want you to start by telling everyone, because actually we might be breaking a little news on this panel, which is your role at the State Department that you have just been appointed to, but also talk about your time in the public sector and the role that the public sector plays within our private sector as a result of the square deal.
Sure. So it is sort of breaking. I just started a new position at the State Department as the U.S. Special Envoy for something called Best Future Generations. And it's working with first ladies from around the world on Mrs. Trump launched Fostering the Future Together, which focuses on education and advanced technology. So Microsoft is one of our private sector partners that we're working with to advance American companies around the world, but also to advance education, working with governments. And I started in the public sector right out of college. I really wanted to work for Dr. Condoleezza Rice, and I saw her at an event as I graduated from college and said, I really want to work for you. And she said, go volunteer on President Bush's campaign. So I did, and I didn't know anyone, but I ended up with the Bushes for 16 years. So it was 8 years I was in the White House. And then at the State Department and went down to Texas with them. But the reason I stayed in public service, frankly, is because I was at the White House on the day of September 11th and had to evacuate the White House. And I honestly wanted to leave and go back home to California. And then that evening, I felt just a purpose and a calling that was greater than myself. So I stayed, and I didn't realize I was going to stay for so long. But when I think about even the banks, you know, I was there during the G20, the very first G20, and it was in response to the financial crisis. So the idea of when does the government step in? And Dr. Rice talks about how being in public service is one of the greatest challenges, but also one of the greatest honors. To be a part of it. And so when I think of the government, I'm more conservative. I think they should be sort of solely participating in solely what we're responsible for and uniquely capable of. So not being heavy-handed necessarily, but providing guardrails, if you will, to enable people to have human flourishing. And so I do think like the role of the public sector is to enable private sector, small businesses, people to have access to education and really flourish. And there's so many examples of even when I was during my time in the Bush administration, President Bush, I think of the conservation that Teddy Roosevelt did. And President Bush was the very first president to actually preserve a huge part of the ocean. So there's an ocean reserve that we launched in 2006. It's 140,000 square miles of the ocean. And because he did that, 24 other countries followed. And so there's 2% of the ocean that is preserved because of his capability as a government leader to access that and to really create preservation beyond land, but in the ocean. So I just think of the public sector really to be there to enable and catalyze, be a catalyst for Americans to flourish and flourish all over the world.
So let's pivot for a second. We've got to talk, and I would like to. Absolutely. I'd like to go to you, Brad. I think an important parallel between this era and the era of Teddy Roosevelt was also there was a real lack of trust in today's institutions, not just public sector institutions, but in corporations as well. Talk about what it is like today running a company like Microsoft when there is this gap, this distance between the broader population and our leading companies and our government and our governmental institutions.
I do think we unfortunately live in a time when trust is definitely one of the things that's fragile. And we all have to really strive basically every day to earn the trust of the public, maybe our customers, it's the communities where we work more broadly. I think one of the biggest challenges when it comes to trust today, and this has obviously been well described, is that we no longer live in a country where people read the same thing. It's no longer a country where there's only 3 networks. And so you end up with people looking and having exposure to different facts. We also live in a country where, unfortunately, because of digital technology, especially social media and digital advertising, traditional newspapers have in many ways collapsed. And the number of counties in the country that no longer have a newspaper that's published with any frequency is a huge challenge. So what it means for a company like ours, just take an issue of the day, how does a local community feel about having a data center? How does it feel about having a data center come to town? How does it feel about the data center that may have been there for a long time? And interestingly, our first data center was built 20 years ago this year. It's a town in central Washington, Quincy, only about 7,000 people. But the poverty rate has been cut in half. The county has grown more rapidly even than the city of Seattle. The tax base is probably the strongest in the state of Washington in terms of local property taxes because there's a lot of value in the property of data centers. But even we find that in that area, there is one local newspaper that is published one day a month. So how do you reach people? And I think what we're having to do is go out and communicate in some old ways. Invited the whole town to a street party to celebrate our 20 years there, and some traditional ways, send a report through the mail. New ways, provide information on a Facebook group. I do think ultimately the key to trust is pretty much what it has always been. People should judge you by what you do, by your deeds, but if they don't know what you're doing, you've got to find a way to get out and have a real conversation and invest in new ways of communicating.
So Brian, how do you do that though with the intersection with technology? These days, a lot of times when you go to the bank, the hours have shrunk. The interaction, human to human interaction, is at an all-time low. And so, how do you navigate trust as such an enormous consumer brand?
Well, so we believe in high touch, high tech. So we have the capabilities however a customer wants it. But the simplest way to think about it is you have to be there to meet the needs of the customer. Some customers will need whatever. Some customers will do it different ways. Some customers have preference for it, but you have to meet that. And the way you navigate that is listen. And so we have a convening thought in our company, what would you like the power to do? And if you're watching the World Cup, you've probably seen it more than you like. But the principle of that was about 15 years ago when we said we have to flip to be outside in everything we do. And so if you start with that principle, then you gain trust by actually listening. You don't gain trust by presuming an answer. You listen and then do what they do. And whether it's one-on-one engagements, 3 million employee surveys, how people interact with you, all the different ways you can do it, you're building that trust. So it takes just a lot of work. And our risk then is how we run the company beyond that, right? So we have very low overdraft fees compared to anybody in the industry. Why? Because we thought that was a knockdown of trust. We shaped our mortgage business dramatically after the financial crisis because we believe that subprime mortgages are out there. We believe we can't do them or you hurt the brand. And so when you have a brand like ours, it actually does constrain some of the businesses. And then the third thing, it really goes to what Brad said. We come at basically the proposition pretty simple. We got to do a great job for our clients, our teammates, our communities, our shareholders. You can't forget that community piece. We're only successful as our communities. And the oldest part of our company was formed in 1784. So the Treaty of Paris gets signed in 1783. 1784, we get a charter from a guy named Hancock, signed by a guy named Adams, who gives us our charter, and we start open a business. But you go back to the principle of that. It was to take money from people who had money and help them transact. And we'd thrown off England, but we caught the bus because we had no capital formation, no money. And then we lent it to people who needed it. And the charter says, at the time, the prospectus to raise the money says, to help small business be successful. It says it in old-fashioned English. And we just believe in that. So we have to get the trust by having the communities believe in what you're doing, even if they're not your clients, and then how you engage in a fairness with each client. And it's hard because it is a very easy statement for somebody to go out and say, big companies are bad. I'm sure that went on and with the newspapers and others editorializing and that. But on the other hand, if you build that kind of baseline, you can refute that. And that's where you end up with your scores along all those dimensions are all times high 15 years after people had a view of our industry and our company and our system as being not what they wanted.
But Brian, I'm struck by the opportunity to be on a panel with the two of you and talking about the Square deal, its legacy when it comes to governance and its intersection with the private sector. But the statistics today are showing so many elements that were seen in turn of the century, which inspired Teddy Roosevelt to create the Square deal. Affordability, income inequality, concentration among the big corporations, of which both of you lead. So what is it that you think we as Americans today should be thinking about doing and frankly wanting from our public sector officials in this next chapter of the American economy?
In the end of the day, American companies are large because they're successful. And as long as they aren't doing things that Teddy Roosevelt said, in other words, being a bad trust, how they use it to either not reward their employees sufficiently or overprice their customers. We're big because our economy is big. We're big because we're successful. We're big because of the most innovative and talented people working in these companies. So we have to be careful that that capability isn't used in the wrong way. But you can't damn it for its success, because at the end of the day, that's what makes this place extremely interesting. That's what created 80 million jobs from 1969 to 2019, when a bunch of technology came on stream that was going to destroy all jobs. When people were saying there'll be no managers in companies because computers would take them all out. That was Peter Drucker saying that in the 60s. Here you are. And it was just that innovative. So you got to be careful with that balance. And that I think between policymakers and courts to some degree is the hardest thing to do, because what could be represented to be, if somebody's overpaying in a conceptual statistical economic model, the reality is if you took that out, does it leave you in a place where you destroy an industry and it can't become successful? Because the market is 8 billion, not 300 million. that these companies, that our great companies are going against. And so that judgment is tough. When you find one that does it wrong, you have to hammer. And that sets up I was a lawyer by training, Brad, is to people, if accountability for mistakes and you have to pay it, people then will make sure they don't make them. And so you have to have that kind of accountability. And that's the idea of bringing the law down on people. So I think we have to be very careful. And I think Charity said it, you got to get that balance right. Brad said you got to get that swing right. And we have swung, but if we swing too far, you end up destroying what makes America, the success of America.
I would definitely, I'll say, end up where Brian ended up, but I'd offer a couple thoughts to perhaps help think about how one gets there. And I think these things are as true and valid for people of families sitting around a kitchen table as for broad policy debates or a big organization. The first is, I think oftentimes we find it hard to come to a common solution because we don't have a shared understanding of the problem. So much of politics is this solution versus that solution. And I think the more time one can take to have a conversation about the problem, to put data into it, to get different perspectives and enlighten us all, then you start to build some basis for consensus. The second is, one of the conclusions I came to when Microsoft was literally under a court order to be broken up in the year 2000 in the Clinton administration, was there's a great, to me, a metaphor for life. Every time you look at yourself in a mirror, you usually go, I look good today. And then most times when you see a photograph of yourself, you go, that's not a very good photograph. I don't look that good in that photo. I want to find another one. We look at ourselves the way we do in a mirror. Other people look at ourselves the way they do in a photograph. And so I think if you really want to build a common understanding, you've got to be able to step outside yourself and at least see yourself through other people's eyes. And then you get to these debates, because I do fundamentally believe that it's about a level of balance. And you can look at our country and you can look around and say it's fragile, but I think when you put it in a broad historical perspective, what really stands out is its resilience. But I think the key to resilience is always trying to build more of a common understanding so that the pendulum doesn't go so far to one end or the other. You don't kill the very thing that is the fundamental engine for prosperity and the creation of jobs and the like. But it does require, I think, a level of discourse, which I think a place like this can help advance.
So Charity, let's talk a little bit about the work that the First Lady wants to do on technology and how we, thinking about that intersection of AI and morality to a point. Talk a little bit about what you're bringing to the table as a solution.
Okay. And I also want to double click on the distrust. I think to your point, there were 3 local stations that every American used to watch. Now there's 2,500 or more. And so people can get their news and their perspectives, which from very distinct points of view, and it aligns typically with how they feel. And so it creates this idea that there are, there's the other versus it's just another person with a different perspective. And so I think the algorithms that we have created this division that may not actually exist as much when you do have conversation with people. So I do think the idea of having, to your point, discourse and conversation is really important. And to building trust, I think about the government. We need to do what we say we're going to do. And if we don't, we need to explain why we didn't. And so I think that's how you build trust and transparency. And so I think, watching the cabinet meetings on television has been fascinating to me, but it's very interesting for Americans to be able to have a bird's eye view into what happens at the federal government level. Like, what are these cabinet secretaries saying? What are they doing? You have some sort of insight into the government that hasn't been there before. So I did want to just double click on the distrust because I do think it's a huge issue. And one of the things that I've loved about the World Cup is having all these foreigners come to the United States and say, I was told this about America and Americans, and none of it is true. They're amazing, they're generous, they're hospitable. and all their food is incredible. You know, all these different places that they visited in the country. And for me, it's just a reminder that everything we're told may not always be true through our algorithm. And so that's why I think it's really important for us to have that diversity of how we get information. But with regards to your question, so the First Lady is focused on education for children. And one of the aspects of it is this idea of leveraging AI so that there's digital skills and technology that children all over the world can access to have greater opportunity in education. We know that education is the way in which you can continue to build your wealth and your prosperity and success. And so it's something that she's very focused on. But one of the challenges is safety online. And that's one of the debates that we're having. It's the idea of what are the regulations that we need to put in place so that there's a privacy aspect of it, but also we don't put it in place so much that, you know, that there's interesting debates around regulation as it relates to AI, what children will have access to. So that's one of the main areas of focus, is really thinking about what is safety, because there's so much exploitation, sadly, online of kids. And so that's one of the biggest responsibilities I think that we have as we're heading into a new frontier in technology, which is new to, I mean, we love AI, we use AI, but it's, you know, there are unknowns. And so it's the idea of what are the types of regulations that we need to put in place so that kids are safe online, and all of us are, frankly.
The accountability for the outcome of technology applied in a business is clear. We can't say, oh, the machine made me do it. You turn down a loan, you do it, whatever. The odd thing is these technologies have other things as we just discussed, that there is no regulation around. It's going to be interesting because there's speed limits. They may be different. They may differ at different times, but there's speed limits. And so these basic things, you know, you can't regulate, because I think society is saying, no, we got to figure out some way that I don't have to worry about what my child is going to be exposed to, because they can open up a computer for all those wonderful things it can do for him or her. And so it's going to be an interesting time, but there's a push, as always, to go to the places you think you can get after fast, our companies. And you're saying, we're already accountable. We give you the wrong answer, it's our problem. I don't care how we got to the answer. And so they're forgetting that the places that are actually, I think society is focused is different.
Yeah, I think I've seen two really interesting lessons in 2026 relating to AI and call it a square deal and the role of law and the like. The first, Brian, was really the kind of thing that you're describing. Most companies, especially those that deal a lot with consumers, are very focused on retaining the trust, because otherwise they're going to lose them. And so I was very struck recently. There was a project that we worked on with one of our customers that was using AI to evaluate claims for reimbursement under insurance. But the interesting thing about it was they empowered the AI so it could say, yes, you are going to be reimbursed, but only a human could say no. And I think that's a very logical way to think about, you know, how to divide and use AI as a tool. And what the interesting thing about it was, then when it went to the human, it had, here's all the information and here's the rules. And so the person who was doing the work actually was applying much more judgment and spending much less time just trying to find things. So I hope that is one model. But then I think the other example of what we're living through as an industry, and you're reading about, you know, every day in this summer, is we sort of went from looking at the EU and said, boy, that EU AI Act is too heavy. And so, you know, we did embark on what I might almost call laissez-faire AI. And then we discovered that with AI frontier models being so capable of enabling someone to, say, launch a cyber attack, engage in a ransomware attack on a hospital or a school, that I think the White House, the Trump administration, quite rightly concluded, wait a second, we have to intervene. But interestingly, right now, we have regulation without rules. And now we are going back to, I'll say, a Roosevelt lesson. Look, you need to have the right rules. You want them to be transparent. It's impossible for businesses to plan if you don't have rules that have been published. You actually want the kind of conversation to create rules that are a little bit, I would say, detached from the crisis of the moment so that people can be more thoughtful. And I think once again, we're going to find that one of the technologies that again reshapes the economy, redefines in some ways a lot of the ways people interact, is going to need to be subject to, call it a new version of a square deal.
If I could just add one thing to when you talked about social media and the lack of 3 television networks and people not even believing the same things in different parts of the country. I mean, it's even deeper than that today, which studies show that people live in the same communities now, more likely with people who agree with them, so that they see people in silos in other parts of the country. And here, Theodore Roosevelt has something to say to us about this, because he argued, and it was during his last years of his life, he talked a lot about the need for some sort of service program. He wanted a mandatory military program, but he really wanted to have some real service program where people could, I think, if I could do one thing right now, to have a national service program where the kid from the city goes to the country, the kid from the heartland goes to the coasts, and they have to spend a common couple years maybe. I would even, whether it's mandatory or voluntary, we have voluntary ones, they're not making enough of an impact, where you get people to live in another part of the country with the people they thought were other than them, and they're working on something where they're making a difference together in a mission, whether it's disaster relief or teaching people to read, and then they go back to vocational school or college, whatever, with that sense that we're Americans, we're together in this thing. I mean, military service does that, but we don't want that to have to be the only way to do it. And Roosevelt was thinking about that. I've just been learning more about that. I want to find everything he's ever said about that, because I think that would be wonderful.
Well, and I do want to, absolutely. I do want to end in just a moment. I want to end talking a little bit about, just as a reflection of the fact that we are at the 250th birthday. But before we do that, Doris, when you look at all the parallels that we've talked about between this era and the era of Teddy Roosevelt, one just very stark difference, the speed of change that is taking place. How would he have handled the just sheer speed of change that we're seeing today?
Well, it's interesting. People always ask me of my 4 guys, which one would be best in the modern era of the tweet, and it would definitely be Roosevelt. I mean, he was able to speak at a very moment and say something that was pithy, speak softly and carry a big stick, or don't hit until you have to and then hit harder. He had, I'm not even sure I knew what half of those things meant, but they sounded so great. And I could see him come. I mean, Lincoln never wanted to speak extemporaneously. He would hate to have to communicate in the speed. He prepared everything he wrote. When people would come and give him a serenade when the Union had won a battle and they wanted a speech, and he'd come out on the balcony, he'd say, no speech now. Let's just sing to the army, and we'll congratulate the soldiers. And he prepared everything he did. I think Roosevelt would have been able, he had that quick mind. I can see him on social media. I think he'd be great on tweets.
We'll go to the AI and have the AI do it. You can
Yeah, well, I'm going to ask, we talk, I'm going to meet AI
Exactly.
very soon. This is so
have the AI
exciting.
do social media. You can
So
That's a good idea. What would you say today? We had 16, whatever it is.
So as we close things out and we get ready for July 4th, I'd like for each of you to just share one key lesson from the legacy of Theodore Roosevelt and what you would like Americans to really think about. There was a recent Gallup poll that came out that talked about the level of pride people have in being an American, and the difference between Democrats and Republicans was incredibly stark, but also the generational difference was enormous in terms of the pride that people feel about being an American. But as we enter into this important few days for the country, what this institution means for the country, but also the broader reflection we need to take. What is one lesson from TR that you would say you want Americans to really listen to? Let's start with you, Charity.
That's a hard one. I mean, he has so much for us to learn from. I love the lines, the think boldly, care deeply, live passionately. Those are the things I think. And when I'm reading The Square Deal, he talks a lot about the integrity of individuals and the idea of having leaders who are educated, but their bodies are strong and their minds are strong and they have integrity. And I think that's critical. I'm so proud to be an American, and I hope that even as, like I said, the World Cup, people from all over the world see how fabulous America is in so many ways. And so I think it's going back to the lessons of where we came from and where we're going, the progress that we've been able to make, and the fact that anyone can become a president of the United States, from wherever background you came from. And I think that's such a unique aspect of America.
Brad.
Well, I think
Teddy Roosevelt embodied in his life something that actually Alexis de Tocqueville had identified when he came to the United States in 1831. Because he would go from town to town. A lot of this he first saw in Massachusetts. And he said, where in France, they would look to the king to solve a problem. And in England, they'd look to a lord. In America, he said, people associate. What he was really talking about is what in many ways we call nonprofits. If people wanted to build a museum, start a church, raise money for a hospital, they would just come together and take it on. And we should always remember, as a company that works around the world, there is no other country that matches what this country has. There are 1.8 million nonprofit organizations. 10% of the American workforce is employed in nonprofits. And look at this place. Yes, it was a governor, but he didn't just go to the legislature or to Washington, D.C. He turned to companies. He turned to people he knew. He built a community. Many of you in this room, you embody that. And it is a fundamental strength now and into the future.
I just saw the readings by the various famous people, including Doris, but the arena idea. I always say, blessed be the sports writers because they never play the game. But the reality is he was curious, he was thoughtful, he traveled the world, he learned about a lot of stuff, but he said you have to do stuff, and that get down in the field and play, get in there and behave at times of stress. And I mean, I think it's the lesson we have to learn, because we can sit there and talk at each other, maybe more to Terry's point, for hours and hours, but somebody at the point, you have to do it. And I think he was a master at saying, okay, let's do something. Yeah.
And I think that what the lesson that Theodore Roosevelt has for us is not just what he did, but who he was. The most important thing, I think, in any leadership position is character. And I think that's what he had. And what are the qualities of character? Humility and empathy and resilience and accountability and taking responsibility and having ambition for something larger than self. And I think he would want more people to understand, as you're growing up your kids in your own families, as they're being taught in schools, as they're going into public life, that morality underneath character is the critical thing we need in this country. We've had it for many, many years. We still have it every now. We still have it now, but we've got to foster it even more. It's the moral underpinning to the democracy.
And I think I'll answer my own question as well, which is I loved his absolute love of sitting with people he disagreed with and learning from them. And I think that is something we need to see a lot more of. Doris, Brian, Brad, Charity, thank you for putting this into perspective for all of us here today. And thank you for your support of this remarkable institution here in Medora, and grateful for your perspectives. Thank you.
Thank you, Doris, Brian, Brad, Charity, and Matt, for your insight on how President Roosevelt's square deal can inspire institutions and community in our 250th year. Now we will take a short break and return at 2 o'clock p.m. for a Prairie Side chat with Harold Ham and Hillary Ham. Thank you. I love this crowd. All right. Thank you all. Theodore Roosevelt understood North Dakota as a place where the land tests you and shapes what you pass on. More than a century later, the state is still writing that story, now through the Bakken and through the generations who have built their lives in energy, agriculture, and enterprise on this same ground. This Prairie Side Chat considers what responsible development and lasting legacy mean across generations, and North Dakota's role in shaping the American future. In conversation are Harold Hamm, founder and chairman of Continental Resources, whose work helped unlock the Bakken, and Hillary Hamm, chair of the TR Library Foundation's Board of Trustees. Please join me in welcoming them.
Dad, we're here.
We are.
Can you believe it?
No, it's unreal that we're here.
This is my first time seeing this room. Wow, what a beautiful space. Good to see you guys. Everybody who doesn't know, my name's Hillary Hamm. I have the unique role of playing interviewer and favorite youngest daughter today. And my dad, Harold, has a pretty incredible story, and we'll get into it today. But if you want the quick 30-second version from me, he grew up in rural Oklahoma. He was the youngest of 13 children in a single-bedroom home. He grew up first in the cotton fields and then quickly in the oil fields. And fast forward 50 years later, he's built the largest private oil and gas company in the world. So. But Dad, I can't just talk to you as a business leader today, but someone whose life has been deeply shaped by this beautiful place that we're in, by North Dakota, and also by the belief that every American with enough grit and vision and determination can still change the course of things. So let's start right there. You know, this place means so much to the both of us. Could you just talk a little bit about the role that North Dakota and Medora has played in your life?
Well, it's hard to even sum it up as far as North Dakota. I just came up here to hunt pheasants. But it turned into a lot more than that. Now it's opened up a whole new chapter. You know, we'd been a producer from Oklahoma, which was a natural gas state. And when Ronald Reagan deregulated natural gas, the price went to nothing almost. We decided to turn the whole company around, look for oil. And so we went to the Rockies as part of the Rocky Mountain region. And so that's how I got into North Dakota. And but it once it's here, it just kind of grabs you, grabs your heart and your mind, everything about it. And also you just got this real deep feeling of destiny, maybe, that this was going to be something, you know, bigger than anything I'd ever experienced. And so that's what it became.
Yeah, and maybe you want to talk a little bit about, you know, the early 2000s and even before that, and the role that North Dakota played in our company and the role of horizontal drilling, and maybe speak a little bit about how horizontal drilling changed the course of the company, but also the nation.
Well, horizontal drilling, of course, brought on the energy renaissance in America, and went from a low point of 4.8 million barrels a day up to where we're at now, 14 million barrels a day in production. So it just changed the entire world. But it allowed me to find a place, you know, where horizontal drilling could work. We were looking for the exact application, perfect application, and we found it in Cedar Hills. field, and that became the first ever horizontal oil field in the world, right here in North Dakota. And so that began something that grew from there to the famous Bakken now, and where it was actually able to break the code and complete, you know, the shales themselves, and which was fantastic. We knew there's so much oil in those source rocks, the source beds, but you could never produce that, right? But here in North Dakota, we broke the code and began to do that. And that just changed the whole trajectory of energy in the world and lowered the price of energy for every person on the planet. That big. World changing.
And you're going to love this comparison, so maybe I shouldn't make it. But TR came out here to the frontier chasing something. You know, it's a place that healed him, that broke him and renewed him. And you kind of did the same thing. So you came out here, North Dakota broke you a little bit, built you back up. But was there a moment in your life in North Dakota where you said, aha, you know, this is the moment that could change everything?
Well, certainly, you know, the first wells that we drilled in Cedar Hills did that. It proved that horizontal drilling was the answer, and that was an aha moment. But things were here. You could develop something from scratch. There was nothing there to prohibit you from doing those things. You know, I had wide open spaces. 94% is fee owned by the people of North Dakota, not the government. So wasn't anything to stop you. And we had a state government that would work with us. You know, we had to have very large drilling units. And in order to create that, you know, you had to have a regulatory commission that would work with you. And here we had an NDIC that would do that. And so it worked. And only in North Dakota.
You know, Roosevelt really believed in our lands, our parks, but also our natural resources and the duty to use them wisely. What do you wish more people understood about the responsibility that comes with producing American energy?
Well, that you can do it safely and in such a manner that conserves the, I mean, up here, for instance, with horizontal drilling, you know, a whole lot of drilling went on, but you don't know it. You don't see it. You know, it's 4 miles between lanes of wells without any wells in the middle because you're going down, turning right or left, and going 2 miles. And then you step over 4 miles and come back the other way.
And it's just that easy, isn't it? Right?
It seems easy now. It didn't to begin with.
Yeah. Dad, so we both just walked through the library for the very first time separately, so we got to go back in and do it together. But I just want to get your initial reaction. What did you think?
Oh, it's fantastic. It's fabulous. You know, it had to be done. And it's just something that out of nothing, you know, has been created here that, again, is a world-changing event. And it's fabulous.
Well, you didn't get involved in this project casually. This project really became personal for you and for me. Why do you believe that TR needed a presidential library here in the place that shaped him?
Well, it was obvious, you know, that that North Dakota should be synonymous with Theodore Roosevelt. You know, it's just this where he basically grew into the fabulous president that he was, fabulous person that he was, and this is what shaped him. And so it just made all sense in the world. It had to happen in my belief.
And why you came in 3.5 years ago. I'll never forget the day we got the call from Mr. Ed O'Keefe, December 2022. Why in that moment did you decide to make, this $50 million gift?
Well, first of all, I thought if I didn't do it, who would? So it seemed incumbent upon me to do that. And North Dakota has been pretty good to me. So, so I thought giving back in this manner was something I could do and our family could do. And so as I called each one of you, I didn't get any no's. I got some, really? But I didn't get any no's. And so that was important. But no, it seemed to me that, and it is hard to turn Doug Burgum down. It really is. But no, I thought it was good and then never looked back from there. And I thought we could do it. I thought it could be done. I thought it was one heck of a good idea and great, huge undertaking.
I think a theme of your life and your work in North Dakota is that sometimes you see things that other people overlook. So I just want to know, what did you see in this project before it was obvious to everyone else who joined and got involved?
Well, I thought it would be, like I say, world changing. And, it is something that need to be done. This president set our country, and it's so fitting, 250th anniversary. It is so fitting to be sitting here right now. But he set this country on another trajectory, that another era, that if he hadn't, it would have probably been 50 more years getting to the point that he became president, as far as growth of America, but put it on the world stage in such a way that nobody will ever forget. And we're seeing that same effect today, with this, what's going on in our country, that, we are first. But he realized that. So he was envisioning something nobody else did. So it's just a tremendous step in leadership. So it had to be brought out. And this library does that. You walk through it, and if you're not taken by the leadership, something's wrong with you. So I'm glad we're here.
Yeah. So when you heard about this project for the first time, you didn't think it was odd that we were opening a presidential library for a president who's been gone 107 years?
I didn't. I thought it was odd that a presidential library had never been built for him anywhere. It was a huge opportunity for North Dakota, and had to be done right here.
Okay, you mentioned America 250, and I think this is such a fitting moment to be opening this presidential library. But, as we celebrate this big milestone, I want to talk about the American dream, because a lot of people compare you, and they talk about you as an example of the American dream. And I probably also shouldn't mention this, but Forbes just, named you right behind Oprah as one of the greatest living Americans, greatest self-made living Americans. Yeah.
Can you believe that?
Right next to Oprah too.
I know.
Yeah.
And by the way, I met her recently, and she is a fantastic individual, fantastic person. So she was so deserving.
She was. She shaped a lot of lives. But I just want to talk a little bit about the American dream and maybe what that means to you today.
Well, people ask me, you know, is this American dream still alive and well and American? And you know, I've given this answer a lot of times that it certainly is. You know, it's you take great entrepreneurs, they can just, and we've got several in this audience. I see one right there on front row. Gene done, and well, a lot of people here, tremendous things. You know, that, you know, you take an idea and grow with it here. You have the freedom, you know, just to do that. You apply the energy and, you know, have the freedom to develop those ideas. We're in the greatest country on face of the earth, and it continues to be. It's an experiment that started a long time ago, and socialism has nothing to do with it. You know, it's just raw entrepreneurial will and you know, ideas and everything that energy that you personally can put into it, and you can do it today just as well as you could when I began. You know, founded our company 60 years ago. So it is very much alive and well, and we can't give up on it.
A lot of people are going to come to this library from all over the world as families, individuals, elected officials. What do you hope that the next generation of leaders walking through this library will take away after their experience?
You know, I think, you know, Teddy Roosevelt was involved in so many things, but, you know, the raw courage the man had, the boldness of his being, entire being, you know, everything about him, you know, is what America has become. And so it's tremendous. You know, you have to realize as you walk through the library, I think it's impossible not to walk away and think, wow, what can I do? What can I do to change the world? What can I do to make it a better for everybody, for humanity? And that's what he believed. And it's hard not to walk away with that.
Did you have a favorite room?
What's that?
Did you have a favorite room?
Oh, well, yeah, you know, I read the book River of Doubt and all the things he went through there. That's with I don't know how y'all created that, but that's really good. Also, like you know, the room of him being at the White House, and because it points out everything that he accomplished. And then you can't get away either from all the things that he talked about, wrote about, you know, being in the arena. And, you know, it wasn't a critic, you know, it was the person in the middle of the arena that was doing the job. You can't get away from that.
Okay, I've got two more questions, and then I know you have some questions for me. But we're in a moment right now in the US where there's a lot of division, and I think this library can play a unique role in bringing people together and kind of healing the nation, just like TR was healed in North Dakota. Do you want to make a remark on that and talk about how it could play that role?
Well, certainly, you know, it's hard not to get carried away sometimes with politics, but you have to realize we're all Americans. And as he did, talking about the immigrants and everybody pulling together as one, and certainly have to do that now. It's easy to be divided, because we all have separate ideas and separate goals and all this kind of stuff. But, you have to remember that, everybody has a role to play. And being unified is the way it has to be. And we've seen that even in our industry, oil and gas, people that anti-fossil fuels and all that. And, you work with them, educate them, and try to make it better.
Okay, last question. You wrote a book. Someone just came up to you backstage to ask you to sign the book. Can you talk a little bit about your book, Game Changer, which came out a few years ago, and why you decided to write the book?
Somebody had to tell the story. And everybody, there have been several people tell bits of it, but what brought about this energy renaissance in America and the world that we are enjoying, that we're living in, energy independence in America. Nobody thought that could happen. My gosh, we were in terminal decline. We're going to just produce it out and be done with it, right? And we had innovation happen with horizontal drilling and able to drain the tight rocks and provide more. We were about to import natural gas. Now we're exporting, all the natural gas to our allies today. We was running out of natural gas. Now it's estimated, as a geologist, over 100 years supply at current rates. I mean, it's a tremendous things that's happened in the last 30 years. But nobody had ever told that entire story of how it began and now where we're at with it. And I thought, somebody's got to do it. I'm not an author, as you can tell if you read the book.
And it came out before AI, so he did write it.
It took forever. Took forever to write the thing. But anyway, there've been a lot of dummies out there buy it. So it's sold about 70,000 books so far. So anyway, it needs to be added on to. There's been some good things happened since that time. But anyway, it tells a story. And I think everybody enjoyed reading about what happened last 30 years.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, that's all the questions I have for you. Do you have any questions for me?
I do. Why in the world, young lady like you, want to get involved with something like this and then decide that you could do the role of chairman of the board, the directors build something like this? What happened?
Dad, I think I was maybe one of those reallys when you asked us about contributing to the library. And I hope Ed's not here to hear that. But you know what? As soon as I met the people involved in this project, to me, it was a no-brainer. I mean, these are the most talented, thoughtful, and relentless people I've ever met. Ed O'Keefe, chief among them, but people like Secretary Burgum, too. These people were trying to raise $450–500 million to create the largest philanthropic project ever in the state of North Dakota. And they were trying to do it on a quick timeline before our 250th. I thought, this is crazy. But these are my crazy people. And so it was really the group of people that impressed me so much. And having a group of people unite around a vision to do something impossible, but they believed they could get it done, I thought, this is a group of people I want to be around.
Wow. Well, it's been something to watch and something to be involved with. Was there any time that you had doubt that you'd get it pulled off?
I mean, I can specifically say September of 2023 or 2024. I'll never forget the day. I think when a few people have doubts that it's not going to happen, the whole team falls apart. And so if there's a doubt, you need to say, you address it, hear it out, and show them that you can overcome it and still meet the goals. And we definitely had that moment. And I think there were maybe more moments that I wasn't aware of. But the team still believed it could get done, and it got done 2 days ago. So yeah. I mean, this is an unmovable date. You can't move July 4th, 2026. So other presidential libraries, I won't name them, maybe moved their dates, their opening dates quite a bit. This one never changed. And so I never stopped believing it could get done.
Wow. I could ask myself that same question 40 days ago. Shelley and I came up with Secretary Burgum, and we went through it, and all of the main things were here, components, but there was so much construction going on. I thought they'll never make it. But
you called me. You were worried.
Yeah, I called you. I was a little bit worried, but we'd already seen so many great things happen up to this point. With all the generous people, many of who I see in this room, that opened up their hearts and pocketbooks to help along the way. And seeing all those things unfold, I thought, well, maybe so. But man, this team pulled it off. The gentleman that we walked up, President Trump mentioned him yesterday, that actually is going to retire 4 years ago and didn't mainly because of this project. He hadn't been home when we walked up to look at it in 90 days.
They're working 7 days a week on this.
Yeah, day in, day out. And anyway, he was going to go home and see his family. And but is that type of dedication, commitment that pulled it off. So it's fantastic. So anyway, I know we're about out of time. We're going to bring the hook out and get us here in a minute. But anyway, last thing, with as far as your involvement, you have anything in particular that stood out during this entire project that you'd like to talk about?
I mean, absolutely. The dedication of all the trustees, the leadership team, the architects, the state leaders, the local leaders, everyone involved in this project. It wouldn't have gotten done if anyone stopped believing in it. But also, I think the message behind this library, my first reaction was, really, we're building this library for a president who's been gone 107 years? And then I learned the message. He stood for leadership, citizenship, conservation. These are things that were relevant in the Gilded Age. They're relevant today more than ever. We need to ask ourselves, how can we be better citizens? How can we, we care about the natural world, but how do we steward it and protect it? How do we become better leaders in moments of consequence when it really is hard to show great leadership? And so I think those core principles that you learn about and experience through TR's life really matter. But I really am so excited to see how this is going to change people that walk through the library, the next generation of leaders. I think they're going to come out of it changed. And I felt that way, in the years that I've been involved, but going through the library today, it was a really emotional experience for me.
Yeah, and it's going to be the same emotional experience for everybody that goes through it. They're going to be changed. And through this project, all of your team, everybody involved, has changed the world again. So another world-changing event. Thank you for what you've done.
Thank you, Dad.
Thank you, Harold and Hillary, for your dedication and support of the library and for helping us preserve President Roosevelt's legacy for generations to come. We will return shortly at 2:45 p.m. for our next Prairie Side Chat with Johnny Morris. Thank you. Theodore Roosevelt was a hunter and an angler long before those pursuits had a name in conservation. And he insisted that the people who love the outdoors most are the ones who must protect it. That ethic, that hunters and anglers are among our most committed stewards, runs straight through the American conservation tradition. This Prairie Side Chat explores that tradition today, the role of private leadership in protecting land, water, wildlife, and public access for the generations coming up behind us. The conversation is moderated by North Dakota Governor Kelly Armstrong in conversation with Johnny Morris, founder and CEO of Bass Pro Shops, a lifelong champion of the outdoors. Please join me in welcoming Governor Armstrong and Johnny Morris.
Did anybody here read that?
I'm about as excited as you could possibly be. Earlier today, somebody asked me if you get nervous talking in public anymore, and I'm like, I really don't, but it took about 20 years of public speaking before I noticed it. But there's not very many times that I get to sit up here in front of such a great group of people and literally interview one of my heroes. One of my... So I'm going to resist the urge to talk a lot because I think not only can each and every one of you all learn from what we're going to hear from Johnny, but I think I can learn a lot. And as somebody who's in charge of all state-based conservation and hunting and fishing and trying to figure out how we do this for the next generation of North Dakotans, I'm really excited to hear what you have to say today. So I couldn't be more proud to be up here with you, and I'm really fired up. And I know 45 minutes seems like a long time, but it is not. So I'm going to dive right into this because I want to hear all the answers. Johnny, Theodore Roosevelt's love of wildlife was sparked as he collected birds, bats, rodents he found in Central Park, while your love of wildlife was sparked by, as a child, bass fishing with your dad in the Ozarks. That love of fishing eventually led you to selling your favorite lures out of your dad's liquor store. Both of you turned a childhood love of nature into something far bigger for conservation. Can you just take us through how this started?
I'm a happy, lucky guy. Spent my whole life around fishing. And Governor, you said some kind words to me and about me, and the feeling's the same to be across this little table from you, sir, your passion for your state, but for conservation and being a fellow sportsman to sit here next to you. I got to hear the governor speak a while back at a conservation dinner in Dallas, and man, powerful. So you got here one side is a very powerful communicator. Then on this side, well, here we go. But what a happy day, okay? Happy birthday, America, the greatest nation ever. And I was in one of these meetings a little bit in the audience a little bit earlier, and Kate McGregor, it was saluted as her birthday. So happy birthday, Kate. It's another reason for a happy day. Last Saturday, my bride that's here, and I got to celebrate 40, mainly happy years of marriage. And Jeannie loves taking care of kids. Like she's got 10 grandkids now we do, plus me she takes care of. So thank you, hon. And we just found out last night we were having dinner, and Nick and Evelyn Wiley, one of my all of our conservation heroes, they just celebrated 36 years yesterday. And Marilyn and Clyde Vetter, I was at a Quail and Pheasants Forever dinner last week, and they were celebrating 39 years. So here's to happy hunting and fishing and romance. I was walking through earlier the facility. I wouldn't even call it the library. It's an inspirational part of American history. It's getting transferred forward into the future. And I walked in, and there was a quote from Roosevelt that said, "For your children, your children's children, and for all who come after you." And I think that's he said those words many years ago, but it's for me, it's an honor to say thank you to everyone in this room for your passion, for your generosity, the large donors, the small donors, and I see heroes in life and conservation that, I mean, beyond money, who've given their whole life to advance the cause of conservation. And what an inspiration President Roosevelt was and will always be. And this library, this facility carries that mission forward, that message. And our North American model of conservation, the governor, you mentioned about hunters and anglers, sportsmen and women, they've been since the days of Audubon. And I was reading, going through the museum, again, reminded that President Roosevelt was studying Audubon when he was 14 years old as a boy. He was reading about what they have in common. They were both hunters, and they, through their time in the woods and in nature, they gained appreciation for the importance of habitat, for regulation, being for good custodians of what God's given us. So I just, from every sportsman out there, from everybody that may enjoy the great outdoors or come to know the joys of the great outdoors, from all of us, I just to say thank you to everybody in this room. I look out and I see Steve Shields as well. So just it's a common denominator, the great outdoors, and this facility is so great. So there's large donors here, and Harold Ham, and I mean, so many people. I probably shouldn't get into all. My buddy Dale Hall, these conservation, Simon Roosevelt, Ted Roosevelt V was with him for a little bit last night. Talk about a family. And Hank Williams Jr. had this old song, Family Traditions. They run deep. And people think sometimes about hunting and fishing, it's a trophy fish or a trophy buck or whatever. It's mainly the trophy memories that come from sharing time together outdoors and just having happy times in nature. Calling on Mira, I just carry hands. There's so many. KC Walsh I saw, and I see KC right there. In the business, but a generous heart to give back, like it's common in here. And the Shields family, so many people, and it's great. We appreciate your generosity and made this happen. And President Trump making an effort to be here, being a part of this yesterday, to come to help put the spotlight here. And you think about conservation, it should be, and it is, a unifier. Republicans, Democrat, what it should bring, and it does bring people together. And this facility will help that continue to happen. And that makes us all proud. And then Secretary Bergen, buddy, thank you. Just your passion and your hometown area here, Robbie Law, the whole team that's been a part of putting this together. Hope you and your families are very proud, because for this to happen, have been planned to happen on this important birthday in our nation's history, it's just incredible. And man, we're proud of all you. And Ed O'Keefe and Dan Muse, just congratulations to walk through that place. I'm going to drift off again before I answer your question.
Hey, I'm letting them cook, guys.
You said that. So one of my favorite things, I love to fish, if you didn't know that. So one of my favorite quotes ever was from Zane Grey. And he wrote this in a book that was published in 1926. He'd been on a big adventure fishing trip. Okay, it's called Tales of the Angler's Eldorado. I thought Jeannie was up here. Okay. Anyway, it's beautiful words about fishing, but it could be true. It's a powerful message beyond fishing. There is always something wonderful about a new fishing adventure trip. For a single day, or for a week, or for months, the enchantment never fades. For years on end, I've been trying to tell why, but that has been futile, like Jason's quest for the golden fleece. The most humble fisherman has this in common with fishermen of all degrees. Whatever it is that haunts and enchants surely grows with experience. Even the thousandth trip to the same old familiar fished out stream begins with renewed hope, with unfailing faith. Quien sabe, as the Spaniards say, you cannot tell what you might catch, and even if you do not catch anything, the joy is somehow there. The child is father to the man. Saturdays and vacation times call everlastingly to the boy. The pond, the stream, the river, the lake, and the sea. Something evermore is about to happen. Every fishing trip is a composite of all other trips, and it holds irresistible promise for the future. That cup cannot be drained. There are always greater fish than you have caught, always the lure of greater task and achievement, always the inspiration to seek, to endure, to find, always the beauty of the lonely stream and the open sea, always the glory and dream of nature. And man, that cuts to, the glory and dream of nature. And that's a lot about what this place is about to all of us. And so to answer your question about how to get in the fishing business, I feel blessed by God, like live in the greatest country, free enterprise system. You can sell bait, you can do whatever you want. I was blessed, me and my sister, my parents loved the outdoors. They would always take time to make it a priority to take me and my sisters fishing and to introduce us and just be able to follow a passion. So we grew up fishing. Oh gosh, we're already 33 minutes into this?
Yeah. No, we have 33 minutes left.
Okay, good. We didn't spend a lot of
We're
time on
starting to
practice.
answer the first
I was
question.
being happy for a minute. So- okay. What was the first question? Anyway, when you can follow your passion, and I think one thing, I know this, Bass Pro Shops, our company, would not be but for one thing, and that's conservation. And if kids can't go out and get their rod bent, if there aren't fish in public waters, if there's just not wildlife, then that's the core of our business. And I'm so grateful my mom and dad. I'm going to show this picture. I didn't bring it because I knew nobody could see it. But there is a picture. We used to draw names for Christmas. And my dad draws my name one year. Okay, so I told you I was unorganized and you appreciate me now. So my dad draws my name. So I can't wait. I'm about 16 or 17. I thought, man, maybe I'm going to get a new truck or something. So he gives me this gift box. I open it up, and it was a picture of my mom and my dad and a bird dog, and they had a handful of quail. And so I said, oh boy, whoop-de-doo. This wasn't quite what it was. But then I turned that picture over, and it had something that my dad wrote on the back. And I want to share it with everybody. John L. In this picture are 4 joys of my life. Jenny, your mother, you, my son, 3 months from touchdown, Pat, our best bird dog, and a handful of feathers that made our day. Merry Christmas, 1985, Dad. And I shared that because of the joy, and you know this, Governor, and fellow, spending time in nature and the memories, for my dad to make that a priority, I wouldn't take anything for that gift. It's the best present, and just the time, the memories that people can make. And one thing I felt about this museum strongly is just every family's got to bring their kids to come here and appreciate nature.
I'm a little disappointed because I thought both Steve Shields and Johnny Morris would say the only reason Bass Pro Shop or Shields existed is because I spend so much time in both of those stores. I feel like
we're both kind of half happy with that answer.
I am going to ask.
He's probably mad at it because he lives here.
So Secretary Burgum and I just did a podcast, and one of the questions, it seems like when we talk about conservation, there's far too many people that think it's an either or thing, right? It's either conservation or business. But Roosevelt believed in conservation, and commerce could pull in the same direction when business leaders chose to do so. You obviously have done that. You obviously have a passion for that. You have Bass Pro Shops, and the wonders of the Wildlife National Museum and Aquarium are built on that bet. But I think really for this is, what does it take practically to run a profitable business that genuinely serves conservation? And what could other business leaders in this room who ever watch this learn from how you guys have approached that?
Thank you. Well, we've grown, and I say not just me, but the teammates in our company and our customers. I mean, our folks, they've come to believe this about how important conservation is for future, the sports that we love, but also just for business. And we have this belief, and it's clearly to achieve really meaningful things, to achieve great things in life, but particularly in conservation, it does take teamwork. It takes people reaching out to each other. And we need, our federal agencies, they do great work. We need regulation. Our state agencies, the same. But you can't achieve true greatness in conservation just through regulation. It takes everyone reaching out. And when you get agencies working with private or companies, businesses, and conservation organizations, the NGOs, and then individuals, when everybody gets united behind causes, man, that's when the magic really happens. That's when it's powerful. And that's what I keep going back to this, but that's what all this hard work that you put into creating this, that's going to help carry that torch. And I think too, there's things that private sector or business can lend a hand. I think back in my home state of Missouri in 1976, we passed this legislation. It's called Design for Conservation. And he's pointing at that. Am I running over again?
Oh, no, I was just saying it said hold the mic closer.
Okay,
We're trying to be a little
okay,
subtle about it.
All right. Thanks for the nudge.
Apparently not
Subtle
that
doesn't work with me too good. So anyway, the citizens of Missouri voted to self-impose a 1% tax, sales tax general, to be earmarked to go to conservation. Well, the state and the conservation department couldn't spend public money to lobby for this. But we, as a supporter on the private, we bought up a lot of TV ads, newspaper. We helped get this word out so that the citizens of Missouri could be informed. And they made the decision to vote for this tax. And for all these many years, that started off at over $100 million a year. Today, I couldn't tell you, but it's very substantial support that the citizens of Missouri are proud of, and it's done a tremendous amount of good. And that's one example.
And the landowners, right? Like it, right? The
Landowners.
farmers and the ranchers and the people utilizing it.
Totally.
That got to make a living on that land. And
Yes, and it's so great. And you talked about habitat the other day, and earlier this morning, there was talk about habitat. Well, in our Missouri law, one thing that's revenue generated is even rewarding landowners, farmers, if they leave like up to 10% of their crop in the field for wildlife. It has to meet certain criteria, but if it does, that's just another benefit there. And I would say this too, there's conversation about private land this morning and public. I do believe in the state of Missouri, I know this, that the farmers and landowners, they view the Missouri Department of Conservation as their friend, their ally, and they can come and help them manage their land better. And they're not fearful that some agency's going to come with Missouri Department anyway and find that their great grandpa dumped something he shouldn't have and they lose the family farm. It's more friendly. And it's like in any business, you give somebody a pat on the back for doing something right instead of just having an attitude of let's try to catch everybody stumping their toe. We have to have laws and things, but I just think this cooperative spirit, and the biggest thing that we can help do, one of them is with communication. So the citizens of our country can make more well-informed. The good news is everybody has a lot of passion today about conservation. It's just being informed to make the right common sense decisions.
well, we don't have a ton of trees in North Dakota and all of that, but we have grasses. And what we know is like truly dormant land ends up losing its biodiversity in a really quick hurry, right? Like the brome grass chokes out the flowering grass, then you have no bugs, then you have no dew, then you have no nesting cover and all of that. So working lands, when you're doing it properly, actually brings more ducks, more pheasants, more butterflies, more deer, and more of the different things involved. And that benefits every cattle rancher in Western North Dakota. It benefits anybody who wants to chase a mule deer or an antelope around. I mean, I think sometimes we don't do a good enough job as sportsmen and as state regulators of explaining that really working with the land is actually good for everything involved on it.
Yes, and another opportunity is just to celebrate the role that sportsmen and women have played, hunters and anglers, through their generosity with lobbying to have self-imposed tax for 10% or so on all, fishing gear and shotgun shells, shotguns. It goes back to, the vast majority of funding for state fish and wildlife agencies does come from the sale of fishing license, hunting license, duck stamp, and purchase of sporting goods.
So you're talking about the funding that the outdoorsmen do for that, but I mean, patterns are changing. We're seeing less kids get involved in both hunting and fishing. And so what do you see happening in the next generation of hunters and fishermen? And what does conservation movement need to do to keep them in the fold and keep moving forward? I
Well,
took cell phones out of K through 12. I hope that helps.
Good for you. Yay, good. That's great.
And by me, I mean my state legislature did it and I got to sign it, but it was very much a team effort.
Okay. So, well, Colin O'Meara mentioned earlier on a panel, and I'd heard this before, like kids are spending 9 hours a day. And my own grandkids, I got to nudge them. I mean, it's so captivating, the cell phone or the iPad. And I think just one of our big responsibilities, we have this saying, take a kid fishing, you'll be happy you did, or take a kid outdoors. How do we introduce people to get out, take time to get out in nature? Roosevelt, I mean, that's the example why he came here to the Badlands years ago, to heal himself, and just be rejuvenated by Mother Nature.
I told somebody the other day, well, you've heard me speak on this. This is my passion. One in North Dakota, we want to keep North Dakota, for those that don't know, 94% is privately owned. 94% of North Dakota is privately owned land. We don't have a habitat program if we don't have farmers and ranchers buying into it. We need the commodity groups engaged in it. We need everybody engaged in it. Obviously, the ag economy is stressed right now. There are new technologies in agriculture. And I told my Outdoor Heritage Fund, I went and spoke to them the other morning. I said, if you guys do 3 things for 6 years, you will absolutely move the needle on this. And I said, fund our habitat program, plant trees, and fix boat ramps. and
See why I like this guy?
And I mean that. Because we can do all of this great conservation, but if people aren't utilizing it, if people aren't going out and touching grass and learning how to fish and learning how to hunt, learning to hike, mountain bike, whatever that is. And so part of this is making sure that we're about 230 million acres of land, but the next century is going to be about expanding access and how we get private landowners to want to allow people to come in and do it, and how we get the next generation to want to be a part of that. And I think I don't want to speak for you, but I'm gonna, because that's what I do sometimes. I just sitting up here and talking to you and listening to this, and I said this, I've seen this over the last 24 hours. There's an emotional experience and reaction that's occurring for new people who are out here. And when you are emotionally tied to something, you'll want to show your friends, you'll want to show your family, you'll want to bring the next group of people here. And if we can start doing that with places, well, there aren't very many places, if any places exactly like this, but there are fantastic places to hunt and fish in Missouri. There are fantastic places to hunt and fish in Oklahoma, Montana, Wyoming, all across the country. And I'm genuinely curious, from somebody who has been in this business his whole life, I haven't thought of the silver bullet yet, but how and what should we be doing as policymakers and as businessmen and as people who care about conservation to really truly figure out how to get the next generation of Americans engaged and involved in this?
Yeah, and it's family sports, or the one bright spot is the involvement of young people and a lot more girls and women coming into fishing and hunting in the outdoors through that avenue.
I don't watch hunting shows. It's really difficult for me. I don't want to watch other people hunt. I want to go hunt. But I know do you in some ways, I think the commercialization and the popularization of some of this stuff is great. But do you see any problems with some of those things as we keep moving forward?
It's how do you reach young people? So my son gets me all the time, JP. I've read over catalog pages. They said, Dad, you gotta, I don't follow social media. But I've met two young men. I don't recall their names right here. You want to, what's their names? Ben. And what's the name of their podcast? Wonders. Well, Wonders of the Outdoors, but anyway. Okay. Well, anyway, thanks for the help. But it's like the young people reaching out to other young people, and these younger. How do you make fishing cool and
catch
celebrate
fish?
That? Yeah, catch it. Get the rods bent, boys. The virus, it was a bad thing. It was terrible, but yet if there was a benefit that came, some good that came, it was reconnecting families to spend time together around the dinner table and to get outside, whether hiking, fishing, boating. And I think it planted a lot of seeds where people and kids were exposed to the outdoors and little push button fish poles or whatever, that's coming to pay back. And that's why I think that helped get some more of the next generation re-engaged in the outdoors.
If you would look at one challenge we face now or that you anticipate us seeing in the near future regarding conservation, access, the outdoors, what is it that keeps you up at night, and what is our biggest challenge, and what is our bigger opportunity for success?
I think it's communication. How do you reach people today? Is it TV shows? Is it through social media? And in our stores, I'm proud in the past few years, we've given away 500,000 little push button rods and reels for kids to get them started and have events. Shields does that, but how can we all reach out? And a big challenge, people care about nature, but and I think that's where we can all work together, is on communication, so that voters can be well informed about policy when they're going to the poll to make these important decisions, not just through emotion, but with some facts, with some common sense facts like Roosevelt was all about.
Well, and we're seeing real challenges right now, right? Like Oregon's trying to get a ballot measure that bans all hunting whatsoever, like bans it all, like 100% of it. And the more I spent, obviously, 6 years in Washington, D.C., and some of it's Democratic versus Republican or animal rights groups versus conservationists, but some of it is just really urban versus rural. And the amount of people that are making policy decisions that are disconnected from how their bread is made, from how that cheeseburger becomes a cheeseburger, they like the part of what we know and love both in working with the land, whether it's in animal agriculture or, 6 miles north of here as the crow flies, spending 5.5 hours on a mule deer stalk just to get busted by his buddy sitting in a brush you never saw. And, and how we do those things. How do we communicate? I think we communicate. How do we talk to new audiences? Like, I think that's the question, both generationally, but also people who have just never experienced this. And we want to get them all out here, and we think that'll help. But how do we get our message to people who don't necessarily don't like to have fun in a ground blind in 30 degrees when there's 40-mile-an-hour wind and freezing ice, and you're just hoping, 6 honkers decide to land in those decoys?
I don't know.
My wife doesn't even understand that as a measure of fun, and she's been married to me for a long time.
You should ask Jeannie, my wife, this question. I just go back to this. And I look at our company. All right, we reach a lot of people that love the outdoors, that love to hunt and fish. And we have partners in conservation. Wild Turkey Federation, Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, Ducks Unlimited, others. They have the accurate what's happened and what are the successes that have been supported by hunters and anglers, and the waterfowl habitat. It's amazing what a difference has been made, and I think we can get good information from them. The challenge is, but something I think our company and others we need to do a better job, and we're striving to, is how do we get accurate information, tell both sides of the story, and tell the positive work and advancements, incredible advancements that have been made through the North American model of conservation. It's incredible. And so, yes, there's challenges. There's always been challenges. But to me, I wake up and you say, what worries you? What I'm more excited about the opportunities that lay ahead and how this very facility right here is going to help champion that cause, whether people come here in person and see what we got to see today and yesterday and the days before, or whether it's a broadcast from here. But this place, everybody should be proud of this, because it's going to help tell the story.
You know, you were talking about this as a facility, not a library, but a presidential library really is in the business of telling stories. And Theodore, we're pretty excited to tell Theodore Roosevelt's story here. When the story of 21st century American conservation is conservation, that story is told. What do you want it to say?
It's a happy report card, and it was built on common sense and passion. I brought this quote. Many in this audience have heard this, but I refer to it and I share it all the time as a quote from our President Roosevelt. There can be no greater issue than that of conservation in this country. We must conserve the soil so that our children shall have a land that is more and not less fertile than our fathers dwelt in. We must conserve the forest, not by disuse, but by use. Like he's referring to the healthy, responsible harvest of our God-given natural resources. We must conserve the forest, not by disuse, but by use, and making them more valuable at the same time that we use them. And that's his comments, and that's good practice. How do we get the word out on that? We must conserve them. Moreover, we must ensure that as far as possible, the use of certain types of great natural resources for the benefit of the people as a whole. And that was a quote President Roosevelt made back in 1908 at the Conference of the Governors. And to me, it's just how can we, have a healthy harvest and get along with nature and help manage nature. We can have a hand, and these great people here are great at managing resources, and it's how you educate people to have some healthy harvest.
I have a little fun question because my wife is from Norway, so we've been following the World Cup. And one of my favorite things that you can find online right now is when Europeans walk into a Bass Pro Shop.
Buddy, I'm glad you brought that up. It makes me happy too. I've been seeing that.
It's and I'm really curious about this because one of my favorite things when I was a broke college kid, I could go into a Bass Pro Shop and I could get what I needed to go hunting, waterfowl, upland, deer. But now that I'm no longer a broke college kid, I can go into a Bass Pro Shop and buy the thing. I can buy Swaro, or I can buy Lycar. I can do all of that. So one of the things that I think also, this is a little different than what I'm asking, but you guys have obviously made a conscious effort to make it available to any level of income that wants to be a part of the outdoors. And at the same time, at a time where box stores and commercial types of commerce are shutting down, you guys are expanding. You guys are getting bigger, and you're making it more of an experience, and it's part of the customer service, the quality of the care, the stuff you care. But can you talk about how you have had success in your actual brick and mortar stores when, essentially every other industry in the country is starting to really, really generate towards online, and that brick and mortar model is going away a little bit?
Oh, thank you.
And it's not just the aquarium that fascinates the Norwegians when they walk in.
Betty, that's a good question. From years ago, we first thought the only shop we had for the first 13 years was in the back of my dad's liquor store. And then
I'd have probably been there in college too.
So we'd run lures on sale, and then he'd sell some more beer. So he was happy. We were happy. We kept pushing the beer over. But several years later, so in that store 13 years, we moved to another store. It was a vacant big building called Gibson Discount, kind of like an early day Walmart. And I took a field trip with my sister Susie to visit L.L. Bean in Maine. And I saw how many people they were getting to this store. It was like several million people a year. And Springfield, Missouri is not real big, but neither is Freeport, Maine. So, and that was our catalog customers. And we felt like, heck, if they can get that many people to go to Freeport, Maine, we can get a lot of people to come to Springfield. But we didn't have to, at that time, give a business plan to a banker, like to say we're going to build an aquarium or we're going to have waterfalls or put in an indoor archery range or these things. We just wanted to make like a daydream store for our customers, and mainly it was our catalog customers, to come and have a good time, and also to celebrate nature and things like that. So we tried to make it a fun place for our customers to come. And I'm glad these people coming from outside the country have a fun, happy time there.
And consciously from the business model, because of this, I think one of my concerns about what we love to do is if we don't create access, we're going to start pricing the regular hunter out of hunting. We're going to start pricing the regular person out of it. And that's what I'm so impressed with both you. And I spend a lot of time in Shields and Bismarck too. And it's the same exact thing. Like any income level can walk into a Bass Pro Shop and they can participate in this wonderful part of outdoor experience. And that has to be a conscious decision. LL Bean's great, and I don't want to be overly critical, but they don't have a $200 used Ruger American 243 on the shelf to make sure that family who might, that young kid who might not be able to afford, a Christensen Arms or a Seekins or something on the higher end of that spectrum still has the opportunity to participate in this stuff.
I think my mom and dad being here, and I mentioned them earlier. My dad was my hero. But he had one of his philosophies that were many, but they stuck with us. And one of them, he'd always say, Johnny, it's not worth any more on your shelf than it is your competitors. And so we do everything to try to match against our competitors and try to deliver value. My dad was a champion. We came out with this fishing boat called Bass Tracker years ago. And it was kind of like the Model T. My dad said, bass boats at the time, they were selling for probably $10,000 or $12,000. My dad said, there's a lot of people who love the features of a boat like this, but they just can't spend that kind of money. Why don't you develop an aluminum fish boat that would have all these features that could just be lighter weight and not take such a big horsepower, and it could be cheaper. So we came up with this name Bass Tracker, and we put everything, swivel seats, outboard motor. We didn't have an outboard motor franchise. We just kind of bootlegged in these Johnson motors from different dealers. Anyway, we put it in the catalog. We had to commit to buy 300 of these boats. We'd never bought one. And anyway, we finally negotiated down a penalty after we had to buy 100 of them firm. We put it in the catalog. Well, they sold really good. It was because that delivering value, and it was kind of like a Model T. If you wanted one, it was just one size, one color. But anyway, I think of my dad, and I'm drifting back off, but I want to get to this. Our blessings, and a couple of things. When I walked through the museum this morning, or library, the great institution, I hit two quotes really hit me right at the beginning from Roosevelt, and I took note of them. My father was the best man I ever met. Another one, my mom was the sweetest and most gracious. And I couldn't help but think about my dad, my mom, what a blessing. We talked about this before we came in here, Governor, but I'm grateful to my mom and dad so much. And so a year from now, well, I woke up this morning and how we're free here. And Roosevelt, conservation hero, but also ultimate defender of freedom and liberty that we have here. So yesterday morning, and I think it was 136 years ago, yesterday morning, President Roosevelt was charging up San Juan Hill, leading his troops. Yesterday morning, when the first breakout of the Spanish-American War was there in conflict in Cuba. And I was also reminded, like, my dad's birthday was July 13th. And I found out later in life, my dad, he told me around a campfire one night that he was happy to be across the fire from me, and he got kind of choked up. And I said, Dad, what do you mean? And he told me a few things about his life. He wasn't looking for sympathy, but he just wanted me to know. It reached that point in time. And he said, your dad was in a real rough war when I was a young man about your age. And I later found out he was in the Battle of the Bulge in World War II. So last summer, a week from now, to kind of pay tribute to my dad on his birthday, we went over to Normandy. And I had never watched that movie, Saving Private Ryan. And his friend, General Brown, was with us, some friends from the Army. And he had us watch this movie. I watched part of it, at least where the troops were coming up the beach there, and how brutal it was. And the next morning we went on top there, and then we went to the cemetery. There's 10,000 grave markers, and we walked through, and this young lady that was directing us around, she escorted us over President Roosevelt Jr., Theodore Roosevelt Jr., his marker, and he'd received, as many of you know, the Presidential Medal of Honor, just like his father had been awarded to him posthumously years later. And the marker next to him was his brother Quentin, who had been killed and then reburied next to his brother. And the tour director, she said, Johnny, it would have been so easy. This family, they could have taken privilege, but they chose not to. They chose to be leaders right there on the front. So it's kind of, it's not all ironic, but it's very special that timing, our nation's birthday, celebrate President Roosevelt, celebrate freedom, celebrate conservation at this time. It's pretty special.
I don't have anything nearly as eloquent as that, but I do know this. Somebody along the line said, don't ever meet your heroes. And whoever said that's just dead ass wrong. Because this is the fourth time now that I've got to interact with you. And there are a lot of people that have made money in business. There are a lot of people that have made money in the outdoor business. There are gun makers and retailers and camouflage people. By the way, I bet your dad killed big stuff without matching camo from, it's amazing how much stuff got killed in cowboy boots, blue jeans, and a red flannel shirt back in the day.
Hey, I'll tell you another thing about
and
my
now
mom
if we
and
don't
dad.
have matching camo, we think we're going to get made fun of by our buddies.
Okay, I'm not going to trash you need camo, but my dad, his only hunting he did was quail, and my mom. And they loved it, like I read that little story. So my mom and dad, they became huge fans of conservation and the Missouri Department of Conservation. And they told me and my sisters a story about growing up in Missouri. There were not any wild turkeys. There were very few white-tailed deer. And they got to see the reintroduction of these amazing critters and they became such huge fans of the Missouri Department of Conservation. And that's a happy thing. And I also have to salute the spirit of our customers and those that love the outdoors, their generosity to round up things we do and like supporting this facility some. We have this roundup program called the Outdoor Fund, and I just, between that and the excise tax, sportsmen and women, hunters and anglers are very, very generous. We can all thank them.
Thank you for everything you've done for conservation. Thank you for taking the time to share your absolute passion with it here. And I will just finish with this. As I was saying before, there are very few people who have had as much impact on the things that I care more about probably than anything else. I moved to Virginia to get away from North Dakota. I moved to Norway for a little bit to get away from North Dakota. I was in DC for 6 years to get back to North Dakota. And the reason is the outdoors. And the reason is being able to spend time with my dad and my son pheasant hunting in the fall. I'm not as mad at pheasants as I used to be, but I sure like to be out there with my dad and my son. And as I was saying, there's a lot of people who have done really good business in this space. There is nobody I can think of who has had a better and bigger impact on the conservation heritage as it relates to sportsmen and anglers than you. So thank you very, very much for doing that.
One last, get, okay. I know this. We borrow money, okay? And one of our bankers is here. Bank of America, Brian Monahan. Thank you for your generosity to conservation, sir. And Microsoft. Everybody, happy day.
Thank you again for such an inspiring conversation, Johnny and Governor Armstrong. We will be back at 3:45 p.m. for our final Prairie Side chat today with Arthur Brooks. Thank you. Theodore Roosevelt preached what he called the strenuous life, the conviction that a meaningful life is not one of ease and comfort, but one of effort, challenge, and service to something larger than yourself. He believed that struggle faced well is where character is forged. A century later, that idea meets the modern science of human flourishing. This Prairie Side Chat asks how challenge, service, love, connection, and time outdoors can deepen meaning and help renew our shared civic life. Leading the conversation is Robbie Loff, Executive Director of the Theodore Roosevelt Presidential Library, joined by Arthur C. Brooks, whose work on happiness and purpose has reached millions of readers. Please join me in welcoming Robbie Loff and Arthur Brooks.
Thank you, Cortland. Thank you to all of you. Thank you to Robbie Loff. This is an amazing thing. What an incredible achievement. I saw this a little over a year ago when it was under construction. And I said, July 4th, 2026, I don't think so. I was wrong. Robbie Loff is always right. And this is what a triumph this is. I know that we're all enjoying it together and really enjoying something that is a gift to America. From all of you and from the people who are here. One round of applause for Robbie Loff and all the people here. The Theodore Roosevelt Presidential Library has asked me to come here and talk about happiness, because that's actually what I write, speak, and teach about. I'm actually a happiness scientist of all things, and they asked me to come here and talk about happiness and Theodore Roosevelt. How do these things connect? If I do my job in the next 25 minutes, I'm going to give you Theodore Roosevelt's 3 secrets to a happy life that you can use and that we could actually use more of in this great country of ours, I dare say. Hold me to that. I want to give you something that you can go away with that I actually teach and think an awful lot about. And as I've been reading over the past year, more and more, I've written in my last book about Theodore Roosevelt. It's so interesting that this has enriched my own life. And I'm going to tell you why. For the last 7 years, I've been teaching at the Harvard Business School. I've just moved to Vanderbilt University to teach happiness to MBA students, to business school students. And you might think that doesn't sound like a business-like topic, but the truth is that love and happiness are the business of life. You are all entrepreneurs living your best possible life, much like the great Teddy Roosevelt did, designing your own life. But you have to know what the reward that you're looking for is. And that's not money or power or fame. That is, indeed, love and happiness. In my work, I'm always looking for the best possible examples of people who've done this better than other people. And there's no better example than the man for whom this presidential library is named. And the place where he actually found the strategy for a life of a man fully alive was, as you know, because you're here, Medora, North Dakota. That philosophy, that strategy that he actually found here is a strategy that we can all live with in our own lives and maybe put America back on track. Now, by birth, as you all know, you've gone through the exhibits of this incredible place. Roosevelt was not a natural outdoorsman. He was a dandy from a wealthy family at the fanciest of schools, going to the best possible parties in New York City. There's no New York City out here. On the contrary. But Roosevelt, yeah, I know, that's not an applause line, guys. Come on, you guys. All right, that's enough of that. So, but he had ambitions to do wilder things. He had a wild heart. Now, he wanted to do big game hunting in Africa, which he ultimately did, and go down the Amazon, which he ultimately did. But he scratched that itch initially, early in his life, by coming right here, which was the wildest place he could possibly reach, in the westernmost reaches of what was America at that time. In 1883, of course, as you all know, he came here on an expedition. And here he found, in his words, a desolate, grim beauty. Completely captured his imagination. Couldn't get it out of his mind. He went back to New York City, where he famously, as you all know, was faced with tragedy. on February 14th, 1884, when his mother and wife died on the same day in the same house. And he quite famously wrote in his diary, which is here with an X over the day, "The light has gone out of my life." In despair, he ran away. Actually, he ran back to this beautiful place to find himself, to find something nobody really knows. This time he was not seeking adventure. He was trying to understand a life that he felt had been ruined. And he had to go someplace where there wasn't the noise of New York and the people that he knew. He was alone with his thoughts here. I realize there's a lot of people here today, but it was pretty much empty then. And he said in retrospect that he found what he was looking for. He wrote later, "It was here," and he meant here, not in this room, but perhaps where this room stands, that the romance of my life began. Why? Was it because his life was so quiet and so peaceful, or did he perhaps find a good therapist in the Dakota Territory? Obviously not. What he found, where he found himself, was in these severe landscapes, in isolation, and in hard work, in danger, and in punishing conditions. He wrote lots of letters to his family, so he knew what was going on. It was a very famous letter he wrote during the 4 years that he spent here finding himself. He was experiencing all kinds of travails and dangers. At one point, 3 outlaws stole his boat. He tracked them down and apprehended them single-handedly. So proud of himself that he wrote to his sister on that day, "I am as brown and as tough as a pine knot and feel equal to anything." That's a man fully alive writing that. I don't think I've ever felt as tough as a pine knot. I don't even know what a pine knot is, but I want to be it. You can feel the enthusiasm in his writing over these 4 years. And it formed him to become the man that he was. After 4 years, he returned and became the famous Theodore Roosevelt of history, the hero of the Spanish-American War, the Secretary of the Navy, the Governor of New York, the Vice President of the United States, a job that he hated, and finally the President of the United States, a job that he loved. Throughout it all, however, he was a public philosopher. And this is where it gets really interesting for the work that I do. He wrote everything down and told it to audiences all over the world about what his secret was for living a good life, the strategy he was pursuing that he had found in the wilds of North Dakota, where we sit today. Let me give you an example of one of the lessons that he taught, that he learned here later on. And again, these are famous examples. You know these quotes. You're all TR fans like me. So I only want to remind you of a couple before I get into what the real lessons are for our lives. One of his most famous speeches, the one that's, I think it's read by Oprah Winfrey actually here, is "The Man in the Arena." You know, he's saying in that famous speech that sad, ineffective people, you know what they have in common? They never shut up, and they never act either. It is not the critic who counts, he says in "The Man in the Arena," not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles or where the doer of deeds could not have done them better. Rather, the credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena. If he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who know neither victory nor defeat. Now, here's his point. You can live a comfortable life, watching from the sidelines, talking about everything, and sniping at others, or you can shut up and go do stuff, like TR. Now, obviously, the second path, doing stuff, is the hard path. And that's kind of the point. He talked about this again and again over the course of his life. He recommended looking for difficulty because things that are hard are hard. That's the point. He found that difficulty in Medora over the comforts that he left in New York. That's what formed him as a man. And he said later, as a famous speech in 1899 he gave in Chicago, "I wish to preach not the doctrine of ignoble ease." I wish presidents talked like that still. "I wish to preach not the doctrine of ignoble ease, but the doctrine of the strenuous life, the life of toil and effort, of labor and strife. The highest form of success comes not to the man who desires mere easy peace, but to the man," and today he would have included women, who don't shrink from danger, from hardship, or from bitter toil. Now, I could go on. I don't have all day. Robbie Loff is over there, and he's going to get mad if I just read you all the quotes that are there in the museum. What I want to do is tell you the lessons for happiness that, from my standpoint, Teddy Roosevelt's philosophy can teach us, and can teach us better than any amount of empirical, statistically based social science, which is my bag. I'll give you 3 examples. Here are lessons that we can actually take away. And I want you to be thinking about this as you go through the library and you go through the museum, about not just how wonderful it is and how inspirational it is, but how you're going to live differently because you've experienced this. I'm going to give you 3 ways that I'm living differently because of this. Lesson number 1, you want to find yourself? It's out there. It's outside. You know, I wrote a book recently called The Meaning of Your Life, Finding Purpose in an Age of Emptiness. And I've been hearing for years and years from young adults who are in the explosion of mental illness that we see today, of generalized anxiety and clinical depression, who are looking for the sense of the meaning of their life that's increasingly hard to find. Where do I go to find the meaning of my life? And I say, go outside. Kids today, the average 12-year-old in America today spends between 4 and 7 minutes outside. The percentage of Americans spending time outside in nature has steadily declined since the 1980s. This is as we've actually had more opportunities to go outside, where conservation efforts have been largely successful, where this marvelous country has been looking out for its green spaces and doing so in many cases really well. And yet we're not availing ourselves of this. We don't have a supply problem of conservation. We have a demand problem of conservation. People are just simply not as interested as they've been in the past. But when people do go out into nature, as Teddy Roosevelt clearly found when he left New York and came to North Dakota, sense of meaning rises dramatically. And here's the funny thing about it. You actually won't find the meaning of your life out there. But if you're out there without your devices, in your mind and with nature, the meaning of your life will reliably find you. This is especially true for actual wilderness compared with green spaces, urban spaces. Roosevelt could not have found his soul by strolling around Central Park over lunch in New York City, I dare say. I realize that's a controversial statement, and yet they all need to come here. I'm glad they're not here, because that would be too much. But this experience and this kind of gift is something we all need, no matter where we live. The wilder it is, the better it is for your happiness. Now, why? Because we actually know from modern neuroscience that being in nature actually makes your brain work properly. The brain that you possess has 2 hemispheres. They do different things. On the left, you process technology and information and how to and what and all the modern things of life and all the things coming through the screen on your phone. The right hemisphere of your brain is your intuition, your mystery, your meaning, your love, your happiness. The why of your life is the right hemisphere of your brain. All day long, we're on the left. The average American looks at her or his phone 205 times a day. And that doesn't just make meaning harder to find. It means we're not even asking the questions because our brains are broken. So what do? We find that when people are actually out in nature, the right hemispheres of their brain are illuminated. You've found that, right? Leave your phone at home, get up before dawn, walk as the sun is rising. Life suddenly starts to feel more meaningful. You want to know the meaning of your life? Get out there. One special malady that nature solves, by the way, is the malady of social comparison. My students talk about this all the time, and probably so do you. This is the problem that we have. Other people seem to have a better life than me. How do I look to other people? It will destroy your happiness. It's very commonly attributed to Teddy Roosevelt the following quote. We don't know if he actually said it. He might have. He might as well have. The internet said it. That comparison is the thief of joy. Sounds like Roosevelt. So how do you fix that? Wonderful study from 2008 that people in urban environments were 39% more likely to say, I'm concerned about the way that I present myself. 39% more than people in rural and green environments. My friends, that's confidence. That's the life you want. You want to care less. So do I. And that leads to lesson number 2, which is doing more of these things and talking less. With modern technology, all we do, we talk all the time. Well, we don't necessarily talk, maybe we type. We have something to say about everything, constantly. We talk about the politics and the weather and the entertainment, and we're giving our opinions. Meanwhile, we do less and less. We're more sedentary, we're less physically active. This is weirdly ahistoric. If you look back to the history of your own family, you'll find that has nothing to do, the talking lifestyle, with the way that your great-grandparents were raised. I don't know that much about my great-grandparents. I know my great-grandfather, Leroy Brooks, was born in Olathe, Kansas in 1862. He married the sheriff's daughter, Mary Ellen Brooks, and they had a long and happy marriage. And as far as I can tell, he had a happy life. I don't know much about him except the fact that he was outside all day long. He was a farmer. And I'm going to make a guess that here's something he never said to Mary Ellen at the end of a long day. I'm completely sure he never said, "Honey, I had a panic attack behind the mule today," because his brain was working the way it was supposed to. It wasn't broken by modern life. He was doing, not talking. And this is how people were evolved to live. Now you might think, doesn't talking about things make us better off? The answer is generally no, it doesn't. Especially when we're complaining, especially when we're discussing our problems. This is what psychologists call co-rumination, and it's associated with increased depression and anxiety. Now, what's the problem with all this communication? It reminds you of what you don't like, and it demobilizes you. Doing things is what psychologists call behavioral activation. See, we have all this jargon, and that's how we get tenure. But these are simple ideas. Teddy Roosevelt would have said, you don't need a PhD for that. Do more, talk less. Taking positive action creates a sense of efficacy, of effectiveness. So stop talking, complaining, gossiping. Stop posting. Go do something productive. What kind of thing? Well, that's lesson number 3. Something hard. And the harder, the better. Happiness is, as I mentioned, what I teach. And on my first day of class, I asked my students to define it. I have 180 students in my class. I have 400 on the waiting list. There's an illegal Zoom link they think I don't know about. And on the first day of class, I say, you worked hard to get into the science of happiness class. So define it. What do you think you're studying? And I cold call them. That means I pull a student out of the class and I make them answer the question, whether they're prepared or not. Makes them intensely unhappy. And they always say the same thing. "Oh, professor, I can't put words to it, but I know it when I feel it." And I say, that's beautiful. And that's wrong. And that's good news that that's wrong, because happiness isn't a feeling. Feelings are evidence of happiness, like the smell of your turkey is evidence of your Thanksgiving dinner. Real happiness it consists of 3 things: enjoyment, meaning, and satisfaction. Don't go looking for happiness. Go looking for those things. Enjoy your life. That's not the same thing as pleasure, by the way. Pleasure is an animal thing. The secret to happiness is not pleasure. Pleasure won't lead you to happiness. Pleasure will lead you to rehab. No. You need enjoyment, which takes pleasure and adds people and memory. And that's a beautiful thing that you'll get here as you're touring this museum and being in this beautiful place. The second is meaning. I already talked about meaning. Meaning is the why of your life. But last but not least is satisfaction. Satisfaction is the joy of an accomplishment with struggle. It's the funniest thing about Homo sapiens, our species, that we don't find sweetness in our accomplishments unless they're hard. You know, you see this all the time, as a matter of fact. My students are clever and could easily cheat on my exams, but there would be no satisfaction in getting a good grade if they did so. On the contrary, they measure the sweetness of their achievement on the basis of how hard they worked. You know this because this is what you taught your kids. You taught them when they were coming home from Little League practice in the back of the car at 4:30 in the afternoon and they wanted to stop at the Dairy Queen. You said, no. And they said, why? And you said, because it's not good for you, which was a lie. It's not technically a lie. The lie is that that's not the reason you weren't stopping. The reason you weren't stopping is because you didn't want them to ruin their dinner. So they would come to dinner hungry, and dinner would be a reward. And they would learn in their little synaptically plastic brains that good things come to those who wait. Joy of an accomplishment with struggle. If you were actually honest with kids, you'd say, we're not stopping at Dairy Queen because I want you to suffer. Now, most people know this. I mean, we're good neuroscientists about this, aren't we? Most people know that regular, strenuous activity, hard physical work has been found in all kinds of research, but we know this intuitively to be just as efficacious, in many cases, more effective for managing depression than even medication. You want to fix things? Get some sunshine, get out in the clean air, pick up heavy things, run around. I'm not telling you not to take your meds, but that stuff's free. All it takes is an effort. Now, a lot of that is interpreted as being purely physiological in terms of how exercise affects blood serotonin levels. But the truth is that I have little doubt that this also has to do with witnessing yourself in a time of hardship as strong and capable enough to do something hard and to do something uncomfortable. And that is most certainly what Teddy Roosevelt experienced in the hard life of the Badlands. All this is good personal advice. Go get lost and find yourself. Shut up and do stuff. And the harder, the better. Those are good personal lessons. But as a social scientist, I have to believe that this three-part strategy has the capacity to improve our lives today. And I think that probably Theodore Roosevelt himself, were he to come back to life today, would have greater ambition for these ideas and ambition for us on our 250th anniversary as the greatest country in the world, on how to make America the kind of country that he wanted it to be when he was president of the United States. I have to think that if he were somehow to come back, and I don't mean the AI that's over there, which is pretty creepy, but the real deal, if he were with us today, he would have noticed, well, a few pretty big changes in the way that Americans are living today, and he wouldn't approve. For example, he would have noticed the weird preference that we have to stare into a little screen rather than going outside. What's that all about? He would have noticed the talk approach to life in a therapeutic culture. And he probably would have noticed a strong and rising emphasis on comfort and self-care to treat our not coincidentally skyrocketing levels of mental health problems. Teddy would, I think, envision a renewed country based on his simple life philosophy, a philosophy in which we're excited rather than scared by the uncertainty of the future, a country where we're disinterested in stupid, inane trivialities that fill our days and minds and distract us from being fully alive, and in which we're in search of challenges to create things that are honest and good at home and abroad. I think he would demand leaders with heart and grit to live these values personally. He would want leaders like him, as tough as a pine knot, strong, honest, and willing to tell us what we, as American citizens, what we need to hear, not just what we want to hear. He would lead us into a better, freer, more prosperous future, even if that's difficult and that's painful, because sometimes that's the point of being an American. Now, I also have to wonder, how would we react to that? If he really honestly came back today and said the kind of stuff that he said, bully, how would we react? Many, I have no doubt, would probably take to social media to denounce and cancel the old Rough Rider. And you know what? Maybe they would kind of succeed in doing so, at least for a while. But if they did, you know what he'd do? I mean, I don't really know, but my suspicion is he'd shrug and come back to Medora. And that wouldn't be so bad, would it? Thank you very much.
Well, Arthur, this is a delight. I think I've told many people that we built this institution to have people like Arthur here. So first, can we give a round of applause to everybody's guru? Well, first, we're just so grateful to have an incredible crowd here, and I can't see them, but I bet it's big. But I would just say, I just had a great time over the last few months reading your newest book.
Thank you.
The meaning of your life.
And you've been working together.
It's been a light period.
It's been, since over the past 5 years. By the way, 7 years ago, Robbie and I worked together at Harvard. He was a student at the Kennedy School. And we were working together in my research, as a matter of fact. So we've known each other for a long time, and I've been an admirer of this man. Look, I knew 7 years ago this was going to happen.
Me too. You hang around Doug Bergamaneff, and that's how it goes. But the first thing I noticed about your book is you start by talking about something. I'm going to get it right here. Unheimlich.
Yeah.
Which is an experience of feeling that something is not quite right. That things are kind of going the wrong direction. I couldn't help but notice that was in the fall of 2019 when you met me, which felt hard. But as a professor focused on happiness and as a guru on happiness to millions and millions of people, could you just say what that felt like to experience Unheimlich?
Yeah, so Unheimlich is a German word. It means you don't feel at home. It's the creepy sensation where you go someplace familiar and it's not right. And that's how I felt when I came back to academia in 2019. I'm a lifelong academic. I'm actually a third generation academic. It's the family business. My father was a professor. His father was a professor. And it was kind of what I was meant to do. It's the best. And, for over the first decade of my career, it was the happiest place. It was, you remember in college that it was happier than outside of college. You were making friends. You were experimenting with ideas. You were falling in love every week. It was great. And I left. I left for 10 years because I went to run a big organization. I became a CEO of a large nonprofit in Washington, D.C. called the American Enterprise Institute, a think tank. And I didn't think much about it because I was completely occupied. But I knew that by the end of it, I had to come back to academia. It was my happy place. So I came back. I took a professorship at Harvard, expecting to go back to the world of happiness. And I found it's like a plague had run through my village. I saw what a lot of you have seen with young adults, with the explosion of depression and anxiety. And that was the not at home feeling. But of course, that was an opportunity. I'm a behavioral scientist. I did my PhD 30 years ago, looking forensically at problems and seeing how they're actually opportunities. So I said, this is an opportunity for renewal. This is an opportunity for something good. That's what entrepreneurs do. That's what Theodore Roosevelt did with his own life. And that's what I want to do with my own career. And so that set me in search of make it better.
Well, I think TR, when he came here, his second trip in 1884, was experiencing a far more severe version of Unheimlich. And a little bit, originally when I wanted to have this conversation, I was like, I don't want to diagnose TR. And the more I thought about it, I'm like, let's do it.
Yeah. That's right.
Could you talk about, as a man who's learned more about TR, he ran from everything. He abandoned his newborn daughter. He wrote in his diary, which we have in this institution here, "The light has gone out of my life." And he began exhibiting extremely risky behavior. This is a man who is known for what his teeth looked like. He smiled so much. Tell me about what you think he was going through in that moment and how he shifted it.
Yeah. So people suffer a great deal. A profound sense of loss is a normal part of life. Indeed, suffering is the most inevitable part of life. And the interesting thing about it is not that it happens, not that pain happens, but what you do when pain inevitably finds you. Some people will try to escape it over the course of their lives, turn to drugs and alcohol or dangerous behaviors. Why? Because they're trying to anesthetize themselves. They're trying to eliminate the pain from their life, which is an exercise in futility. I mean, you don't have to be a social scientist like me to know that this is the case. We have brains that react to negative emotions and negative experiences on purpose. Those negative experiences and emotions keep us alive. If you didn't feel fear, anger, disgust, and sadness, grief and loss, if you didn't feel these things, your ancestors would not have passed on their genes, but they're terrible. The real question for whether our lives are high quality or low quality is what we do inevitably when pain finds us. Now, ordinarily, what most people do is they try to eliminate their pain and run away first. Just exactly what Teddy Roosevelt did in 1884. when he experienced all this loss. He abandoned his daughter. He lost his mother and wife, and he headed back to the Badlands to try to either find himself or lose himself or whatever it happened to be. But what he wound up doing was, over the next 4 years, was doing what the great sages and philosophers have always done at the end of the day when they became enlightened. He stopped trying to eliminate his pain, and he started lowering his resistance to that pain. See, here's an interesting point. This is a Buddhist concept that actually works, that pain is inevitable. Suffering isn't. Suffering is pain multiplied by resistance to pain. So you have two choices when you're in a lot of pain, when pain finds you. You can try to eliminate it by running away from it or drinking it into oblivion, or you can actually stop resisting it. And in so doing, you can find the meaning of your life. And we find a masterclass in the second part of his time here in the Badlands.
I think you're right. But a little dichotomy that he has too is that TR, of course, started to embrace the pain in the strenuous life. But at the same time, he avoided the word Alice for the rest of his life because of the sadness he had. He didn't share with people what he went through. Talk about people who have that intense dichotomy.
Yeah, and that's a partitioning that a lot of people do. I mean, no man or woman is perfect, indeed, and is absolutely possibly the case that he did avoid that to his great detriment. That's actually not leaning into that is a mistake that we could all make. I would be shocked if he actually didn't have some of these big mistakes in his psychological profile. We can't know. We can't go back. You can't ask the AI over there. So what gives with Alice?
You actually can ask that.
You can ask that. And
we don't know if the answer is accurate.
He'll change the subject.
Yes, he will.
So we have to assume that was his weak point.
Well, tell me, so that's super fascinating. But he also, for me, another book you wrote that was when we were together, when I was working for you, was From Strength to Strength. And TR was notably our youngest president, which I think is incredible. He got to that office unexpectedly, perhaps not for him or people who met him in the Badlands, but because the president was assassinated. He retired from the presidency at 50 years old, which is a good 35 years from being president today. He struggled with it. He really didn't, he continued to yearn for that fulfillment and meaning. He went to the Amazon. He went to Africa. He ran again. He created a new party. In 1919, when he passed, he was the front runner in 1920 to be president again. And these things, I think, were all great. And by the way, great storytelling. Sells a lot of tickets for the institution. But was it healthy, do you think, at all times? Maybe just describe it.
You know, a lot of you are fantastic strivers, really good at what you do. Many of you, particularly those who have had these wonderfully charmed lives, and you've been blessed to be able to support this great institution. And by the way, if you haven't supported the institution, there's a brochure under all your seats.
Thank you, Arthur.
It's a problem with strivers that comes along with their success is that they often don't know how to stop. You know, it's sometimes I feel like I'm the striver whisperer because I've written so much about the addiction to success. And one of the things that you often see, one of the troubles that you often see from people who are large achievers is they start to get all their sense of stimulus from their outside accomplishments, and they don't know how to be alone in their heads. Part of that often comes when they're young children, and some of you can probably relate to this, who are really good at getting good grades or good at sports or good at music or good at something, and you conclude that love is earned. Love is earned by your own merit and personal accomplishment and responsibility. And of course, that's wrong. Love isn't earned. Love is a free gift, freely given. But a lot of people who chase and chase and chase for the rest of their life have never been able to come to terms with the love that they actually seek. That's possibly the case, especially later in life for Teddy Roosevelt, for some of us too.
Well, I think that's a fascinating topic, but additionally, something you said during this speech, I'm going to go to bed thinking about tonight, which is we don't have, as somebody tying this to conservation, is we don't have a supply problem in conservation. We have a demand problem in conservation. We don't have, that's summarized what Johnny Morris has been saying, what our panel on conservation leadership said this morning, I think extremely well. Could you tell me if you agree that there's a supply or demand problem in happiness? Do you think that there is currently the same yearning to live a happy life as there has been in the past?
I think that the yearning to live a happy life has always been the same, and it always will be the same. I think that we are born to want love and happiness. The trouble is we don't know what they are, and we don't know how to pursue those things. And those things become more elusive when we use our brains in a way that evolutionary biology has not intended them to be used. It's actually getting harder in point of fact, but we want it just as much. And so the things that we can actually do to bring happiness to us are largely to live in the old ways, to live in ways where we can have faith in our lives and family life and real friendships and to pursue our excellence by earning our success and serving other people. These are the old ways, basically. So I don't think there's any problem with demand. I think that simply our perception of the supply of happiness has become more elusive, which is why happiness has been in gradual decline for several decades.
Well, you also mentioned, I think, something that TR struggled with and also embraced at many different parts of his life, which is his faith.
Yeah.
One of the secrets I know about you is you have a tremendous faith. Yeah. TR ebbed and flowed at his time at Harvard, was a deeply faithful person, lost his father, like many people do, struggled with his faith immensely after, and then towards the end of his life, again, began re-embracing it. Right. Tell us a little bit about the metrics and science behind not even just picking a specific faith, but faith itself in achieving happiness.
So when I talk about the habits of the happiest life, it's not true that habits are everything. The truth is that half of your happiness is genetic. Your mother literally made you unhappy.
Not you, Mom.
But that's not bad news, because I could give you all sorts of information. Half of your tendency to abuse alcohol is genetic. But that means you need better habits if you have that tendency. A quarter of your happiness is according to your, it goes with your circumstances. Happy things happening right now in your life, you'll be a quarter happier, and sad things happening, you'll be a quarter less happy. But those things are transient because your emotions are not made to stay around. A full quarter of your happiness really does come from your habits. And those are things that will give you systematically better circumstances and allow you to manage your genetics. So this is really all you need to know. And those four happiness habits are what I just laid out. Faith, family, friends, and work that serves other people. That's what it comes down to. Now, when I say faith, and direct answer to Robbie's query, is I don't mean my faith. I like mine. I'm a Catholic. Most important thing in my life. I'll go to my grave with the scriptures on my lips. And so will my wife. But as a scientist, I will tell you that the path is to transcendence. Left to our own devices, we're stuck in a psychodrama of our own boring, tedious day-to-day existence. My job, my car, my money, my television programs, my lunch, me. It's tedious. You need escape from that. You need peace and perspective. And the only way you're going to get that is by standing in awe of something bigger than you. Maybe that's the Stoic philosophers. Maybe that's the fugues of Johann Sebastian Bach. Maybe that's walking outside in Medora, North Dakota. Maybe that's a Vipassana meditation practice, if that's your thing. Or maybe it's the faith of your youth. But the truth is that you need that. And it's very clear in the life of Theodore Roosevelt that he looked to transcendence in the hardest parts of his life. And what he found there was the solace that I see in the studies, but I can also see in my own life, are key to peace and perspective.
I'm glad you brought up genetics, because I happen to be married to a very naturally happy person, and her brother as well. I mean,
that must be annoying for you.
It's pretty great. I got to be honest. It's pretty great. But the more I get to know myself, and a lot of it's been through reading your work, is that I have some awareness of I have to work for happiness, and potentially because of that driver. You've shared that, and frankly, a lot of people don't believe me when I tell them that, because I think I exude some amount of joy. I try to, but I work very hard at it. Talk about how you recommend people work for their happiness who aren't just waking up every day naturally yearning and succeeding in it.
Yeah. It's easier for some people than others. There are affect profiles. Affect has to do with pervasive mood, and some people are just natural cheerleaders. They have intense positive emotionality and weak negative emotionality. My wife is one of those people. It really is annoying, by the way. And I, on the other hand, tend to be a moodier, darker, more brooding person. High highs and low lows, and by the way, so are you. Yeah. You're the mad scientist, emotional profile of everything is intense, nothing is neutral, everything is great or terrible. And that's great when it's great.
You're doing great.
And that's not great when it's not great. I get that. But the whole point is, and this is one of the lessons, one of the Roosevelt lessons. The point isn't to be happy all the time. The point is to be fully alive. There's a great saint, Saint Irenaeus, in the 2nd century. I liked it when they used to name boys Irenaeus. That's a manly name. And St. Irenaeus famously said that the glory of God is a man fully alive. Today, he'd say a person fully alive. He didn't say a happy cheerleader. Good for them. He said to be fully alive. And that's somebody who's as hard as a pine knot after getting your boat back. That's a person fully alive. I guarantee you he wasn't happy tracking down those delinquents and tying them up and taking them to the sheriff and all the stuff that he had to do on that day. On the contrary, he felt that aliveness. So you join me in struggling on a lot of days with negative emotionality, with a darkness within you. Wake up and say, this is the day the Lord has made. I will rejoice and be glad in it, to be sure. Thank you for these wonderful blessings this day. And thank you for the trouble today, too. Because like Teddy Roosevelt, I say, bring it on.
Well, he experienced a lot of trouble. I think one of the most interesting things is a place he experienced such significant trouble was during his vice presidency, which was forced upon him after experiencing so much success as the governor. And, he looked so much for happiness that he enrolled in law school. Imagine being so sad that law school looks fun.
I know. It's true.
My God.
I hear J.D. Vance is going back to law. He actually been through law school. I hear he's going to.
I'll let you take that one.
Yeah.
So something that I think is just so I've experienced so much through this project is it has never felt like work. And I've had jobs, not at the governor's office, at McKinsey, where sometimes it felt like work. TR thought the vice presidency felt like work, not because he put more effort into it, because he didn't find meaning and purpose. Talk about just the importance of passion and connecting it to your work.
Yeah, I do a lot of work on calling because I work with young people who are about to, pursue their fortunes, and a lot of them make a big mistake. I mean, my students for the past 7 years have been MBA students at the Harvard Business School, and they've come to the conclusion that if they have earthly success, money, power, fame, then happiness will come for free. It'll come along automatically, and that's wrong. That's actually incorrect. I tell them on the first day of class, seek happiness, and then you will be successful enough. And of course, that makes them panic because of the word enough. Enough isn't in the vocabulary of the striver, to be sure. But the truth of the matter is that you can actually find enough when you actually find your calling, and your work is a case study in this, Robbie. How do you find your calling? By looking for two basic things in the way that you earn your daily bread, whether it's as running this fine institution, bringing it up from nothing, living this particular dream, whether it's being a professor and a public speaker like I am, whether it's Teddy Roosevelt, is to look for work in which you find two characteristics, where you can truly earn your success, where your life creates value, and in value in the lives of other people. And most importantly, where you serve others, where you're needed. The essence of dignity is to be needed. The problem, as was articulated by Teddy Roosevelt and then others, was that in those days at least, the essence of being unneeded was vice president of the United States. There was little to do. There was little to serve. You were marking time. It was fancy parties. I can't think of anybody in history who would be less interested in fancy parties and doing nothing than Theodore Roosevelt. If I were to diagnose that, I would say he was neither earning his success nor serving humanity. And the result of that was that he was profoundly depressed in the role and came alive when he became president of the United States.
Well, I think I don't know, many of us probably were here on your first visit to Medora and Fargo, which was fantastic. And again, this is all to get you here every year. But my instinct is that you brought something up that I think is one of the best stories and summarizations of this project in this place. You called this place a pilgrimage, which I think just synthesized my experience here very well. Sometimes we talk about that maybe Western North Dakota is hard to get to, that this is a place that is difficult to get to, and that might be part of the success of it. Maybe just talk a little bit more about why pilgrimages are so important.
Every religious tradition has pilgrimages, and they all involve walking long distances. You might think that's so strange, but if you actually look back to Homo sapiens and the ancestral environment, the human brain has been more or less in its current form since the Middle Pleistocene, 250,000 years ago, when all humans lived in small bands of kin-related hierarchical groups of 30 to 50 individuals. They all lived in that particular way. It was about hunting and staying alive. And the secret to hunting for our ancestors was actually walking after prey. We're a walking species. Ambulation is the human advantage, that and intelligence. And it's an interesting thing because most people don't know, if you can track an animal, you can walk it to death. There's a gazelle out there. Yeah, I mean, if you can actually track it and walk and walk and walk and walk and walk, and you can walk 14 or 15 miles and it will finally be exhausted and you can spear it and bring it home and thrill your mate in the cave. That's the secret. Now, the result of it is that ambulation has this almost mystical quality for human beings. We love to walk and we find ourselves. What we're looking for kind of finds us. And this is why every religious tradition, the Shinto tradition, the Hindus, I travel a lot to India. I go to India every year and I've seen mendicant Hindus on the road toward Mathura, the town of 5,000 temples. And in the Catholic tradition, my own, there's many pilgrimages, the most famous of which is the Camino de Santiago across northern Spain, which I've done, and I recommend to all of you. But it doesn't have to be a religious tradition either. We need a secular civic tradition of these kinds of pilgrimages, places where we can go to experience nature, to see the wilds, but also to walk and to remember who we are as a people. This reconnects us to our biological roots, but can also reconnect us to our national, our patriotic roots as well. And I can't think of a better place to do it. Look, I've been to a lot of presidential libraries. This is unique. This feels like a pilgrimage when you come here. This feels like a destination where I can find what I'm looking for, or more appropriately, or what I'm looking for can actually find me. And what is that I'm looking for? I'm looking for the future of America like you are. I have the same fears that you do. I have the same anxiety about what we're actually trying to do as a nation. So where am I going to find it? In a place where I can hear the wind and where I actually can see the sky, and where a great thing actually happened in our national culture because of a great man. That's why I think this is a pilgrimage, much the same way as many religions understand the concept.
Well, we're coming to the end of our time. I have just two more questions. First would just be, you've got a room here that frankly built this institution.
Yeah.
That what they did made this possible. I'm looking around, I see literally every face. I just can see a memory of how they made this place special and important. You've led a globally important think tank that frankly wasn't globally important when you started there. You got it there. What would be your dream for us, for this institution, and for what we can do here? And what advice would you give the TR Library?
No, I appreciate that an awful lot. I mean, it's interesting because you have to call yourself a library and a museum, which are probably the worst marketing ever. On the other hand, Theodore Roosevelt's great marketing. Those are two great words for it. I think that the ambition is actually not for people to find the Theodore Roosevelt Presidential Library, but as I mentioned before, to find themselves and to find their country. I think that's really what the ambition is, to have people come and feel renewed, not because they learned important parts of history or they learned a bunch of facts, but they learned what the vision of the man was and what the inspiration of the country was actually at the time. And when people feel they need that boost in confidence, when people feel like they need the inspiration because they're patriots and they want a better future for the country, that they actually know where to go to fill up the tank. I think to market it in that particular way, to understand it in that particular way, to promise this to other people. And why do I know that's successful? Because I'm here right now and I'm getting that, and so are you. We're people who can actually spread these ideas to others. And if that's actually the way that it's, look, there's never been a presidential library that's been built 107 years after the death of the president. And there's a reason for that, because it's really not about Theodore Roosevelt. It's about what he represented. Take that to America and America will benefit. And it will be your gift to the nation and our nation's gift to the world. So thank you.
That's some good advice. I want to finish. This institution is, I think if there was a word that has been embodied into us by one of our very early leaders, is it's all about gratitude. It's gratitude for this place, gratitude for the people who made it, gratitude for people like you who've gone on your way and fallen in love with North Dakota. He told me it's the best Dakota on his way in. I thought that was pretty nice. I told him we know, but I want to finish with just asking you today on this eve or 2 eves away from our 250th birthday, what are you grateful for with America?
Yeah, it's interesting because I was actually asked that by the periodical I write for. I'm a columnist at the Free Press.
I did not know that.
And they asked me to comment in 150 words, why do I love America? And it's interesting because that's actually a question that I can answer, but through the eyes of the person I love the most in the world, which is my wife Esther, who wanted to come and wishes she were here and will be here next time. I immigrated to the United States. I re-immigrated. I left as a young man. My mother was born in the other Dakota, and I grew up in the Pacific Northwest. And I left in my early 20s to Spain. I was a professional classical musician at the time, and I was actually chasing a girl and playing concerts and living a relatively bohemian lifestyle. I had never given a thought to why I love America. I never really given a thought. I didn't not love America. Don't get me wrong. I wasn't one of the young Jacobins that thinks the place is terrible. No, not at all. But I never given it any thought. And I went and I lived in Barcelona for a bunch of years and married the girl I had chased there and started my family. And we came back in my late 20s. And I re-immigrated to my own country. I saw this country through fresh eyes, through the eyes of my Spanish wife, who didn't speak English and had no education, not even a high school education, not even a high school diploma. And we were poor. We didn't have any money. We had tumbleweeds going through the checking account. We needed her to work. And she was afraid because of those conditions. There's no jobs in Spain for somebody like that. Doesn't speak the language. And she had 4 job offers in the first week, all minimum wage, but that was plenty fine. And she came home and said, I took a job today. And I said, what is it? And she said, teaching English. And I said, why did they hire you? And she said, well, number one is because you people have no standards. But she said the real reason they offered me the job is because I could relate to all of the poor people who had just come here to this country and who wanted to be here. Because I was learning the language myself, and because I was raised in poverty by a single mother in a broken home, and because I didn't have a high school diploma, and yet I wanted to be here. And so they hired me, and that was the beginning of a journey of my love affair with this country through the eyes of my wife, who's an American by choice. And now the most patriotic American that I know is her. Why do I love America? Because this is a country of ambitious riffraff, and that's the way I want it to stay.
Well, if you need a little bit more love for America, I would buy this book, which we have copies of in our store. But I would just say thank you, Arthur. I'm grateful for you. I'm grateful for this incredible institution. I'm grateful for this country. And
God bless you, Robbie. This is an incredible achievement. This is a complete triumph, and this is your day.
Thank you so much, Arthur.
Thank you, Arthur and Robbie. Thank you to all of today's speakers for a remarkable conversation. That brings us to the close of an incredible first day of conversations here at the Theodore Roosevelt Presidential Library. We're grateful to each of you for being part of this opening celebration and for helping set the tone for what this place is meant to be, a forum for big ideas, honest exchange, and renewed citizenship. There's much more to come. We hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.